I'm E.G. Marshall. For 25 years, we ate from the same dish, slept in the same bed, shared the same room. She never had a single thought that didn't echo in my own head. And then one morning, we awoke from a dreamless sleep and discovered that we were strangers. This from an English novel. It is called The Lover I Never Knew. How well do you know your lover?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Granby.
What are you telling me, Lieutenant?
You have to face it.
You're saying my husband robbed a bank?
He is a member of a gang that robs banks regularly.
I know that's a lie.
How do you know?
I've been married to that man almost 50 years. He can't keep a secret from me.
I don't know, ma'am. Looks like you kept a pretty big one.
Our mystery drama, The Sweet Smell of Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Bryna Rayburn. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Granby walks slowly along the dock. It isn't because she's 70. Oh, no. Ella, or Mom, as she's called by everybody, is still as spry as she ever was. It's just that she's thinking about something. What? Well, she doesn't really know. It's just that things have been different somehow between her and her husband, Tom, who everyone calls Pop. Different in what way? Well, she doesn't know that either. But it doesn't matter right now. She's going out in the boat with Pop, the old reliable Becky Ann, a 28-foot cabin cruiser that may be showing its age, but is still the soundest little vessel in the harbor.
Hey, Skipper. There's crew coming aboard.
Oh, what'd you bring for us?
Why don't you wait? Be surprised.
Well, it smells good. Hop down, or do you need a helping hand? Still as spry as you was when you were 18. All right, cast off.
Aye, Skipper.
And we're away.
What's running, Skipper?
Booze.
Well, that'll be supper.
Hey, come forward. I want to show you something.
Oh, what is it?
Take a look.
Wait. It's a brand new ship-to-shore telephone.
Give that lady a cigar.
I'm not surprised I'd smoke it, too. Where'd you get it?
What kind of question is that? I bought it, naturally.
I seen that model in the store, in Braxy's. It cost $2,400.
Well, I've done a little better than that. I hope you're feeling chilly. You know that cashmere coat you always wanted? Look at here.
All right, Thomas Taylor Granby, all right. Now, you just tell me, where'd all this money come from?
Where?
Now, you just give me the answer.
All right. You're entitled to an answer.
Now, quit stalling, Thomas.
I won it.
You mean you were gambling?
Well, in a way, I guess that's right. I won it in the lottery.
When?
Last week.
You never told me.
That's right, I didn't.
And why not?
Well, I was afraid you'd want to do something foolish with the money.
Something foolish? Huh. Yeah, like putting it in the bank, I suppose.
Well, yeah, something like that.
How much did you win?
Quite a bit, you might say.
How much is quite a bit?
Now, there's no use pumping me, Ella. I'm not going to tell you.
What are you saying?
I decided if I told you, I'd destroy your peace of mind. You lay awake nights just worrying about it.
But you gotta tell me.
You can have everything your heart desires, but that's as far as it goes. This is going to be my secret.
Now, we never had any secrets from each other.
I figure it's about time we started.
Now, Thomas, I'm not about to accept this from you.
Oh, what you want to do? Some silly arguing or some serious fishing?
Hello? finally. Why'd you let me ruin supper? You could have called sooner.
Yes, but this is the first chance I got.
Likely story, but we won't press it. Now, where you been? Oh, never mind. You won't tell the truth anyhow. When are you coming home? Or can't you tell me that neither?
Matter of fact, I really can't tell you when I'm coming home. I don't know that myself.
Thomas, have you been drinking?
No, I'm stone cold sober.
Well, where are you?
I'm in jail, Mama.
You're where? Oh, never mind. I heard you. I'll be right there.
Yes, ma'am? Want some help?
No, I was told to look for Lieutenant Sims.
That's me. You, Mrs. Granby?
Yes, sir.
Well, why don't we just sit down for a minute here?
Oh, where's my husband?
He's being held.
And what does that mean?
Mrs. Granby, what do you know about all this?
About all what?
Well, your husband will be arraigned before a judge. He can be represented by counsel. He should be. The judge will probably set bail.
But what did he do?
Well, he's in it up to his neck.
You still haven't told me.
He's been caught with the money.
What money?
The stolen money.
What stolen money? He won it in the lottery.
Oh, is that what he told you?
Yes. He said he won it in the lottery.
He won $30,000 in a lottery.
$30,000?
Which lottery was that?
Well, I don't know. He didn't tell me.
Well, he didn't tell me either. So I checked around the various lotteries. Nobody paid off a winner named Thomas Granby.
Well, he may have used an assumed name.
Good thinking. But all the $30,000 winners are already accounted for. I say all. I can assure you there weren't that many.
Well, he's never lied to me in all these years we've been married.
Really? How do you know?
Well, I never lied to him. I just know, that's all.
Well, you must admit there's a first time for everything.
Well, can I see him?
Sure. And you'd better tell him to start talking. And make some sense.
I know what you're going to say.
But I don't know what you're going to say.
I lied to you about the lottery.
All right.
The fact is, I found the money.
Well, that doesn't sound much better.
What is true?
$30,000.
Please, Mama, I'm telling you the truth. I found it.
Yes?
I found it in a bag.
A bag?
Yeah, one of those big shopping bags. You know the kind you get at milk sacks?
But where did you find it?
I found it on the dock.
All this money in this big paper bag on the dock?
Yeah, I came across this bag, and I couldn't imagine what was in it. Maybe garbage. I looked inside, and it was just packed with these $10 bills. I didn't think there were so many $10 bills in the whole world.
Well, didn't you bother to find out who the owner might be?
Well, it was nighttime. There wasn't a soul on the dock. And besides, what was it doing there anyhow?
And so?
I figured it was stolen money.
Oh, Thomas.
Since they were tens, they probably wouldn't have been marked. They only do that with very big bills, you know.
No, I don't know. Have you become an expert on crime?
Please, Mama. It was wrong. All wrong. It's just that... I don't know. I worked hard. I thought we'd have enough to retire on comfortably. But things get tighter every year.
That doesn't give us the right to steal other people's money.
No, it doesn't give us the right. I know that. I don't know what got into me. I shouldn't have done it. But I did.
Well, where's the rest of the money?
I turned it all over to the police when they arrested me. I didn't try to hide anything. They didn't believe a word I'm saying.
Well,
do you believe me?
Sure.
I mean it.
I mean it, too.
I have an idea they're going to set a very high bail. They want to hold me here.
Well, we'll get a lawyer.
That's going to cost money.
Don't worry, Skipper.
We may have to sell the boat.
No, we'll do something. We'll think of something.
Okay, Granby. You want to talk about it?
I told you the truth, Lieutenant.
Sure.
Why don't you believe me?
Let me tell you a little story. Last month, the Third Merchants Bank of Westfield was held up. There was a $250,000 payroll ready to go to the steel mill. The bandits got away with it.
Are you accusing me?
There were 4 men who did the actual stick-up. The 5th man was in the car. That one was you.
It was not.
The $30,000. That was your piece. You're quite a guy with the wheel, aren't you?
Yeah, but Lieutenant, I never
What did you do before you retired, then? You were a chauffeur, weren't you? You've been driving cars professionally all your life.
Well, that's true, but
And all the money had been registered. Your pals knew about it. So far, yours is the only dough that's come to the surface.
Lieutenant, I know it looks bad, but I'm innocent.
Mm-hmm. Then how do you account for the money?
I told you. I found it.
Yeah. Well, at least get yourself a better story.
Lieutenant Sims?
Hmm? Oh. You're what's-his-name's wife?
Yeah, his name is Thomas Taylor Granby.
Mm-hmm. So, what can I do for you?
I owe you some money.
Really? How do you figure you owe me money?
Well, it's been established that the money my husband found was stolen.
The money he found?
I believe he found it. But that doesn't change the basic character of the money itself. I returned my cashmere coat and the new ship-to-shore telephone to the stores. Since I know now what kind of money bought them, I was able to get the refunds in full. Now, here you are. $2,840.
Oh.
Now, take it. It's yours.
Mrs. Granby, you're quite a lady.
Now, tell me, Lieutenant, the truth. Do you believe my husband is guilty?
Mrs. Granby, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but the answer is yes.
I see.
Mrs. Granby? Mrs. Granby, you all right? Are you feeling all right?
Well, do you mind if I just sit down
Oh, sure.
for a
Here,
minute?
You're right here. Just right in this chair. That's it. Now, there you are. Take it easy now.
Yes.
Here, let me get you a drink from the water cooler.
No, I don't want to put you to any trouble.
And the trouble is just right over here. There you are now. You take some of this.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Maybe
Thank
like
you.
a cup of coffee instead, huh? We always have some going around here.
No, thank you.
All right. You okay now?
Yes, I think so.
Hey, look, I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Well, I shouldn't have come out with it, bang, just like that, when you asked me if I thought he was guilty.
Oh, you were only telling the truth, weren't you?
Well, after all, I had no right to say it. A person is innocent until he's proven guilty by a court of law. I guess sometimes we sort of forget that.
Yes, but you believe he's guilty.
Now, look, I've got opinions.
Yes.
And they're based on experience, but it doesn't mean I have to be right all the time.
But are you usually right?
It's a hot day out there. Say, maybe I could fix it up to give you a ride home.
Home? No, I don't want to go home.
Oh? Okay, whatever you say.
I'm afraid to go home.
Afraid of what?
Of myself.
Why would you be afraid of yourself?
Well, I'm afraid of what I'm starting to think. Very much afraid.
Oh, why?
Well, suddenly he has $30,000. 30,000 stolen dollars. And he lied to me when I asked him the first time. And now he says he found it.
Well, maybe he did.
You don't believe that, Lieutenant?
Well, looking at it straight, facing up to the facts, Mrs. Granby, do you believe it?
Now, I told you. I'm afraid of what I'm starting to think. Maybe I don't know him as well as I thought. Maybe no human being can ever really know another one, no matter how close you are. Is there always a part of you that is held back, that's closed off? Is he lying to me?
Is he? Who knows at this point? Certainly it's a far-fetched story, Pop tells us. But the world, the real world, is crammed full of far-fetched, unlikely stories. Pity the poor writer of fiction. How he labors to create a fairy tale in a world of fantasy, when all the time, in the real world, all around him, happening every day, are true stories that are absolutely beyond belief. I'll be back shortly with Act. Together in perfect harmony and complete understanding. This has always been the dream of couples who are in love. It's been the devout belief of the poets and the dreamers that the longer lovers live together, the more they understand each other. And yet, experience has taught us that many times to grow closer together is also to grow further apart.
I was talking to the lieutenant, Pop.
Yeah?
Well, he says...
I know what he says. He wants me to confess. Confess to what?
Confess to driving the getaway car in the bank robbery.
Well, how can I confess to that? I didn't do it.
Yeah.
That don't sound like a vote of confidence.
Well, why'd you say you won the money in the lottery?
Can't a fella lie to his wife about some money once in a while?
Oh, not this kind of money.
Okay. So I lost my head. It was money. Real money. For the first time in my life. I was tempted, and I gave in.
Tell me, did you drive the getaway car?
How can you ask that?
You miss being active. You drove for Mr. Sloan, was always up and around and on the go. And now you're retired. Oh, sure, there's the boat, but I can tell. You've been restless.
I wasn't restless. I was just worried about money. You don't believe me?
I'll stand by you.
That's not the same thing.
All right. I believe you.
I wish you could say that a little more enthusiastically.
I wish I could, too. Hey, it's the lieutenant.
Hi, can I come on board?
Are you wearing sneakers?
No.
Take your shoes off.
Okay. Hey, nice little boat.
After me, it's his pride and joy. Or maybe I come after it. I wonder if he'll ever see her again.
Well, it depends.
On what?
On whether or not someone can convince him to see a reason.
That's someone I can bet is me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has to be you. I couldn't.
Oh, what do you want him to do? Confess?
That's the least of it. See, it doesn't really matter if he confesses or not. We've got him with the money and no way to explain it. So he can sit in jail for the rest of his life.
But what do you want him to do?
Talk. Tell us who his buddies were.
Oh.
That's how most crimes are solved. You get one of the perpetrators, then you deal with him, and he gives you the evidence you need to bag the rest. Usually a fellow like that can make a very good deal for himself.
How good?
Well, if there isn't any murder involved, and in this case there isn't, such a fellow can practically walk away from it.
You mean he can go free?
Mm-hmm. That or a very short sentence. And it usually gets suspended. Now, if your husband gave us the other people, he could be back on this boat before you know it.
What Confederates? We've been married for 48 years. It's been smooth sailing, hasn't it? You always felt you could trust me, didn't you? Well?
Yes.
You know why? Because it was easy. Nothing ever came up. Now, for the first time, I find myself in trouble, and where are you? Where are you when I need you?
I said I'd stand by you.
And I said it isn't enough.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to say you believe I'm innocent. And if you can't say that, I don't want you to say anything at all to me ever again.
Thomas.
I don't care how bad it looks, how open and shut the cops may think it is. I'm innocent. And you either believe me or you don't.
Oh, Thomas. Thomas.
Oh, come on now. Don't get weepy on me.
I'm so sorry. It's just I was so scared.
Have we got it straightened out finally?
Oh, yes, Thomas.
Me help rob a bank? How could you believe...
Thomas, please. We shouldn't talk about it anymore. We have more important things to do. We have to get you out of here.
Yeah. Next time you come to visit, bring me a pie and hide a saw blade in it.
Oh, Thomas.
Make it a blueberry pie.
Now, how did the money in that bag ever get on the dock?
How do I know?
Oh, we have to find out.
How can we find out?
I'm going to find out.
How?
Oh, I wish you wouldn't ask me that. Not just yet. How did the money get on the dock,
Mrs.
Lieutenant?
Granby,
I know what you're going to say. It didn't get on the dock. Oh, please, just go along with me.
What is the point in speculating?
In your experience, has money ever been left anywhere before?
Well, yes, it happens. Kidnappings, ransom money. But there's no case of that current that I know of.
What else?
Oh, payoff?
What kind?
Any kind. Political, maybe?
But why on the dock?
Like I said, this is all speculation.
Now, tell me if this makes sense. Drugs.
Well, why not? But how do you tie that into a bank robbery?
Well, it could be that a man involved in the bank robbery wanted to invest the proceeds in drugs. So he agreed to leave the money in a bag at the particular dock in payment. But something went wrong.
Yeah?
Now, the people who were supposed to pick it up never came. Or maybe it was left at the wrong dock.
How could it be left at the wrong dock?
Well, criminals never make mistakes. They're all such intellectual giants.
No, of course not.
Well, that could mean Thomas is telling the truth when he says he found it.
Yeah, if you want to draw a very long bow.
Well, why is it long? Now, I've been thinking. You say you've got him signed, sealed, and delivered for a trial.
Yes, I'm afraid the evidence is against him.
Now, all you've got is the bag of money. It isn't beyond belief that he could have found it.
Well, it would have been better for him if he turned it in. Remember, he was caught when he spent something.
Yeah, sure, but you can't throw the book at him for that. And the jury would understand. Besides, he has a clean record. He's never been in trouble.
Well, for your sake, I hope you're right.
Well, are there any clues?
Clues? What kind of clues could there possibly be?
Well, there's the shopping bag Thomas says he found the money in. Did he turn it over to you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a shopping bag.
Well, did you examine the bag?
He had no reason to examine the bag.
But if you believe Thomas, would you have a reason to examine the bag? Could I see that bag?
What for?
Oh, please, Lieutenant. Millsaps. That's right. That's what Thomas told me. Now, why would this person put the money in a shopping bag from Millsaps?
Why? Well, because it was handy.
Is it handy? Would it be handy to you? Does your wife shop in Millsaps?
Oh, not on the money I make.
Well, who does shop in Millsaps? People like the Sloanes. Thomas and I were in service. I was housekeeper and he was chauffeur. Do you know the kind of people who shopped in Millsaps? Millionaires or people who were trying to make an impression.
Well, anybody can get a shopping bag from anywhere.
Well, this is the bag. Do you notice anything about it?
Just a bag.
Smell it.
What?
Go ahead.
Well, it does have a nice smell to it.
Mm-hmm. Perfume. Do you notice anything distinctive about it?
Nah. All perfume smells alike to me.
Yeah, but they're not alike. And even though it's faint, you smell it again.
It's very,
fresh?
Fresh, yeah. It smells like flowers. Mm-hmm. I mean fresh flowers, not phony ones.
Yeah, well, it should. You couldn't buy a more expensive perfume. Mrs. Sloane used it. That's how I know it.
For crying out loud. You mean this could be Mrs. Sloane's shopping bag?
No. Both Sloanes are dead. Wonderful people. That's why Thomas and I retired early.
Well, then why does this bag smell from that perfume?
Why? Evidently, somebody bought some.
Sure. But wouldn't it be wrapped up? And how would that odor last so long anyhow?
Because I think it was improperly wrapped. And for some reason, the bottle may have been cracked. I think if you look closely, this might be a stain.
Yeah?
Now, whatever the reason, we still have the fragrance.
Yeah, but where does this get you?
Perhaps we could find out who bought the perfume.
Yeah. And what would that prove?
Well, it would prove who owned the shopping bag. Oh, please, Lieutenant, you must admit there could be something to it. The name of the perfume is Fleur de Nuit.
Look, it doesn't add up to anything.
Maybe. It all depends on who is doing the figuring. Mrs. Timmons, I am Madame Lafarge.
Oh, yes.
I have just come from France. I am associated with the company that manufactures Fleur de Nuit.
Oh, of course.
Well, I am traveling to visit all of the places that have been making such good sales for our perfume. And your store, Millsaps, it leads the rest.
Well, thank you. We do a very good job with it.
We are the most exclusive perfume.
Oh, no question about it.
And I should like, personally, to write a letter of appreciation to each and every one of our customers.
I think that's a marvelous idea.
Do you have for me a listing of those who have purchased Fleur de Nuit from this establishment?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, good.
I can have it sent to your hotel, madam. Where are you staying?
Oh, it is not a large list, no?
It would have, 15, 20 names, I suppose.
Oh, well then, perhaps, since I am here now, I could wait, if it is no trouble.
Well, it's no trouble at all. There's a young lady who had a problem, I remember.
Oh, a problem?
Oh, yes, you see, she'd been shopping in the store. She bought a bottle of perfume, and she claimed that when she arrived home, we had sold her broken bottle.
Oh.
We made good, naturally, but you might drop her a special note.
Oh, I shall.
Oh, she raised quite a fuss. Stormed into my office. She isn't our typical Millsaps customer.
Oh.
A rather brothy, if I do say so, vulgar young woman. But what can you do? It isn't the old days when you could simply refuse to sell that sort. Today there are laws.
A pity.
Anyone with money is as good as anyone else. I remember her name. Maudie Drake. Here, I'll write it down for you. A.T. Balboa. Oh, my, how that place has come down to.
Maudie Drake.
Yes. I suppose a letter from you would help matters considerably.
Oh, but yes. After all, anyone who can spend $200 for a bottle of perfume is entitled to a letter, whether they deserve it or not.
So, here we see Mom in action as, of all things, a detective. Of course, she doesn't have a license, which could get her into trouble with the law. And she doesn't have experience, which could get her into trouble with the underworld. It is this type of double jeopardy that we shall follow in Act 3 shortly. That do-it-yourself has become almost mandatory these days if one is to survive the financial crunch. We have more and more people learning how to cope with their autos, appliances, plumbing, and electricity. However, it's one thing to be a do-it-yourself house painter. It's quite another to be a do-it-yourself detective.
Yeah? I am Madame Lafarge.
So?
I am a directoire in the Fleur de Nuit perfumes.
Oh, sure. Well, come on in.
Oh, thank you. Now, I am told you had the most unfortunate experience.
Oh, yeah. Well, the store made it good.
Oh, I am so happy.
I mean, I had to straighten out that dame. The one in the store.
Oh, then there are no more complaints.
No. Everything's A-okay.
Oh, may I ask, why do you purchase Fleur de Nuit?
Because it is the most expensive perfume you can buy.
Oh.
You see, Madame, I learned a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
You want a man to have respect for you? He's got to treat you to the best.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why I live in this apartment. You couldn't pay more for one like it. My clothes, everything.
And that is why you buy things in Millsaps.
Because it is the most expensive store in town.
Oh, good. It is a philosophy of life that has its points. Well, thank you very much. And I hope you will continue to enjoy Fleur de Nuit.
Until they come up with one that's more expensive. It's about time you got here, Harry.
What's the matter?
Well, I don't know. A dame. An old dame came by the apartment.
So?
Well, she gave me a song and dance about working for the Fleur de Nuit perfume company.
Why should it be a song and a dance? You throw away enough of my good dough on that slop.
Well, she had a French accent.
Why not? She works for a French perfume company, doesn't she?
It was a phony French accent.
What do you know about her?
I used to be in show business.
You call what you did show business? I guess so. You sure showed plenty.
Now, look, one thing I got is an ear. This was an old dame from the Midwest that was putting on a French accent. So, I followed her when she left.
What do you mean?
Well, she got into a bus, I got into a cab.
Where'd she go?
Down to the fisherman's dock.
Yeah?
Then she got on a boat. It was called the Becky Ann.
And then what'd she do?
Nothing. She just sat there.
I don't know what you're trying to make of it.
We better find out who she is.
Lieutenant Sims?
Oh, yeah. Come here. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. Now, tell me, who's Maudie Drake?
What do you know about Maudie Drake?
Oh, nothing. Do you know anything about her?
Why?
Oh, that shopping bag?
Yeah?
Now, I traced it to a Miss Maudie Drake, 80 Balboa.
What do you mean you traced it? How did you trace it?
Well, I went to Millsaps.
Yes?
And they told me that the shopping bag must have been used by a Miss Maudie Drake. Well, no, I deduced that.
You did? Well, how?
Well, they told me she had bought a bottle of Fleur de Nuit perfume that turned out to have been broken.
They told you that?
Yeah. Now, the lady who was the manager told it to me.
Yeah? What made her tell you that? I mean, how did the subject happen to come up?
Well, you see, I told her that I was a representative of the perfume company. I wanted to write a letter of appreciation to all of our customers. Now, one thing just led to another.
You're saying that you went in there under false pretenses?
Now, if I'd have gone there under true pretenses, she wouldn't have talked to me at all.
Well, what you did was illegal. You impersonated
I didn't impersonate a police officer.
Now, look, you just can't do this.
Well, you're not doing anything. At least I located the bag for you.
All right. I just hope you didn't do anything else.
Well, I went to see Miss Maudie Drake.
You what?
Miss Maudie Drake at 80 Balboa.
This girl, this Maudie Drake, runs around with some very tough people.
Well, I assumed as much.
But you just can't do things like that.
Why not?
Because you're not a police officer. Suppose she saw through you.
For what reason?
Look, these are tough, smart people. They suspect anything, everybody. How good was your French accent?
Oh, well, it was good enough to fool Mrs. Timmons at Millsaps.
Yeah? Well, I can only hope it fooled Miss Maudie Drake.
Where you been, Maudie?
Checking out the old dame. She's not French.
Okay, she doesn't have to be. It's part of her act for a job.
Look at all these guys that work in French restaurants. See how they put it on.
Her name is Mrs. Ella Granby.
Yeah?
You never heard of before?
Granby. Why is it familiar?
Her husband picked up your dough that night on the dock.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute. You left it there for Leo to pay for all that grass. But stupid Leo goes to the wrong pier.
So that's who she is, huh? What's she poking around for?
She's telling the cops her husband found the dough. She's trying to prove he's telling the truth.
How'd she ever find you?
The bag. The one you left the dough in.
It's just a shopping bag. How could she trace it?
It's not just a shopping bag. It's from Millsap's. Why did you have to use that?
It was the only one in the house. And why did you have to insist we should buy that marijuana with the dough?
Because the dough is hot. What else could we do with it?
Whose idea was to stick up at that bank in the first place? You should have known they'd have the money registered.
Who said not to worry about it? There were ways to wash it clean, huh?
What's the use of all this talk? The old lady's got us over a barrel.
Oh, let's get out of town.
No, not yet. Ask yourself, why is the dame poking around?
I don't know.
Think. It's because the cops are cold on this. It's her idea. Why should the cops bother? They got this chump, her husband. He can take the fall for the stick-up. They're happy. No, she's freelancing on her own.
Harry, what do we do if the cops begin to believe her?
What can happen?
Well, the cops will know I bought perfume in Millsap's.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, that'd mean I had a shopping bag like the one the money was found in.
Yeah, so?
Well, you and me, we're tied to it.
Listen to the DA, will you? This is a trial now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, money from the bank stick-up was found in a shopping bag from Millsap's.
Oh, Harry.
It is a known fact that Morty Drake buys her stuff there. Ergo and to wit demonstrandum, this proves that Morty Drake and her paramour, one Harry Watts, are guilty of the crime. Now, what jury would believe that, huh?
We gotta get rid of her.
All we have to do is sit tight.
Harry, all I know is this old dame was smart enough to find me. Therefore, she's got to be smart enough to convince the cops sooner or later.
Isn't it a gorgeous day, Morty?
Yeah.
Day like this seems wrong to kill somebody.
Harry, this is something that's got to be done.
All right.
Well, she don't know you, so you go ahead in.
Yeah. Hey, lady.
Yes?
Is this boat going anyplace?
You want to hire it?
How about a little spin around the bay?
Cost you $15.
Why not?
Well, come aboard then. You want to take those heavy shoes off, huh?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Ready to go?
Just hold it a second.
What are you waiting for?
We're waiting for me.
Oh.
How do you do, Madame Lafarge?
Just keep the engine going, please, and head out.
What do you want?
The way it is, your husband's got to be guilty of the bank holdup, and we can't have you freelancing around till the cops finally get wise.
Well, what makes you think they're not wise now?
You wouldn't be running around playing amateur Sherlock. Oh, no. You're in it all by yourself.
So, you folks robbed that bank, huh?
With a little bit of help from a few friends.
I guess you wanted to use some of the money to buy drugs. And, you got your signals mixed. Am I right?
You're really a very intelligent lady. I'm sorry we have to make this trip.
Oh, what's going to happen to me?
Looks a little rough. You could fall overboard.
Well, everyone knows I can swim.
Well, we could arrange something to take care of that. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Now, let's see. You confessed to robbing the bank, huh? You threatened to kill me and throw me overboard.
Like I say, I'm sorry. I don't go around looking for this kind of thing.
So, now, everything you said is part of the record.
What record?
Well, all boats keep records of everything that happens. Or they should. It's called a ship's log. Now, mine is being kept by a crew member who's just below. He's moonlighting. His real job is with the city police. His name is Lieutenant Sims.
Well, hello there. Is everybody having a nice trip?
I thought I knew everything about you. But look, all this time you were an actress. You're also a detective. And you kept it all hidden.
That's right. I guess it's just as well that we don't know everything about each other. Is there something I don't know about you?
All these years, I wanted to be a crook.
Oh, is that true?
Real smooth, gentleman type of crook, you know.
Well, you sure kept it hidden.
Well, it's one of those things you toy with. But that night when I saw the money, and I thought it could be all mine, well, there was my life's ambition.
Now, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I'm lucky. What kind of crook could be successful if he's married to a detective like you?
Not only are there things we don't know about each other, there is also so much we don't know about ourselves. What is it that we really want to accomplish? Who is it that we really want to be? Not publicly, but somewhere deep in the recesses of our very private psyche. I shall return to develop this further shortly.
Hello, this is James.
Included Bryna Rayburn, Robert Dryden, Joe Silver, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, all right, Frank. What is it that plays you?
Those bells there hanging over the west window.
Yes, I was admiring them. Beautiful, beautiful ancient art.
I am always waiting for one of them to ring.
By yourself?
Without anyone touching it or even being near it.
They have rung by themselves?
One of them has. Now, I know it sounds impossible, absurd, but I find I wake up at night trembling, and then I can't get back to sleep. I lie awake for hours waiting. Here, when I'm at work at this desk as I'm sitting now, I am filled with fear. Even as I talk to you, I'm waiting for that sound. No one hits it. It doesn't even move. A tone just comes out of it.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thanks for joining us for the WAKR Radio Mystery Theater. We hope you've enjoyed tonight's mystery and that you'll join us again tonight at 11:15 for the WAKR Radio Mystery Theater. Tell your friends about the best in radio drama, exclusively in Akron, Canton on 1590 WAKR. Until
Let go of my arms. I'll give you money. All the money you want.
No, Fred, no!
You monsters. I'll make you pay for this.
Midnight the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Murder's a Lonely Business. And now, Murder at Midnight. Unusual stories of terror and mystery by radio's masters of the macabre. This tale, a study of murder in duet, is by William Morwood. Its title, Murder's a Lonely Business. At a cemetery, a burial is taking place.
For as much as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our brother,
the two chief mourners, Fred and Grace Tilson, stand beside the open grave.
Earth to earth,
and as he looks at his wife, bitter thoughts course through Fred's mind.
Look at her. Look at her standing there, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Tears. Real tears after what she did. After what she made me do. She doesn't know what sincerity is, or love, or pity either. She's hard. Hard all the way through. And I never knew. Never even suspected till we killed him. Now, that's the way she acted. I'll never forget it. Never. A nightmare always. How can I go on living with her? How can I ever trust her again? What am I to do? Oh, Lord, I'd give anything for it.
To think I ever married that sniveling creature. I believe he's really crying. Really sorry. As if he cared a hoop about his Uncle Edward outside of the money he could get out of him. He was ready enough to help put the old man out of the way the other night. Now his nerve's gone. All he can think about is a drink. That's the only time I feel safe with him. When he's drunk. And not always then. The way he's been carrying on lately, Lord knows what he'll say or do next. I'll have to watch him every minute of the time. He's a fool.
Through thy mercy, O our Lord, who livest and reignest with the Father and the Holy Ghost, ever one God, world without end. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Goodbye, Uncle Edward. They're throwing dirt on your coffin now. But you won't mind. You're cold and silent now. Very different from the way you were 3 nights ago.
3 nights ago. Was that all it was? Another lifetime, but... Yes, that's right. Driving up to his house in the dark. Letting ourselves in. Uncle Edward?
He must be up in his study.
I guess so. Servant's night out. Uncle Edward?
The door above opened, and Uncle Edward started down the marble staircase. In my mind's eye, instead of Uncle Edward, I could see my friends, a whole crowd filling the room, and myself in a gorgeous gown descending to greet them. A much more fitting picture than the stodgy form of Uncle Edward as he came down toward us.
Well, this is a surprise.
I thought we'd drop in, Uncle Edward. It's been a long time.
6 weeks, to be exact, Fred. How are you, Grace?
Wonderful, thanks, Uncle Edward.
I'm glad to hear it. You look a little off your feed. Come on into the library. You'll be more comfortable here. Oh, drink, Fred?
Why,
Don't be polite. From what I hear, you're rarely seen without one these days.
You sound as if you'd had spies watching us, Uncle Edward.
It's entirely possible. What? I've certainly been interested in your activities. For instance, I hear you can be found at a gambling house almost every evening, Grace.
Oh, only the fashionable ones, where everybody goes. You've got to keep in the swim nowadays.
If you can afford it. You can't. Not on Fred's salary.
That's the trouble.
Well, frankly, Uncle Edward, that's why we've come here tonight. We're in a jam again.
Money?
What else?
And you want me to bail you out, huh? Well, I'll be equally frank with you. This time, I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I've helped you out of messes often enough in the past. Each time, I hoped you'd pull yourself together, settle down, and lead solid, respectable lives. But each time, you disappointed me. Now, I've given up hoping.
Uncle Edward, I promise you...
Too late, Fred. I can't believe your promises anymore. I've given you and Grace every chance. Now I'm washing my hands of you. You can't expect help from me ever again. Now or in the future.
Exactly what does that mean?
My lawyer's coming here tomorrow, and I'm going to cut Fred out of my will. Cut him out entirely.
Uncle Edward.
Every cent I have is to be left to charity.
Why, you're not serious. You can't be. Why, it's not fair. I'm your only nephew, and
There's no use talking, Fred. My mind is made up. Now, would you care to discuss the weather?
No.
I thought you wouldn't, Grace.
Come on, Fred. Uncle Edward, I advise you to change your mind about this.
I beg your pardon?
Because if you don't, you may live to be sorry.
We went outside. Grace was in a white rage, and I was all jumping myself. We walked around the garden paths, trying to get hold of ourselves before we started back to town.
You know what this means, don't you, Fred? The end of everything. We'll never be able to get credit once it's known that Uncle Edward's cut us off.
Yes, I know.
Somehow, some way, we've got to stop him from changing his will.
But how? You know there's no use arguing with him. He's as stubborn as a mule. Besides, there's no time left. He's going to do it tomorrow.
I know. Unless, of course, something happens to him before that.
Such as?
He could die.
What?
Suddenly.
Some chance he's as healthy. Grace, what are you thinking of?
You know.
You're mad.
If you want to spend the rest of your life struggling with debts, not able to do anything, I don't.
But
everything's perfect for it. The old man's alone in the house. No one knows we called this evening. No one will.
Stop it. I won't listen to you.
Be a man for once in your life. Everything you want. Money, luxury. For 5 minutes' work.
Yes, but how?
The gun. The gun he keeps in the desk in his study. You've seen it.
Yes, but...
We'll take the money, valuables, to make it look like a robbery. Well, what are you afraid of? The sight of a little blood?
Grace, I don't know you when you talk like this. You...
I know what I'm after for both of us. It's our only chance of a future. Together. Are you coming?
Yes.
All right. Then let's go in. The servants will be coming back. We haven't any time to waste.
We went back into the house, climbed the long staircase to Uncle Edward's study. My mouth was dry, my knees were shaking. We reached the landing.
Knock on the door.
Grace, suppose...
It's too late to suppose anything. Knock.
Yes? Come in. I was expecting you back.
You were?
Certainly. I didn't think you'd let the money go that easily. Not after Grace's threat.
What do you mean?
You should have been a man, Grace. You've a completely ruthless streak in you. You'll stop at nothing to get what you're after. No wonder you've led poor Fred around by the nose so long.
Now, look here, Uncle Edward.
Sorry to hurt your feelings, Fred, but you must admit it's true. Now, if you two will explain why you came back...
We hope to make you change your mind.
You should know me better than that. I've said my last word.
Not your last, Uncle Edward. Not yet.
What Grace means
You don't have to explain, Fred. Her interest in my desk explains itself. The right-hand drawer, Grace. Were you by any chance looking for this?
The gun?
Yes, I took the precaution of removing it. As I said, I was expecting you back.
I don't know what you're talking about, Uncle Edward. I was only looking for your checkbook. I thought the least that you could do was to help us out of our present difficulties.
It's a good story, Grace, but not quite good enough. Now, as it's almost 12, perhaps you'd both be good enough to leave my house permanently.
Well, you win, Uncle Edward. I suppose we were foolish to think that we could find a soft spot in that stone heart of yours.
You were foolish, all right. This way.
This reminds me of the old days, when Fred and I were first married, when we used to come and visit you. You used to see us to the head of the stairs when it came time to go. Just like this.
That was a long time ago.
I wish those days could come back.
Impossible. Well, good night, Fred. And goodbye.
Well, aren't you going to shake hands with your only nephew?
Well, since it's for the last time, goodbye, Fred.
Hold him, Fred. He's on, Fred.
Let go of me, Grace.
Fred, together. What?
No. I'll give you money. All the money you want.
No, Fred, no.
You monsters. I'll make you pay for this.
Grace, what did we do? What did you make me?
Get down there, quick.
There's no pulse. His heart. He's dead. Grace, when did you find him?
An accident. The old man tripped on the stairs and broke his back. The money's ours, Fred. Everything we wanted.
What's that? What? Grace, you heard?
A dead man lying at the foot of the stairs, and a white-faced couple staring at each other. Did they hear a voice from beyond? Is it possible for the dead to make the living pay for murder at midnight? Now, here is Grace Tilton to continue our story.
It went according to plan. The inquest raised no ugly questions or suspicions. And then after Uncle Edward's funeral, we settled down in the great old mansion. I could have been happy, so happy, except for Fred. He'd taken to drinking again. Haven't you had enough, Fred?
Another little drink won't do me.
You're such an idiot. The way you've been acting ever since...
We did in poor Uncle Edward? Don't be afraid to say it, Grace. We're alone now.
Why did you give up your job so suddenly?
I'm a rich man now. No need to work.
But it looks so suspicious. And the way you've let yourself slip. That dirty shirt. You haven't shaved in 2 days.
Don't tell me you're ashamed of me.
I can't ask anyone to the house. And I had such plans for us. Entertaining, parties, making a name for ourselves.
Sorry, that's not my idea of a career.
In heaven's name, what is?
Drinks. More drinks. Then another one.
I won't let you turn into a drunken bum. I won't be disgraced like that.
I'll do exactly what I like, and you won't stop me. Don't forget, my love. We share a little secret together.
I'm not forgetting.
No matter what happens, you're tied to me for the rest of your life.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Fred. If I get a chance at what I want, you won't stand in my way. Nothing will.
What did she mean by that? I thought about it, brooded over it, couldn't forget it. Then one evening as we sat together in a nightclub, things became clearer.
Did you hear me, Fred?
What?
I said I wanted a cigarette.
Oh, certainly, Mother. Here you are. Match?
If you can hold it steady enough. Why do you have to get soused every time we go out?
A tribute to your intoxicating charms.
Oh, don't be so... Oh, well, there's Ronnie.
Good old Ronnie. Dowager's delight.
Now, if you'll only look over this way.
With that dress you're wearing? You will.
Ronnie! Oh, Ronnie!
The change that came over her. Smile. Sparkling eyes as he came over to our table.
Well, hello there. This is a pleasant surprise, bumping into you again, Tilson.
Getting to be a regular routine. The theater, the races, everywhere I go with Grace.
Yes, we seem to share a lot in common, Fred.
Sit down, Ronnie. What do you have to drink?
Oh, nothing, thanks. I've had my quota for the evening.
Well, I'm glad someone knows when to stop.
Maybe Ronnie's got other vices.
I have, Fred. One of them's dancing. You mind if I take Grace out on the floor for a turn?
Why ask me? I'm sure Grace will agree to anything you say.
Fred, now what kind of a nasty...
Oh, come on, Grace. Fred didn't mean anything. Well, see you later, old boy.
They danced well together. As I watched them, I remembered the things I'd heard about Ronnie. Of his rich wife who died so conveniently, and the fortune he'd run through. I saw Grace look into his eyes. Their lips moved. The suspicion grew on me till it became a certainty. They were plotting my death. The veins stood out in my forehead. My hands grew cold. But I knew exactly what I had to do. I had to strike first. I had to kill them before they killed me. If only I knew what they were plotting. If only I could hear they were whispering to each other.
Oh, Grace, darling, you're so silent.
It's Fred. How dare he act that way?
Oh, he's a very unpleasant person.
Of course, he's under the weather, but that's no excuse.
Just means he doesn't give a rap for you. Never has.
Well, don't let's talk about him.
Right. Music's lovely.
Yes.
So are you.
Ronnie.
You dance like an angel. I could hold you in my arms forever. Oh, we're just made for each other. You know that, Grace, don't you?
I'd rather not think about it.
But you must. Have you considered what we talked about the other day?
It's impossible.
Why? I love you more than anything in the world. We have the same tastes and ambitions. We could be a wonderful success together.
But...
You love me, too, don't you?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, then what's stopping us? What's so precious about the life of a drunken bum?
Fred's my husband.
Husband? You love him? Even respect him?
No. I did feel sorry for him, but not anymore. Not after tonight. I hate him.
That's more like it. Well, then there's nothing to interfere.
Except...
The danger? Leave that in my hands. You have just one job to do, Grace.
And that?
Get Fred up to my place in the mountains for a vacation. I guarantee he'll never come back.
I don't know if I should have been suspicious. Fred agreed to go up to Ronnie's place with surprising ease. It was almost as if he'd been expecting the invitation. The night we planned to do it, we sat in the living room, just the three of us. Ronnie was playing the piano.
I'm afraid I'm awfully rusty. I haven't practiced in weeks.
It sounds grand to me, Ronnie.
Why don't you join him, Grace? I know you're just dying to play with Ronnie. Duet, I mean.
Well, that's all we have time for anyway. I promised the Pearsons we wouldn't be late.
Oh, that beach picnic. Tell you the truth, I don't feel much like it.
But you promised to go, Fred.
Do you a world of good, old boy. Wonderful night for a swim.
You both seem very anxious to get me down to that lake.
Why, not at all. If you want Grace and me to go alone.
All right, I'll come. But I've got to go upstairs for my bathing suit. Wait for me here.
Well, hurry it up, old boy. All set, Grace? You know exactly what to do?
Well, I think so.
You make a great fuss about Fred drinking. That'll be remembered afterwards. I'll take care of him at the raft. Push his head underwater.
If you struggle, he'll call out.
Not in the condition he's in. He's as weak as a baby. Be all over in a few minutes. I'll swim back.
Ronnie.
Yes?
Isn't there some other way? We love each other so much. Can't we just...
Run off together? Let's be realistic, darling. We need the money. His money. Love in a cottage isn't our style.
I suppose not. Where is he? What's keeping him so long?
I'm just as glad. Come on, Grace. I want to make sure there's an extra bottle of whiskey for him in the car. This way, darling. Through here into the garage.
Give me your hand, Ronnie.
Now, darling, everything's going to be all right.
Just being with you. Ronnie.
Yes?
I saw something moving.
Where?
Over there. Behind the car.
Fred.
Hello. Thought I'd hurry things up by coming straight out to the garage.
Well, you gave us quite a start.
Why, Grace? Something on your conscience?
Well, the Pearsons will be on our necks if we don't get started soon. Now, in you go. We're off to the races.
But just try to pick the winner. We drove out to the road, the winding road that led down to the valley. I knew just the spot where I had to leave them. From there on, their only companion would be the man with a sickle. Slow down, Ronnie.
Huh?
I'm not going to the picnic after all. My head's splitting.
But it's too late to drive you back, Fred.
You won't have to. I'll walk. Just let me on.
Very well.
But, Ronnie...
It's all right, Grace. We don't want Fred to have a miserable time at the picnic when we can settle things so much better this way.
Oh, thanks. I hate to run out on you, but I've got my health to think of.
Oh, sure. Oh, incidentally, there's a short cut back to the house through the fence there.
I don't see it.
Go on ahead. I'll turn the headlights on it.
Oh, thanks. Well, so long. Have a good trip. Where are you going?
Fred, look out!
Shut up!
Ronnie, you ran him down. You killed him.
That's what we wanted, isn't it?
But not here. Not out here on the road.
It'll look like a hit-and-run accident. We'll double back at the bottom of the hill and pretend we came from another direction.
Oh, we won't get away with it, Ronnie. It's no use. They'll catch us this time.
Snap out of it, Grace. Sorry, but you've got to get hold of yourself.
Yes, I must. I can't go to pieces. My hands are trembling. Where are you going?
Take the wheel. You're going to drive.
No, I can't.
Now move over. Go on.
No.
Now drive. Your life depends on it. Both our lives.
I started down that steep zigzag road, and slowly my nerves relaxed. As the car swooped around the curves, I felt a strange exhilaration.
Easy on these curves, Grace. It's a sheer drop if we go over the cliff.
Are you scared now, Ronnie?
Well, I want to keep my neck in one piece.
You needn't worry. I'm a good driver. Fred always said...
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Keep your mind on the road. There's a hairpin bend ahead of here that... Hey, look out.
Okay, I see it. I pushed on the brake. The pedal went all the way to the floor, but nothing caught. Nothing.
No, Grace. Now, do you know what I was doing there in the garage? I disconnected the brakes.
He did it! Fred!
The fence, Grace. The
He
fence.
disconnected them!
Yes, Grace. I meant to kill you and Ronnie before you killed
Grace, slow down.
Oh, Ronnie, for heaven's sake, do something!
Grace, coming up for you. It's too late now. And a long, long drop to the rocks.
Ronnie!
See you soon, Grace.
You see how it works out, Fred. And you, Grace, you made one little mistake the night you killed me. You thought that company in crime made it easier. But it doesn't. Murder is a lonely business. A very lonely business.
One body lying crumpled in the middle of the road, and two more in the shattered wreckage of the car at the foot of the cliff. 3 people, lonely no longer, as the clock strikes 12 for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death plays host and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. The part of Grace was played by Helen Shields. Wendell Holmes was her husband. Carl Emery, her lover. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, the world-famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. As for me, I'd like to leave you with one thought. Namely, the best way to begin a good meal is to start it off with a glass of Petri California sherry. While you're waiting for dinner to be ready, just sit back, take it easy, and sip some of that wonderful Petri sherry. Now, there's a wine. Hold that Petri sherry to the light and look at that rich amber color. Smells good, too, doesn't it? And just wait for that first sip. What a flavor. No kidding, you'll find that Petri sherry can turn the usual before-dinner lull into a real event. Petri sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. Try it. And say, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, just ask for Petri California Pale Dry Sherry. But no matter how you like it, you're sure to like it if the label says Petri. See for yourself. And now for the weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Tonight we find him on the stage of the Paramount Theater in Hollywood. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. If you've bought a victory bond, you're welcome.
I have, Doctor. Now, what's the recipe for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Well, now, let me see. Take equal parts of beautiful English countryside and black villainy. Mix them, add a dash of romance, a sprinkling of danger, season well with the usual theatrical condiments, and you have the case of the accidental murderess.
Sounds like a tasty dish. How did the story begin, Doctor?
On a beautiful summer day in 1895, Holmes had just concluded his famous investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, an inquiry which was carried out at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope. And in consequence, the great man felt that a couple of weeks' rest in the heart of Warwickshire would be a pleasant change after our rather strenuous adventures in Italy. And so, Mr. Bartell, we went to Stratford-on-Avon.
Oh, the home of Shakespeare, huh?
Quite right, my boy. As a matter of fact, that was the reason that decided us to go there. Holmes was a great lover of the drama, and at the time my story begins, the Shakespearean festival was in full swing. For the first week, our life there was calm and peaceful. During the daytime, we visited the local places of interest, such as Anne Hathaway's cottage and Shakespeare's birthplace, and the evenings found us at the theater. It was on a Tuesday, I remember, during our second week's stay, that the trouble began. Holmes and I had gone for a walk through the nearby forest of Avon. He was in unusually good spirits that morning, and there was a distinct twinkle in his eye as he said,
Watson, for once I begin to wish that I were a man of wealth.
Oh, and what makes you say that, Holmes?
The beauty of this place, old fellow. I'm perfectly certain I'd be happy in retirement here. It's rather depressing to think that in a week or two, the sordid necessity of making money will demand my return to Baker Street in a world of criminals.
No, I must say that in an environment like this, it is a little hard to think of crime. How does the old saying go? Where every prospect pleases, and only man is vile.
Yes, but Shakespeare puts it even better, old chap.
Oh, really? What's he say?
Well, surely you remember the speech in As You Like It. We saw the production 2 nights ago.
Oh, I don't remember the speech. How did it go?
In this setting, it's really remarkably apposite. Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we but the penalty of Adam, the season's difference. Don't you remember? Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life exempt from public haunt finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. I would not change it.
Upon my soul, you read that much better than the fellow on the stage the other night.
Don't tell me I adopted the wrong profession, Watson. Oh, dear me, wait a minute. Path seems to end here. Nothing but dense trees ahead of us.
There's another path over there. I think it leads down to the river.
Then let's follow it. The Avon is always...
Great Scott, that was a... Holmes! Holmes, you hurt?
Yes, I think I am. Bullet hit my shoulder. I think it's only grazed it.
Well, get off your coat quickly. Let's have a
No,
look.
it's only a scratch. First, let's find out where it was fired from. I heard the thud of a bullet in the tree behind me. Yes, here we are. Give me a penknife, old fellow, will you?
There you are.
Thanks.
Do you suppose that shot was deliberate?
Well, I can't imagine someone mistaking me for a rabbit, Watson. By the way, there was a curious echo to that shot. I don't know whether you noticed it. Here's the bullet. Now, let me see. I was standing there. A line from this bullet hole in the tree through the spot where I was standing would indicate that the shot was fired from that cluster of trees over there. Come on, Watson. Let's see what a search discloses.
Yes, I wish you'd let me look at that shoulder before you start galloping all over the countryside, Holmes. You're bleeding quite profusely.
Oh, plenty of time to look at it when we... Hello. Look over there.
A man and woman running towards us across the clearing.
Yes, and carrying guns.
Yes, it looks as if it was an accident after all.
Was anyone hurt?
Yes, sir. My friend was hit in the shoulder.
Oh, how dreadful. It's not a bad wound, is it?
Oh, it's only a scratch, madam, I hope.
But the blood on your coat.
Well, just, how did this accident happen, sir?
Well, we were out rabbit shooting. I was teaching my wife to use a rifle.
I saw a rabbit scurry across the clearing. I raised the rifle and fired. It seemed to me, Geoffrey, that as I did so, you jolted my arm.
Yes, I'm afraid I did, Alice. I was going to fire too, but as I raised my rifle, I jolted your elbow and sent your shot wild. I can't tell you how sorry I am, sir. Here's my card. Of course, we'll take care of any expenses that may be entailed.
Well, the first thing to do is to find out how much damage has been done. You'd better take your coat off, old fellow.
I don't think I can.
Oh, he's badly hurt.
No, it's just that...
The man's fainted.
Oh, this is dreadful. I have a horse and trap down the road.
Excellent. Give me a hand with him, will you? I must get him to a hospital as fast as possible. Holmes, you feeling any better?
Has the nurse gone?
Yes. She's bringing the house surgeon.
And the man and his wife?
They're down in the hospital waiting room.
Oh.
I found out their name. It's Markham.
Then we're alone.
Yes, old fellow.
In that case, I can stop behaving as if I were at death's door.
Holmes, you mean that you shammed that collapse just now?
Yes, I did, Watson. But spare me a little pity, old chap. My shoulder's confoundedly painful, I assure you.
Well, I'm sure it is. But what made you pretend to faint?
I recognized this Mrs. Markham, and I think she recognized me. It's important she assume I'm out of action for a while.
Oh?
Mrs. Markham.
Why?
Well, Mrs. Markham is, in reality, the notorious Mrs. Dangerfield. You remember the Dangerfield case?
The Dangerfield? Great Scott, yes. She was tried for the murder of her husband by poisoning, wasn't she?
Yes, she was, old fellow. She was acquitted when the jury decided he was an habitual arsenic addict who happened to take an accidental overdose.
Well, didn't you have some connection with the case?
It was I who tracked down the sale of the arsenic she claimed to have bought for cosmetic purposes.
Well, if you ask me, that shot at you was no accident.
Oh, of course it wasn't. I'm certain that I was recognized. In any case, her record is a bad one. Prior to her husband's death, there was an episode in which her uncle was killed in a shooting accident on a grouse moor in Scotland. An uncle who left her a large fortune on his death.
And I suppose Mrs. Dangerfield was a member of the shooting party when the accident happened.
Yes, she was. She's something of a femme fatale, Watson. I must plan my actions very cautiously. I'm up against a dangerous opponent.
Well, you'll have to stay in the hospital until your wound's being examined and dressed.
That's true, old fellow. And while the local staff are taking care of that, I want you to shadow the Markhams.
Of course I will, Holmes.
Stick close to them, old fellow. Make them believe that I'm going to be kept here for some days. Find out as much as you can and then report to me.
Right, I'll do my best. it's awfully kind of you, Mrs. Markham, to insist on having me back to your house for lunch.
My dear Dr. Watson, after injuring the famous Mr. Holmes, it's the least I could do.
Of course it is.
Geoffrey, dear, will you bring us some sherry? It's Ada's day off, you know.
Very well, Alice. Is anyone else coming to lunch?
Only Dennis Romney.
Oh, Lord, that fellow seems to live here. Well, I'll go and get the sherry.
Sit down, won't you, Dr. Watson?
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
You say that you think Mr. Holmes will be in the hospital for some days?
I'm afraid so. The wound wasn't serious. He lost quite a bit of blood.
Oh, I feel perfectly dreadful about it.
Well, you mustn't blame yourself too much, madam. It was an accident.
Yes, but I might so easily have killed him.
Well, you haven't, and that's all that matters. Did you say that Dennis Romney was coming to lunch? Is that the actor fellow from the Memorial Theatre?
Yes. Have you seen him on the stage?
Yes, several times. Holmes and I have been going to the festival regularly since we came down here.
A fine actor, isn't he? A shame they give him such poor parts.
Well, it was really good.
Imagine them letting that frightful Basil Grant play Hamlet last night, while Dennis only played Laertes. Dennis is 3 times a better actor.
I suppose he is.
He's coaching me in acting.
Oh, coaching you? Really?
Yes, he thinks that I may be able to get small parts here next season. I've always had a great urge to go on the stage, but no one's ever encouraged me before. Oh, here's Geoffrey.
This sherry's rather special, Doctor. Jerez de la Frontera. Only a few bottles left.
Oh, that's very nice of you, sir.
Oh, that must be Dennis. I'll go let him in.
We might as well have a drink. You'll find it'll help making this actor fella more tolerable.
I take it, Mr. Markham, that you're not an admirer of Mr. Dennis Romney's.
Can't bear him. He's always quoting Shakespeare and behaving generally as if he were another Irving. He's got Alice completely fooled. Here's a glass, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dennis, I want to introduce you to Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Romney?
How do you do, sir? Hello, Geoffrey.
Want a glass of sherry?
Thanks. That'd be very nice. Are you a disciple of the theatre, Dr. Watson?
Well, hardly a disciple, sir, but I've been attending the festival during the last week. I enjoyed your performances immensely, if I may say so.
Oh, you may say so, Doctor. Here's your sherry, Dennis.
Oh, don't be crotchety, Geoffrey. And please remember that Dennis is our guest.
Oh, it's all right, Alice. I know that Geoffrey's bark is a good deal worse than his bite.
And what play are you appearing in tonight, Mr. Romney?
King Lear. I shall once again portray the thankless role of the King of France. While that incredibly bad actor, Basil Grant, tears a multitude of passions to tatters in his rendition of Lear. Oh, horrible, horrible, most horrible.
I thought his Hamlet was atrocious last night, Dennis.
Wasn't it? When he came to his final line, the rest is silence, was as much as I could do to prevent cheering.
I felt rather the same way when you were killed in the duel, Dennis.
Oh, Geoffrey, you're being intolerably rude. Why don't you take Dr. Watson upstairs and show him your butterfly collection? Then at least you'll know what you're talking about.
Are you interested in butterflies, Doctor? I have quite a rare collection.
Oh, really? I'd like to see them very much.
Come on, then. I think we've just got time before lunch.
Try and bring yourself down with a few better manners, Geoffrey, dear.
I'm really quite an easygoing man, Doctor, but the arrogance of that fellow Romney infuriates me.
I must say he does seem to have rather a good opinion of himself.
Don't put too much weight on that balcony rail. It's absolutely full of wormholes. Part of the attraction of an old house, my wife tells me. But I regard it as confoundedly dangerous. And this is my little museum. In these cases, I think you'll find some of the finest specimens of Lepidoptera you've ever seen. It's my hobby, and I may say that, with the exception of the Natural History Museum, I doubt if you'll find a finer collection.
Well, it must have taken you years to collect them.
It has. Many years, many disappointments, and a great deal of patience. Look at this fella. He's my prize specimen, a North American monarch.
North American monarch? Beautiful, beautiful.
Isn't he? And this is an admiral.
Yes, of course, I know him.
Rare. And this is a perfect bee-hawk moth.
Moth.
Here's an emperor. Ever see more exquisite markings?
Well, never. Tell me, Mr. Markham, when you captured a butterfly, how'd you kill it without marking it in any way?
With poison.
Oh? What poison?
Cyanide.
Not arsenic?
You heard me say cyanide, Doctor.
The only reason I mention it is that a friend of mine collected butterflies once, and I'm certain that he always used arsenic to kill them.
Why'd you keep talking of arsenic? Are you trying to hint at something?
No, my dear fellow. I was just curious, that's all.
Yes. Trifle too curious, perhaps. There's the luncheon gong. Let's go downstairs again.
Sir, old man, I didn't mean to offend you.
No, of course you didn't. But my nerves are a little on edge today. Must be that accident to your friend that's upset him. I really must get that balcony rail mended. Shh.
What is it, sir?
My wife and young Romney. They're going into lunch. Listen.
But, darling, why won't he understand?
How can you expect him to, Jeffrey? Jeffrey has no imagination. He's never understood me.
Well, Doctor, they say that listeners never hear good of themselves. You know, sometimes I wonder if my wife wouldn't like me out of the way. Let's go down to lunch, shall we?
And so, Holmes, that's the story up to now.
A very interesting one, too, Watson. So you think that Mrs. Markham is planning to kill our husband, eh?
Oh, it's obvious. She's in love with the actor fellow, Dennis Romney. Her husband's in the way, and if she doesn't want to use poison this time, there's a perfect setting for murder in that crumbling balustrade on the landing.
Mm-hmm.
One push when he wasn't looking, and it'd be the end of him. And no one could prove that she did it.
A charming household. And Mr. Markham became very evasive, you say, when you mentioned arsenic.
Yes. I said it deliberately, of course, to see how he'd react. If you ask me, he knows that his wife has arsenic in the house. And he was trying to protect her.
You've exerted your charm sufficiently to arrange to see them again, I trust.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I have. They're taking a picnic tea and going boating on the Avon this afternoon. They asked me to join them. Of course, I agreed. I just rushed back here to the hospital to report to you first.
You've done splendidly, Watson, splendidly.
Oh, thanks so much, Owen. But I've been so busy telling you what I've found out that I haven't asked you about you. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine, old fellow, fine.
What did the house surgeon discover?
A very interesting fact. Look in the drawer beside my bed, will you?
Great Scott, it's a bullet.
A bullet that the house surgeon removed from my shoulder.
But we found a bullet in the tree also.
Precisely. Therefore, 2 bullets were fired.
But, good Lord, that means...
It means, old chap, that we have a dangerous task ahead of us. Not to solve a murder, but to prevent one.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's unusual story in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that good cooking becomes wonderful cooking if you serve your good food with a Petri wine. If you like a red wine, say with meat or any meat dish, try Petri California Burgundy. If white wine's your favorite, then you'll love Petri California Sauterne. It's wonderful. But Burgundy or Sauterne, whichever you prefer, it's just bound to be good if you see the letters Petri on the bottle. Because Petri wine is always good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what happened next? We left you at Sherlock Holmes' bedside in the hospital. Did the picnic with Mr. and Mrs. Markham prove an exciting one?
No, it was rather unpleasant, as a matter of fact. The 3 of them kept squabbling all the time, and just as we were coming home, something unforeseen occurred. Mr. Markham fell into the river.
Well, pardon the old question, Doctor, but did he fall or was he pushed?
It was hard for me to say. I had my back to him when he fell. Of course, we fished him out and rattled him back home in a trap as fast as we could. He changed his clothes at once, and as we sat round the fire a little later, I could see that he'd caught a chill. In fact, I recommended that he go to bed and stay there. Mrs. Markham agreed with me.
Jeffrey, dear, I do wish you'd follow Dr. Watson's advice and go to bed.
For the 5th time, Alice, I will not go to bed. I'm perfectly all right. No, it's no thanks to you and Dennis.
What do you mean by that remark, Jeffrey?
You know perfectly well what I mean. It wasn't an accident that I fell in the river just now. One of you 2 pushed me when I was struggling with the punt pole in the long reeds.
Jeffrey, you're talking rubbish.
Am I? You were in the boat, Dr. Watson. Didn't you see what happened?
No, I didn't, sir. My back was turned to you when you fell in.
Oh, well, then we'll call it an accident. An accident that happened by a curious coincidence, just where the river is deepest and the reeds thickest.
Jeffrey, I don't like your tone. You can accuse me of anything you like, but when you start suggesting that
If
Alice...
you don't like the way I talk to my wife, I suggest that you don't come to my house. I'm going to get a scarf. I'm chilly.
Dr. Watson, I must apologize for my husband's behavior. I don't know what's come over him.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Markham. I quite understand.
Well, I wish I did. I don't mind him yelling at me, but he's being so abominably rude to you, Alice. The last couple of weeks, it's been getting worse than ever.
I know. Ever since we had that argument about the insurance policies, he's been unbearable.
Insurance?
Yes, Doctor. We took out quite large policies on each other's lives recently.
You didn't tell me that, Alice.
Well, it was his idea. And yet when the insurance man came here, you'd have thought I was forcing him into taking out the policy.
Insurance? Great Scott,
You what, Doctor?
Nothing, Mrs. Markham. Nothing at all.
Sounds as if you don't approve of insurance, sir.
Oh, it's not that, Romney. It's just that I...
Who can that be? I wasn't expecting anyone. Answer the door, Dennis, will you?
Yes. Sounds as if Jeffrey has already done so.
Oh, Alice, we have a visitor.
Holmes, you shouldn't be up.
Good evening, Mrs. Markham. Hello, Watson.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Holmes. Though I understood from your friend that you'd be in the hospital for several days.
The constitution of an ox and the obstinacy of a mule, two characteristics of mine, have combined in making possible an early departure from the hospital. How do you do, Mr. Romney? I think I've seen you at the theater. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, sir?
You'll stay to supper, I hope.
If it's not inconvenient, Mrs. Markham.
Of course it isn't. I'll go in and arrange for it.
Upon my soul, Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
And are you, old fellow? Let's take a stroll on the terrace, shall we? It's rather warm inside this evening.
You can go out through the French windows.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Markham.
Holmes, are you quite sure that you're well enough to go walking about?
Of course I am. You must tell me, Watson, what the latest developments are. In the meantime, I myself have not been idle. Yes, Watson, I think our stage is set, and I have a feeling that I may contribute to a rather dramatic last act curtain.
A delightful meal, Mrs. Markham.
Oh, well, thank you, Doctor. Mr. Holmes, you're not eating very much.
My appetite is a trifle jaded. The mental fencing that we have indulged in during the meal has been somewhat disturbing.
I don't understand you.
Oh, come now, madam. I know that you were once Mrs. Dangerfield, and you know that I know it. Why keep up the pretense any longer?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But we needn't converse in lowered voices. I'm sure that you've told Dr. Watson whatever there is to know, and perhaps more.
I admire your courage, madam.
Jeffrey, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
I want you to listen to this. Mr. Sherlock Holmes knows that I was once Mrs. Dangerfield. He's apparently under the impression that this is a dark secret of mine. Mr. Holmes, Jeffrey knew and loved me before I ever married Mr. Dangerfield.
Of course I did, Holmes.
He stood by me during the horrible trial after my first husband's death. And I told Dennis about the whole miserable business months ago. So I really don't see that you've uncovered any great secret.
Not yet, Mrs. Markham, but I have a feeling that it's only a matter of moments.
So you haven't got any secrets from Dennis either, eh?
There's no need to shout, Jeffrey.
And there's no need for Dennis to be in my house. Get out, Romney, and stay out. This business between you and Alice has gone far enough.
I'll go when Alice tells me to.
Well, if you won't go, then I'm not going to sit here. I'm going upstairs.
You're shaking like a leaf, sir. You've got a fever. Don't you think you'd better go to bed?
Mind your own business and leave me alone.
Mrs. Markham, I really think you should persuade your husband to go upstairs and lie down.
Don't worry, Mr. Holmes. I know how to handle him. I'll take him up. Put an arm around my shoulder, Jeffrey. Come along.
We should follow them, Holmes. They have to pass that crumbling banister on the landing. With him in that state, she might try to...
What are you suggesting, Doctor? Shh. Come and watch. Both of you. We can observe them both from the foot of the stairs here.
They're on the landing. She's on the outside. Look. Markham stumbled against her. He's pushed her against the railings. Look out!
Jeffrey, be careful!
Come on, up the stairs.
Alice, are you all right?
Yes, but Jeffrey tried to push me through the railing.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, sir. The three of us were watching you from below.
But the railing held. I don't understand.
I can explain that, Watson. This afternoon, while you were all at your picnic, I came here with a local carpenter. You had informed me, old fellow, that it was the maid's day off, and I took the liberty of reinforcing that decaying woodwork.
What the blazes do you think you've been up to, Holmes?
Preventing murder, sir, and finding the true solution to the Dangerfield case.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes? The true solution?
Surely it's obvious to you, Mrs. Markham. You have told us that your present husband loved you before you married Mr. Dangerfield. It was he who accidentally killed your uncle so that you might inherit a fortune. It was he who accidentally gave your first husband an overdose of arsenic. Arsenic that he obtained for the purpose of destroying butterflies.
Yes. It was he who tried to send you to your death by pushing you through those railings. And all the time, Mrs. Markham, I thought that you were the potential murderer.
You fellows have got hold of the wrong end of the stick. All I've been trying to do is to conceal the fact that my wife was a murderess.
Geoffrey, how can you say that?
Markham, if you were
Just a moment, Mr. Romney. I'm not through with him yet.
This talk is all very dramatic, Mr. Holmes, but I wonder how you're going to be able to prove
Dr.
anything.
Watson, Mr. Romney, and I will testify to the attempt that you've just made on Mrs. Markham's life.
Yes, and what about the attempt on your life, Holmes? Obviously, it was Markham who fired at you in the woods.
But my wife has already admitted firing the shot.
True, sir. But 2 shots were fired. The one that your wife fired, we found in the tree. The one that you fired was extracted from my shoulder in the hospital.
Then the 2 shots were fired simultaneously.
You remember, Watson, that I commented at the time on a curious echo. Mrs. Markham told us that her arm was jolted as she pulled the trigger. That was when the other rifle was fired. Mr. Markham didn't want me on the scene when he staged his latest accident, and so he tried to kill me.
What kind of a devil have I been living with all these years?
I think I'm going to kill you, Markham.
Don't come near me. Keep him away from me.
Leave him to the law courts, Mr. Romney. British justice may be slow, as indeed it was in the Dangerfield case, but in the long run, it is sure. You'll find that out, Mr. Markham, on the gallows.
Well, tell me, Doctor, did Mr. Markham finally end on the gallows?
Yes, he did. And it might interest you to know that Mrs. Markham and Dennis Romney were married. A nice chap and a fine actor, that boy.
Maybe that's what I should have been. An actor. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is noble in the mind to suffer. Well, what's the matter, Doctor? Don't you like it?
The words are beautiful, but your delivery of them...
Not good, huh?
No, not good, Mr. Bartell.
Okay. I'd rather talk about Petri wine anyway. Now, there's something to really talk about. Petri wine. A wine with generations of winemaking behind it. That's a fact, you know. The Petri family started making Petri wine generations ago. Way back in the 1800s. So they've had the time to develop the art of winemaking, and they've been able to hand down that art from father to son, from father to son. Yes, the Petri family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And those letters, P-E-T-R-I, on the bottle, are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of Petri wine is good wine. It's got to be. Because don't forget, Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an exciting adventure Holmes and I had in North Africa. It begins at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion and ends with a strange death in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. I call the story Murder in the Casbah.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. This program originated in the Paramount Theater in Hollywood for an audience of Victory Bond buyers. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mercury Theater on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in bringing you the 12th in its series of weekly broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Tonight, Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company brings to life the best-loved character in detective fiction, the immortal Sherlock Holmes. The play is Orson Welles' own adaptation for radio of William Gillette's enduring melodrama based on the famous stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Before the performance begins, here is the director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these unique broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Well, tonight it's back to Baker Street. Back to that unlikely London of the 19th century where high adventure awaits all who would seek it, in a hansom cab or under a gas lamp in an Inverness cape. For tonight we pay tribute to the most wonderful member of that most wonderful world, a gentleman who never lived and who will never die. There are only a few of them, these permanent profiles, everlasting silhouettes on the edge of the world. There is first the little hunchback with a slapstick whose hooked nose is shaped like his cap. There is now and always will be the penguin-footed hobo in the derby and the baggy pants, and the small boy with a wooden head, and the long, rusty knight on horseback, and the fat knight who could only procure a charge on foot. There is also the tall gentleman with the hawk's face, and the underslung pipe, and the fore and aft cap. We'd know them anywhere and call them easily by name. Punch and the Charlies, Chaplin and McCarthy, Quixote, Sir John, and Sherlock Holmes. Now, irrelevant as this may seem, we of the Mercury Theater are very much occupied these days with rehearsals for a revival of a fine old American farce. A lot of you will remember, if only for its lovely title, which is Too Much Johnson. Its author was William Gillette, which reminded us, as it reminds you, of Sherlock Holmes. As everybody knows, that celebrated American inventor of underacting lent his considerable gifts as a playwright to the indestructible legend of the Conan Doyle detective, and produced the play which is as much a part of the Holmes literature as any of Sir Arthur's own romances, and as nobody will ever forget. He gave his face to him. For William Gillette was the aquiline and actual embodiment of Holmes himself. It is too little to say that William Gillette resembled Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes looks exactly like William Gillette. Sounds like him, too, we're afraid, and hope devoutly that the Mercury Theater and the radio will take none of the glamour from the beloved fable of Baker Street, from the pipe and the violin and the hideous purple dressing gown, from the needle and the cigar on the window ledge, and the dry, final, famous lines. Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary, the mere child's play of deduction.
My name is Watson. I am a doctor. It was in the year 1880 that Holmes and I were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At the time, we were both looking for a lodging that would suit our moderate means. This we found on the second floor of a house at 221B Baker Street. And it was during the years that we occupied these chambers together that Holmes established his unique international reputation as a consulting detective. During that time, I was privileged to be his daily companion, and I have done my modest share in giving to the world an account of some of his most famous cases. Most famous of these are the ones of which I have written under the names of The Speckled Band, Sign of Thor, Hound of the Baskervilles, and A Study in Scarlet. They represent, however, only a minute fraction of the 643 cases Holmes successfully solved during the years that we shared the lodgings in Baker Street. Other cases I hope one day to give to the world include the Tarleton murders, the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, the adventure of Ricoletti, of the clubfoot and his abominable wife, the case of Mrs. Farintosh, the circus belle, and the case of the royal family of Scandinavia. Each illustrate in their own way the remarkable genius of my friend Sherlock Holmes. Since my marriage 3 years ago, Holmes has continued to occupy the Baker Street lodgings by himself. And here almost every afternoon when my work in the office is finished, I am in the habit of calling on him. The sitting room as you go in is exactly as it has been for the past 13 years. The worn bearskin rug, the huge sofa covered with faded chintz, the mantelpiece cluttered with miscellaneous objects, unanswered letters, and piles of loose tobacco. On one side of the fireplace, in a deep armchair, his pipe curling forth slow wreaths of acrid tobacco, draped in his hideous purple dressing gown, sits Sherlock Holmes with his violin under his chin.
Come in. Oh, Watson, my dear fellow.
How are you, Holmes?
I'm delighted to see you. Perfectly delighted. Upon my word, I am, but I'm sorry to observe that your wife has left you.
She has gone on a little visit. But how did you know?
How did I? Well, I like that. How do I know anything? How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, that you're an extremely careless servant girl, that you've moved your dressing table to the other side of the room?
Holmes, if you had lived a few centuries ago, they'd have burned you alive.
Such a conflagration would have saved me a great deal of trouble and expense.
Tell me now, how did you know all that?
Too simple to talk about. Scratches and clumsy cuts, my dear fellow, on the inner side of your shoe there, just where the firelight strikes it. Scratches, cuts. Somebody scraped away crusted mud and did it badly. Scraped the shoe along with it. There's your wet foot, my dear Watson, and your careless servant girl all on one shoe. Face badly shaved on the right side, always used to be on the left. Light must come from the other side. Couldn't very well move your window. Must move the dressing table.
Of course. But how the deuce did you know my wife was away?
Well, what the deuce is your second waistcoat button, Watson? And what the deuce is yesterday's buttonniere doing in today's lapel? And why the deuce do you wear the expression of a...
Oh, marvelous.
Elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. The child's play of deduction. I'm only doing it for your amusement before we pass on to more serious matters.
Oh, what is it now, Holmes?
Watson, my dear fellow, the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish my little adventures, you've occasionally seen fit to introduce a certain element of romance which struck me as being just a trifle out of place. Something like working an elopement into the fifth proposition of Euclid. I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle the case on which I am about to embark. The strange case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of the fellow.
No, Watson, you haven't. It is precisely this quality of invisibility that makes of Professor Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Sitting motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, I'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. I'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Why, Holmes, this is a very dangerous...
My dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence. For a brief period, I escape. You should congratulate me. The day before yesterday, I received in this room the visit of a certain foreign nobleman who has recently inherited a very considerable title and who is about to be married. Seems that this titled gentleman was so indiscreet as to fall in love with a young English lady by the name of Faulkner, socially his inferior, and to make her a promise of marriage. Later, at his family's insistence, the thing was broken off, and the young lady died shortly after of a broken heart, leaving behind a sister. Also, considerable evidence in the form of letters, photographs, and jewelry with inscriptions. These the sister kept. These, together with the sister, are now being held in a house in St. John's Wood by a pair of blackmailers who go by the name of Chetwood. So far as you see, my dear Watson, a fairly ordinary case of blackmail, hardly worth my attention. Last night, on my inspection, a certain element revealed itself which renders the case far more important than I had expected.
And that element was?
Professor Moriarty. Come in.
Beg pardon, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy, what is it?
Gentleman to see you by the name of Foreman.
Show him in, Billy. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Come in, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening, Foreman.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, this is Inspector Foreman. Since the day before yesterday, he occupies the position of butler under the name of Judson in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Chetwood, blackmailers of St. John's Wood. Well, Foreman, any news?
Yes, sir. This morning, a little after 9, Chetwood and his wife drove away in a four-wheeler. They returned about 11. Bassett was with them. You know him, sir?
Yes. When I last had the occasion to meet Mr. Bassett, he got 2 years for safecracking. You go on, Foreman.
Well, they took this man Bassett into the library. I got a look at him from the outside. And there he was opening up the safe where they'd been keeping the letters.
Go on.
In the end, when they got the safe open, it was empty. The letters were gone. It seems like the Faulkner girl got them back somehow. That got them pretty excited. Bassett went out to send a telegram.
Have you got a copy of it?
Yes. Here it is, sir. It's in code.
Moriarty. I thought so, Watson. This case is taking a most promising turn. Foreman, you return at once to the house at St. John's Wood. In 10 minutes, I shall be there myself. If I remember correctly, the kitchen is immediately below the drawing room. Yes. When I knock over a chair in the drawing room, you'll overturn a lamp in the kitchen, scatter smoke balls, and give an alarm of fire. All other instructions remain unchanged.
Very good, sir.
Hurry, Foreman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, my dear Watson, begins to look like a most interesting evening. Good evening. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Whom did you wish to see, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chetwood. I had myself announced by the butler on my way up.
Butler? I didn't. Oh, very well. Oh, here he is. Yes, Judson.
Miss Faulkner begs Mr. Holmes to excuse her. She is not well enough to see anyone this evening.
Will you please hand this card to Miss Faulkner and say that
I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but it's quite useless, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it.
Yes, Miss Faulkner is, I regret to say, quite an invalid. She is unable to see anyone. Her health is so poor.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Chetwood, that she might be confined to the house too much?
How does that concern you?
It doesn't. I simply make the suggestion. Might like to think it over. What's your butler's name?
Judson, sir.
Very well, Judson. Go on, take my card up.
Very good, sir.
Well, this is really too good. Why, of course, he can take up your card or your note or whatever it is if you wish it so much. I was only trying to save you the trouble.
Thanks. It's hardly any trouble at all to send up a card.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you interest me very much.
Oh, really?
Upon my word, yes. We've all heard of your wonderful methods, the astonishing manner in which you gain information from the most trifling details. Now, I dare say in this brief moment or two, you've discovered any number of things about me.
Nothing of consequence, Mr. Chetwood. I hardly more than asked myself why you were so distressed to see me at this particular moment and what there can possibly be about the safe in the lower part of that desk to cause you such painful anxiety.
Yes, very good. Very good indeed. If those things were only true now, I'd be wonderfully impressed. It would be absolutely remarkable.
Excuse me, sir.
Judson.
A message for you, Mr. Chetwood.
You'll excuse me, I trust. It's from, Miss Faulkner. Well, really. She begs to be allowed to see you, Mr. Holmes. She absolutely implores it. Well, I suppose I shall have to give way. Judson, ask Miss Faulkner to come down to the drawing room. Say that Mr. Holmes is waiting to see her.
Very good, sir.
Quite remarkable, upon my soul. May I ask, if it's not an impertinent question, what message you sent up that could so have aroused Miss Faulkner's desire to come down?
Merely if that she wasn't down here in 5 minutes, I'd go up.
Oh, that was it.
Yes, quite so. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, I hear the young lady on the stairs. In which case she has a minute and a half to spare.
Alice, that is Miss Faulkner. Let me introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Miss Faulkner.
I'm really most charmed to meet you. Although it does look as if you'd made me come down in spite of myself, doesn't it?
I thank you very much indeed for consenting to see me, Miss Faulkner, but regret to observe that you were put to the trouble of making such a very rapid change of dress.
Oh, yes. I did hurry a trifle, I confess. Mr. Holmes is quite living up to his reputation, isn't he, Freddie? Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing here, Judson?
I beg pardon, ma'am. I was answering the bell.
What bell?
The drawing room bell, sir.
What do you mean, you blockhead? No one rang the bell.
I'm quite sure it was rung, sir.
Well, I tell you it did not ring.
Your butler is right, Mr. Chetwood. The bell did ring.
How do you know?
I rang it.
What do you want?
I want to send my card to the real Miss Faulkner.
The real?
I said the real Miss Faulkner. Judson.
Yes, sir? Holmes, what right have you to ring for servants and give orders in my house?
What right have you to prevent my cards from reaching their destination? And how does it happen that you and this woman are resorting to trickery and deceit to prevent me from seeing Alice Faulkner? Through some trifling oversight, Judson, neither of the cards I handed to him has been delivered. Kindly see that this error does not occur again.
My orders, sir.
Ah, you have orders.
I can't say, sir.
You were told not to deliver my card.
What business is it of yours, I'd like to know?
I shall satisfy your curiosity on that point in a very short time, Mr. Chetwood.
Yes, and you'll find out in a very short time that it isn't safe to meddle with me. It wouldn't be any trouble at all for me to throw you out into the street.
Possibly not, but trouble would swiftly follow such an experiment on your part.
It's a cursed lucky thing for you I'm not armed.
Yes, well, Miss Faulkner comes down, you go and arm yourself.
Arm myself? I'll call the police. What's more, I'll do it now.
Oh, no, you will not do it now. You will remain where you are until the lady I came here to see has entered this room.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because you will prefer to avoid an investigation of your suspicious conduct, Mr. James Larrabee.
Larrabee?
That is the name under which you are known to Scotland Yard, I believe, Mr. Chetwood. This lady here is your wife. As to you, Judson, you will either deliver that card to Miss Faulkner at once or sleep in the police station tonight. It's a matter of small consequence to me which you do.
Shall I go, sir?
Go on. Take up the card. It makes no difference to me.
A short time since, Larrabee, you displayed an acute anxiety to leave the room. Pray do not let me detain you or your wife any longer. Take it you prefer to remain while I talk to Miss Faulkner?
We do, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, at last, Miss Faulkner.
Is it Mr. Holmes?
Yes,
You wish to see me?
very much indeed, Miss Faulkner, but I'm sorry to see that you are far from well.
Oh, no,
No? Beg your pardon. What does this mark mean?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
No.
And the mark here on your neck, plainly showing the clutch of a man's fingers, does that mean nothing also? Occurs to me that I should like to have an explanation of this. Possibly you can furnish one, Mr. Larrabee.
How should I know?
It seems to have occurred in your own house.
What if it did? You'd better understand that it isn't healthy for you or anyone else to interfere with my business.
Ah, that is your business. We have that much at least. Pray be seated, Miss Faulkner.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Holmes, or why you were here.
I shall be very glad indeed to explain. My business is this. I've been consulted as to the possibility of obtaining from you certain letters addressed to your sister, which are supposed to be in your possession.
I cannot give up my sister's letters, Mr. Holmes. There are other things besides revenge. There is punishment.
Believe me, Miss Faulkner.
There is nothing more to say. Good night, Mr. Holmes.
But my dear Miss Faulkner... Oh, I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me to turn over this chair.
Fire! Fire! Oh, help, sir.
Oh, what's that? What's that?
What is
What's going on in your house here?
Fire, fire! The lamp, sir. Lamp? The lamp in the kitchen, sir. It fell off the table and everything down there is blazing, sir. Quick, sir, come down. Put it coming.
Don't alarm yourself, Miss Faulkner. There is no fire.
No fire?
The smoke was all arranged for.
Arranged for? What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means this, Miss Faulkner. It means that I wanted a package of letters, Miss Faulkner, and that by following your eyes just now, when you thought there was a fire, I discovered that you'd hidden them in the upholstery of this chair. Yes. Quite elementary, as you see. And now that they're in my possession, there seems to be no reason for me to remain any longer in this house. Good night, Miss Faulkner. Miss Faulkner.
Yes?
I can't take them, Miss Faulkner. These letters belong to you. I find that I cannot keep them unless you can possibly change your mind and let me have them of your own free will. I hardly suppose you could. I will therefore return them to you and, here's our friend Mr. Larrabee returning from the fire.
So, you've got the letters, have you? Now I suppose we're going to see you walk out of the house with them.
On the contrary, you're going to see me return them to their rightful owner. Miss Faulkner, here are your letters. Should you ever change your mind and be so generous, so forgiving as to wish to return these letters to the one who wrote them, you have my address. In any event, rest assured there will be no more cruelty, no more persecution in this house.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are perfectly safe with your property, Miss Faulkner, for I shall so arrange it that your faintest cry of distress will be heard. And if that cry is heard, it will be very unfortunate for those who are responsible. As for you, Mr. Larrabee, and you, madame, I beg you to understand that you continue your persecution of that young lady at your peril. Good night.
Miss Faulkner. Come here, Miss Faulkner. Now. Are you going to give me those letters?
No, never.
Are you going to give me those letters? Now then.
Be careful, Jim.
Now then, Miss Faulkner. Do you give me those letters, or do I break your arm? What's that?
Someone knocked on the door.
No, it was on that side.
Did you call, madam?
I think someone knocked, Judson.
I'll see, madam. I beg pardon, madam, but there's no one at the door.
Very well, you may go. He's got us watched.
What we want to do is to leave it alone. Let the Emperor have it.
Do you mean Professor Moriarty?
That's who I mean. Once let him get at it, he'll settle it with Holmes pretty quick. Don't you worry a minute. I tell you, Professor Moriarty will get at him before noon tomorrow night. He won't wait long either. And when he strikes, it means death.
Number?
82. V. 71.
Moriarty speaking. Come in, Bessie. Your report. Come in, Manning.
Everything was a trap, set and baited by an expert.
And Manning?
Manning has disappeared.
Disappeared? Sherlock Holmes again. And now this Larrabee job. He's in on that, too. And that's where he's made his mistake. Mr. Holmes is playing rather a dangerous game, Bassick. Inspector Wilson tried it 7 years ago. Wilson is dead. 2 years later, Henderson took it up. We haven't heard anything of Henderson lately, eh?
Not a thing, sir.
You'll see about that. This Holmes is rather a talented man. He doesn't realize there isn't a street in London that'll be safe for him if I whisper his name to Cragen. I might even make him a little call myself, just for the satisfaction of it. Just for the satisfaction of it. Baker Street, isn't it, his place? Baker Street, eh?
Baker Street, sir.
We could make it safe. We could make it absolutely safe for 3 streets in every direction.
Yes, sir, but
we could. We've done it over and over again elsewhere. Police deployed, men in every doorway. Do this tonight in Baker Street. At 9 o'clock, call his attendants out on one pretext or another and keep them out. You understand? I'll see this Sherlock Holmes myself. I'll give him a chance for his life. Bassick.
Yes, sir.
Notify the Lascar that I may require the gas chamber at Stepney tomorrow night. And have Craig in there at 10:15 with his crew. Tell Larrabee I shall want him to write a letter to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which I shall dictate. Meet me here at 7. And Bassick, place your men at 9 tonight for Sherlock Holmes' house in Baker Street.
You still go there yourself, sir?
I will still go there myself.
At this meeting tomorrow night, sir, to get him in the gas chamber.
If I fail to kill him in Baker Street, you'll have him in Swan Lane. Either way, I have him, Bassick. 2 strings to our bow. 2 strings, eh, Bassick?
Yes.
That evening, Holmes and I dined together at Scott's in Piccadilly Circus. After dinner, we went to a concert at Queen's Hall. I can still see him on this particular night of the Moriarty case, well knowing that his life was in peril, sitting beside me in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, listening to Sarasate play the violin, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. it was over, he rose, put on his long coat, and started with long steps in the direction of the street.
Come, my dear Watson. Let's go on to Baker Street. I have an idea that very soon we shall be receiving a most interesting visit.
From the Queen's Hall, we hailed a hansom, and as we came down Baker Street, we could see that the light was burning on the second floor of 221B. We went up the dark, narrow stairs.
Mr. Holmes.
The boy Billy was waiting for us.
Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mrs. Hudson's compliments, sir, and she wants to know if she can see you.
Oh, where is Mrs. Hudson?
Downstairs in the kitchen, sir.
My compliments, and I don't think she can. Where she is.
She'll be very sorry, sir.
Our regret will be mutual.
It was most terribly important, sir, being as she wants to know what you'll have for breakfast in the morning.
The same.
Same as when, sir?
This morning.
But you didn't have nothing, sir. You wasn't here.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Was that all, sir?
Quite so.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Holmes, here's a letter for you, sir, on the table. Delivered 10 minutes ago.
Well, read it, Watson. There's a good fellow. I put on my dressing gown.
Yes. Dear sir.
Thus addresses me.
Why, James Larrabee.
And what has James to say this evening?
Dear sir.
I hope he won't say that again.
I have the honor to inform you that Miss Faulkner has changed her mind regarding the letters, etc., which you wish to obtain, and has decided to dispose of them for a monetary consideration. If you wish to negotiate, will you be at 9 o'clock at the Guards Monument at the foot of Waterloo Place? You will see a four-wheeler with wooden shutters to the windows. If you have the cab followed or try any other underhand trick, you won't get what you want. Let me know your decisions. Yours truly, James Larrabee.
Mine truly. Well, later, perhaps.
What does the fellow mean?
The fellow means to sell me a base imitation for a large sum of money of certain letters that he does not possess. I shall probably buy them from him. Now, see if I have the points. Tonight, 11 o'clock, Guards Monument, cab with wooden shutters, no one to come with me, no one to follow. Or I don't get what I want.
Quite right. But this cab with the wooden shutters?
Merely a little device to keep me from seeing where they're taking me. Billy.
Yes, sir.
Give this to the man.
It was a woman, sir.
Oh, young or old?
Looked quite young, sir.
Handsome?
Four-wheeler, sir.
Seen the driver before?
Yes, sir, but I can't think where.
Hand this to the lady, apologize for the delay, and look at the driver again.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear Holmes, you didn't say you would go.
But I certainly did.
But this fellow means mischief.
This fellow means the same.
I beg pardon, sir. A message come over from the chemist on the corner to say a man has been hit by a bus. Looks like his legs broke. And would Dr. Watson kindly step over and help till the ambulance
Oh, yes,
comes?
certainly. I'll go at once. I'll be back in a minute, Holmes.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Who brought that message?
Boy from the chemist, sir.
Yes, of course. But which boy?
Must have been a new one, sir. I ain't seen him before.
Billy. Get downstairs quickly. Look after the doctor. If the boy's gone, there's a man with him. It means mischief. Let me know. Don't stop to come up. Ring the doorbell. I'll hear it. Ring it loud.
Yes, sir. Look out, sir. Look out. Look out.
Dangerous habit, Mr. Holmes, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
I give you my word, Professor Moriarty. You'll be taken from here to the hospital if you keep your hand behind you like that. That's better. In that case, please put your revolver on the table.
Evidently don't know me.
I think it's quite evident that I do. Pray have a chair, Professor. I can spare you 5 minutes. As if you have anything to say. Careful. What are you about to do, Professor Moriarty?
Look at my watch.
I'll tell you when your 5 minutes is up.
Is your intention to pursue this case against me?
That is my intention. To the very end.
I regret this. so much on my own account, but on yours.
I share your regret, Professor, but solely because of the rather uncomfortable position it will cause you to occupy.
May I inquire to what position you're pleased to allude, Mr. Holmes?
I refer to the position you will occupy at the end of a rope, Professor Moriarty.
Have you the faintest idea that you'll be permitted to live to see that day?
As to that, I do not particularly care, so that I bring you to see it.
You'll never bring me to see it. You think that I would be here if I hadn't made the streets quite safe in every respect?
I could never so grossly overestimate your courage as that, Professor Moriarty.
You imagine that your friend the doctor and your boy Billy will soon return?
What?
So, it leaves us quite alone, doesn't it, sir? Quite alone. So that we can talk the matter over quietly, Mr. Holmes, and not be disturbed. In the first place, I wish to call your attention to a few memoranda which I've jotted down, and which you will find... Here they are.
Look out! Don't do that. Hands down, quickly! Your father away from that memorandum book you're talking about.
I was merely about to take out a small notebook.
Well, merely don't do it. I don't want it. I've got one of my own. If you want it, we'll have someone get it for you. I always like to save my guests unnecessary trouble.
I observe that your boy doesn't answer the bell.
No, but I have an idea that he will before long.
It may possibly be longer than you think, Mr. Holmes.
What? That boy?
Yes, that boy.
At least we'll try the bell once more, Professor.
Doesn't it occur to you that he may possibly have been detained, Mr. Holmes?
It does, Professor. But it also occurs to me that you're in very much the same predicament, Professor Moriarty.
I beg pardon, sir. Someone tried to hold me, sir.
It's quite evident, however, that he failed to do so.
Yes, sir. He's got my coat, sir, but he ain't got me.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Billy, the gentleman I'm carefully pointing out to you with this 45 desires to have us get us something of his left-hand inside coat pocket. As he's not feeling quite himself today, and the consequence of his trying to do it himself might prove fatal, I suggest you attend to it for him.
Yes, sir. Is this it, sir? This gun?
Quite so. So I'll put it on the table. Not there, Billy. On this table, where I can reach it. More like it. That's all, Billy.
Shall I see if he's got another, sir?
Why, Billy, you surprise me. Perhaps the gentleman's taken the trouble to inform us that he hasn't.
When, sir?
When he made a snatch for this one. And now, Professor, now that we have your little memorandum book, do you think of anything else you'd like before Billy goes? Any little thing you've got that you don't want? So sorry. That's all, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, Holmes, to me. On the 4th of January, you crossed my path. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual interference that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
Have you any suggestions to make?
No, I have no suggestions to make. I have a fact to state. If you don't drop it at once, your life's not worth that.
I'm afraid, Professor, that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting more important business. If you'll excuse me a moment while I get my pipe off the mantelpiece here.
I came here this evening, Mr. Holmes, to see if peace could not be arranged between us.
Quite so, quite so.
You'd seen fit not only to reject my proposals, but to make insulting references coupled with threats of arrest. You've been warned of your danger. You don't heed that warning. Perhaps you'll heed this. Up with your hands, Mr. Holmes. Up with them,
Didn't imagine I'd leave that gun loaded, did you, Professor Moriarty? Here are your cartridges. I didn't suppose you'd want to use that gun again, so I took them out while you were talking and put them in my pocket. You'll find them all there, Professor. Billy.
Yes, sir?
Will you please show Professor Moriarty the door?
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Don't ever say I didn't warn you, Mr. Holmes.
No, Professor Moriarty. No. I never will. Billy, come here.
Yes, sir?
Billy? Billy, you're a good boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Sherlock Holmes, with Orson Welles in the title role and Ray Collins as Dr. Watson. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with this CBS presentation of Sherlock Holmes, played by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
It was exactly 9 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left the house in Baker Street. He had given the strictest instructions that no one was to follow him. If there had been no word from him by noon of the following day, we must notify Scotland Yard. I went to the window and looked after him as he went down Baker Street. A tall, thin figure in a gray ulster, walking with long, smooth steps in the direction of Langham Place. There he entered a cab.
What are you doing, lighting matches here?
That's what I'm doing.
Chuck it.
Why should I chuck it?
There might be gas, you fool.
There ain't no gas. It's been 4 days since we had gas in the room.
And I still say there might be gas.
Did you check it?
I will. Here goes. Ready?
Give it a turn. That'll do. Turn it off.
5 minutes of that. All your troubles are ended.
Here. What's that?
Bassick?
That's right, Cragen. Did you hear it?
Yes, sir.
McCabe?
Yes, sir.
Be careful now, you boys. You've got a tough one tonight.
You ain't said who, as I've heard.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. You mean that, sir?
God's truth.
You're going to count him out.
Well, if you don't and he gets away, I'm sorry for you, that's all. Take it. The governor's here.
Not the governor himself. Professor Moriarty.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Got your full crew?
All here, sir.
No mistakes tonight, Cragen.
I'll be careful of that, sir.
This is Larrabee.
Hello.
He's in on this job.
Hello, Larrabee.
Oh. What's that door, Bassick?
A small cupboard, sir.
No outlet?
None whatever, sir.
That window?
Nailed down, sir.
Man might break the glass.
If he did, he'd come up against the heavy iron bars outside.
Huh. We'll have him tied down before he can break any glass, sir.
You've used it before, eh? Of course, you know it's airtight.
Every crevice is sealed, sir.
When the men have turned the gas on him, they leave by this door.
Yes, sir.
Be made quite secure.
Heavy bolts on the outside, sir. Solid oak bars overall.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
They tie a man down, sir. There's no need to hurry.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
Leary.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Open it up. Now, Cragen, and the rest of you, one thing remember. Whatever happens, no shooting tonight. Not a single shot. Will be heard in the alley below. First thing is to get his revolver away before he has a chance to use it. 2 of you attract his attention in front. The other come up on him from behind and snatch it out of his pocket. Then you have him. Arrange that, Cragen.
I'll attend to it, sir.
Mr. Larrabee, you understand? We wait for you.
I understand, sir.
I give you this opportunity to sell him the packet of letters you forged and get what you can for your trouble. A few £100 doesn't interest me, Mr. Larrabee. What I am after is Holmes.
I understand, sir.
When you've finished and got your money, you whistle, and these gentlemen come in. Let's hear it. You hear that, Cragen? That's right. And Cragen, at the proper moment, present my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and say that I wish him a pleasant journey to the other side. Come on, Bassick. Good night, gentlemen. Good night. Good night. Good night, sir.
All right, boys. Clear. When you hear the whistle, in you come.
Right you are, sir.
Larry.
Yes, sir.
You get down on the corner below. Let me know when he comes.
I will let you know.
Well, when you see him driving up, come down the alley and whistle 3 times.
Very good, sir. Here. What's this? How did you get in?
What are you doing there in the back? Hey, what is it, Larry? A woman here in the back. Bring her in. Come on, you. Come on. Oh, it's you, Miss Faulkner.
It's true, then.
How did you get to this place?
I followed you in a cab.
What have you been doing since I came up here? Informing the police, perhaps?
No. I was afraid he'd come, so I waited.
To warn him, I suppose.
No. To warn him, yes. You're going to swindle and deceive him, sell him a packet of false letters. I know that. What else are you going to do to him?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where are those men who came up here?
What men?
Three terrible-looking men. I saw them go in at the street door.
You don't mean these men, do you, Miss Faulkner?
No!
Tie her up, boys. Can't make no noise. Here you are. Tie her up. Listen. That's him. There he is now. What? Holmes? That's him. That's the signal. You don't have time to get her out. Shut her in there in the cupboard.
Yeah, that'll do. In with her. Into the cupboard. Hey, there ain't no lock to this here cupboard door. Let's
drive something in there.
Here, this knife. This'll do it.
That'll hold up. Now, quick, quick! Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, Mr. Larrabee. Oh, really? I certainly thought after all this driving about in a crow's cab, you'd show me something new.
Seen it before, have you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, well, a time or two. Now to come to think of it, I nabbed a friend of yours in this place while he was trying to drop himself out of the window. Ed Colvin, the cracksman.
Colvin, never heard of him before.
Well, you certainly never heard of him after. Sure of that. A race of counterfeiters used these luxurious chambers in the spring of '89. One of them hid in that cupboard. We pulled him out with the heels.
Quite interesting. But times have changed since then.
So they have, Mr. Larrabee, so they have. But then it was only cracksmen, counterfeiters, pickpockets, and petty swindlers of various kinds. But now...
Well, what now?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Larrabee, we've heard some not altogether agreeable rumors. Rumors of some pretty shady work not far from here. Murder to a very peculiar kind. I've always had a suspicion... That's it. My surmise was correct. It is.
It is what?
This room is corked, sealed.
What does that signify to us?
Nothing to us, Mr. Larrabee, nothing to us. But it might signify a good deal to some poor devil who's been caught and gassed in this trap.
Well, if it's nothing to us, suppose we leave it alone and get to business. My time is limited.
Yeah, of course. I should have realized that these reflections could not possibly appeal to you.
Well, have a cigar, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, good cigar, this, Mr. Larrabee. A genuine Havana.
Glad you like it. Now, here is the little packet of letters which is the object of this meeting. I haven't opened it yet, but Miss Faulkner tells me everything is there.
I suppose, Mr. Larrabee, that as Miss Faulkner knows nothing about this affair, we omit her name from the discussion.
What do you mean? Who told you she doesn't know?
You did. Every look, tone, gesture, everything you've said and done since I've been in this room has informed me that Miss Faulkner has never consented to this transaction. It is a little speculation of your own.
Oh, I suppose you think you can read me like a book.
Oh, no, like a trimmer.
Well, let it pass. How much will you give?
£1,000.
I couldn't take it.
What do you ask?
5,000.
I couldn't give it.
Well, I've been offered 4,000 for this little packet.
Why didn't you take it?
Because I intended to get more.
Oh, that's too bad.
They offered 4,000. They'll give 5.
They won't give anything.
Why not?
They've turned the case over to me.
Will you give 3,000?
Mr. Larrabee, strange as it may appear, my time is limited as well as yours. I have brought with me the sum of £1,000, which is all that I wish to pay. If it is your desire to sell at this figure, kindly appraise me of the fact at once. If not, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Well?
You can have it. It's too small a matter to haggle over. Give me the money.
Yes, certainly.
I thought you said you'd only brought just 1,000.
I did. This is it.
You brought a trifle more, I see.
Quite so. I didn't say I hadn't brought any more.
You can do your little tricks when it comes to it, can't you?
It depends on who I'm dealing with.
Here, you give me that money. Come on, quick, hand it over. Get away!
Now, I've got you where I want you, James Larrabee. You've been so cunning and so cautious and so wise, we couldn't find a thing to hold you for, but this little slip will get you in for robbery.
You'll have me in, will you? What are your views about being able to get away from here yourself?
I do not anticipate any particular difficulty.
Robbery, eh? Why, even if you got away from here, you haven't got a witness. You haven't got a witness to your name.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Larrabee. Not so sure of that. You usually fasten this cupboard door with a knife?
Come away from that door!
Faulkner! Stand back. Contemptible Scoundrel, what does this mean?
I'll show you what it means. Press it quick.
I'm afraid you're badly hurt, Miss Faulkner.
Mr. Holmes, look behind you!
Get him! What is there, boy?
I'll have to ask you gentlemen to wait just one moment, please.
Here there. What's the idea of sitting down and writing? What are you writing? Writing your will, I suppose.
No, only a brief description of one or two of your gentlemen. The police. I'm ready now.
Wait a bit. You better listen to me, Mr. Holmes. We're going to tie you down nice and tight to the top of that table.
Why, you surprised me, gentlemen. Thinking you're so sure of anybody in this room. And 3 bars gone out of that window.
Bars or no bars, you're not going to get out of here as easy as you expect.
There are so many ways, Mr. Larrabee, that I hardly know which one to choose.
Well, you better choose quick, I can tell you that.
I'll choose at once, Mr. Cregan. And my choice falls on this chair.
My God! The light! You get away in the dark! Look out! Hey, guys! Look at the cigar! Strike him by the cigar! Look at the cigar! Look out! He's gone to the window! He's up on the ledge! He's climbed out! Look at his cigar! Get him quick! After him! There he goes! He's out! By the window!
No, gentlemen, no, not by the window. I'm leaving by the door. By the way, I left my cigar for you on the windowsill. Good evening, gentlemen.
There was no news of Holmes that night, and Billy reported next morning that he had not breakfasted at home. I had a busy morning at my office in Harley Street. It was after 11 before the last of my appointments was over, and still no news of Holmes.
Did you ring Dr. Watson?
Oh, Parsons, is there anyone waiting? I have to be in Baker Street at noon.
There's one person in the waiting room, Doctor, a lady, sir, and she wants to see you most particular.
What about?
She didn't say, sir, only she said it was of utmost importance to her if you would see her, sir.
Oh, very well, I'll see her and call a cab for me at the same time and have it wait. Show the lady in.
Yes, sir. This way, ma'am. This way.
Ah, Doctor, it's awfully good of you to see me. I'm Mrs. H. DeWitt Seaton. Dear me, I didn't bring my card case. Or if I did, I've lost it.
Don't trouble about a card, Mrs. Seaton.
They said you were Mr. Holmes's friend. Several people told me that. Several. They advised me to ask you where I could find him today, this morning. And everything depends on it, Doctor. Everything.
I'd go to Mr. Holmes at once.
But I've been, and he wasn't there.
You went to Mr. Holmes' house?
Yes, in Baker Street. That's why I came to you. They said he might be here.
No, he isn't here.
But don't you expect him this morning?
No, there's no possibility of Mr. Holmes coming, as far as I know.
But couldn't you get him to come? It would be such a great favor to me. I'm almost worn out with going about him with this dreadful anxiety. If you could get word to Mr. Holmes to come.
I could not get him to come, madam, and I beg you to excuse me. I'm going out myself on urgent business. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes could be. What's that, Parsons?
Sounded like a accident, sir.
Probably nothing more than a broken-down hansom. See what it is, Parsons.
That's the bell, sir. Somebody's hurt, sir, and they're wanting you.
Well, don't allow anybody to come in. I have no more time.
Very well, sir.
But they're coming in, Doctor.
Let the old man come in, Carl. Yes, to bring him in. There ain't nowhere else for him to go. The doctor's office is this, and he can't come in when he's hurt.
The doctors can't see anybody.
He's got to come in. We can't leave him out in the street, can we?
All right, help him in, Parsons.
Oh, Doctor, isn't it frightful? Can I be of some use?
None
Doctor?
whatever, none whatever.
But, Doctor, I must see the poor fellow.
Oh, my leg, my leg.
Right this way, sir. Be careful of the sill, sir. That's it.
It's an accident. You can't help an accident. Oh, you can't. That's plain enough. He was on the wrong side of the street, he was.
Now, over to this chair.
No, I'll sit here.
No, this is the chair, sir.
Don't you suppose I know where I want to sit down? You'll sit down here. That isn't the doctor. The doctor will have a look at you. Here's the doctor. That isn't the doctor. Yes, it is a doctor. Here, doctor. You just come and have a look at this old bloke, will you? He's hurt himself a little, then. Are you a cabman? Yes, I'm the cabman. Well, I'll have you arrested for this. Arrested? Arrested! You can't arrest me. No, I can't, but somebody else can. Where's my hat? Where's my hat? My hat! My hat! Never mind your hat. I will mind my hat, and I'll hold you responsible. There's your hat in your hand. Go on, sit down. That isn't my hat. Here, you're responsible. I'll have you arrested. Here, come back. I'll go and stick around here. You know, I got to go and attend to my meeting. Bring your horse in here. I want to speak to him. Conspiracy. I won't stay in this place. If I ever get out of here alive. What are you staring at me for, lady?
Parsons, tell that cab to wait for me. I must see if he's badly hurt.
Yes, sir.
Now, my friend, if you'll sit quiet for one moment, I'll have a look at you. Well, stay still, will you? Well, how can I...
Remarkable weather we're having. Eh, Doctor?
Holmes, what on earth?
How about helping me remove some of this ridiculous disguise, Watson?
Holmes, is that you?
Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so.
Holmes!
Watson, only get out that window. Look out, the blind!
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Already been done by Mrs. Larrabee here.
Look out, Holmes. She can get out that way.
I don't think so, Watson. Foreman!
I've got her, sir.
Good work, Foreman. I'll take this lady in charge.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Foreman. Wait for me outside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Watson, my dear fellow, I regret to say that up to the present time, Professor Moriarty himself has not risen to the bait.
Where do you think he is?
In the open streets, under some clever disguise. Watching for a chance to get at me.
And was this woman sent in here?
Quite so. A spy. To let them know by some signal if she found me in the house. Now they know. Pull down that blind, Watson. I don't care to be shot at from the street. I imagine we shall hear from Professor Moriarty very soon now.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
What did I tell you?
He's come, sir.
From where?
The house across the street. He was in there watching these windows. He must have seen something, for he's just come out. There was a cab waiting in front of this house, sir, and he's climbed up and changed places with the driver.
Get out again quick, Billy, and keep your eye on him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Watson, if you let me have a rather heavy portmanteau for a few moments, I won't do it any harm.
Parsons, my large Gladstone over there in the corner. Bring it here, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. Here's the portmanteau.
Thank you, Parsons. Put it down there. Thank you so much. Parsons, you wanted a cab for the doctor a short time ago. It's been waiting, I believe.
Yes, sir, I think it has, sir.
Be so good as to tell the driver to come in here and get a valise. When he comes, tell him that's the one.
Very good, sir.
My dear Watson, times like these you should tell your man never to take the first cab that comes on call, nor yet the second. The third may be safe.
But, Holmes,
All right, I'm cabin.
Yes, his cabby here. Right in this way.
This bag. I want taken down,
Right,
the
you are,
street.
Governor.
All right. Goodbye, Watson. Bye, Watson, old fellow. Wait a minute, driver. Pretty heavy, I'm afraid. Let me help you. Watson, I'll write to you from Budapest.
Yes, but Holmes...
Here, driver. Let me tighten up these straps a bit. There we are, that's right. I'll hold it, driver. You pull the strap. A few little things in this bag that I wouldn't like to lose.
Right, you will, sir.
And it's just as well to make quite sure. Is it not, Professor Moriarty? By means of a simple pair of handcuffs.
Blast you, Holmes. Do you imagine, Sherlock Holmes, that this is the end?
I ventured to dream that it might be.
Are you quite sure the police will be able to hold me?
Professor Moriarty, I'm quite sure of nothing. Take him away, Foreman. And so, my dear Watson, ends the strange case of Miss Alice Faulkner.
Well, what about the letters?
Oh, the letters. They were returned to their rightful owner over an hour ago. I suspected from the start that Miss Faulkner was really a nice girl at heart. Ah, dear.
What is it, Holmes?
I was just reflecting, my dear Watson. With Moriarty out of the way, London, from the point of view of the criminal expert, is likely to become a singularly uninteresting city. One's morning paper, a veritable wilderness of boredom.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
Yes, Billy?
There's a lady, sir. Been waiting for an hour. Says she's got to see you, sir. Case of murder, she says. She's got her face veiled.
From which I deduce that she is a lady of over 41 and less than 45, of a strange, dark beauty and considerable social eminence. And that she has lived for some years in the Near East. And that she is now wearing a large blood ruby on the second finger of her left hand.
Holmes, how do you know these things? It's amazing.
Huh. Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. The child's play of deduction.
Again tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, the 12th production in this unique series featuring Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company. This evening, the play was Orson Welles' own adaptation of William Gillette's Sherlock Holmes. In the cast, Dr. Watson, played by Ray Collins, Alice Faulkner by Mary Taylor, Madge Larrabee by Brenda Forbes, James Larrabee by Edgar Barrier, Inspector Foreman by Morgan Farley, Cragen by Richard Wilson, Brassic by Alfred Shirley, Leary by William Allen, Billy by Arthur Anderson, Professor Moriarty by Eustace Wyatt, and Sherlock Holmes by Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted
Don't worry. You'll find it. Here he is. Well?
I'm taking the tarpaulin from the boot. You better go on to the station.
He was dead, wasn't he?
Yes, Mrs. Stacey. The back of his head smashed in.
We present Murder Locked Out by R.D. Wingfield, with Hector Ross as Detective Sergeant Day.
All right, I'm coming.
Sergeant Day, I'm Detective Constable Hodges.
Yes, well, don't just stand there. Come in.
All right.
Do you mind dripping onto that mat there?
I'm sorry to drag you out of bed, sir.
It's all right. I wasn't asleep. Just lying there coughing my heart out. You're new, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Transferred from Y Division last week.
You don't have to call me Sir, Hodges. I'm only a sergeant.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Sarge, it's just that...
It's just that I look so old, I know. Yes, sir. I feel a lot older. Now, tell me, what's this all about so I can crawl back to my sick bed?
Well, you wanted down at the station, Sarge.
I'm on sick leave, so you can go back and tell Inspector Adams...
Well, Inspector Adams didn't send me, Sarge. He's not there.
Hey?
He collapsed at his desk earlier today. Appendicitis. They're operating tonight.
Appendicitis? A little tip for you, my son. Always give me good news like that first. Appendicitis? I hear that can be very painful. Who sent for me, then?
Well, Superintendent Lawrence.
Right, hold on. I'll get my trousers and my cough medicine. Do you know what it's all about?
Yes, Sarge. They found a body. A man with his head bashed in.
Money for police. Nothing yet, sir. I should have some news tomorrow. Good night, sir.
You're having activity there, Hodges?
Yes. Yeah. Sergeant Day. You want the infirmary, don't you? Sitting on the right.
I reckon I want the morgue before the night's out. The super wants me.
Yeah, so I heard. He's got a body for you.
Anything's better than the one I've got. Let him know the walking wounded here, would you?
Right. Superintendent Lawrence, please. Oh, you've heard the sad news about Inspector Adams.
Sad news? Don't tell me he's got better.
Sergeant Day is here, sir? Yes, sir. You want you to go in, Sergeant?
Right. You wait here, Hodges.
All right, Sergeant. Why doesn't he like Inspector Adams?
Let me put it this way, Constable. Inspector Adams can't tolerate slackness, laziness, or inefficiency. And nor, for that matter, can Superintendent Lawrence.
Come in, Dave.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down. Sorry to drag you back, but we're in one hell of a state with staff. Still, you only had a cold, didn't you?
Bronchitis, sir. I've still got it. But not as serious as appendicitis, of course. Cigarette, sir?
No. Should you be smoking with that cough?
No, sir, but then I shouldn't go out in the pouring rain either.
I don't control the weather, Dave. You retire next year, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I've been looking through your personal file. Not a particularly distinguished career, is it?
You haven't dragged me out in the rain to tell me my shortcomings, I hope, sir.
You know your shortcomings, Dave. If there was anyone else to send, I'd leave you in your sick bed, but with Adams away, I'm forced to send you. Get over to 17 Priestley Gardens. You'll find Foxtrot Tango 3 waiting for you. They've got a man's body with head injuries. They'll fill you in.
Right, sir.
Take D.C. Hodges with you. He's new, but he's keen. And try not to let him pick up all your bad habits.
Yes, sir.
You haven't got long to go, Dave. Don't mess this one up.
Take it easy, son. Slow down. I want to die of bronchitis in my bed, not in a car smash.
Sorry, Sarge. This is my first murder case.
That's better. The body's got no place to go. It'll wait for us. It may not be murder, not even to oblige you, Hodges. But it's murder sending a sick man out in weather like this. Oh, roll on retirement.
You've been in the force some time, haven't you, Sarge?
32 years.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yes, why haven't I got any higher than a sergeant?
Oh, yeah.
I'm flattered you need to ask, son. People are usually surprised that I managed to make sergeant. Actually, I'm not a very good policeman. I'm a nice fellow. Everyone's pal, but not a good copper. I was good a long time ago, just like you, salivating at the thought of a nice, juicy murder case. They all thought I was going places, but I couldn't keep it up. I lacked dedication, I suppose. Everything seemed too much bother. You've got to be a swine like Inspector Adams to get on in the force. Well, that's not me. Why are you slowing down?
Oh, there, Sarge. That supermarket. Those two men, they're acting suspiciously.
Now, don't be greedy. You've got to murder. What more do you want? Drive on.
Oh, should we take a look?
In the pouring rain? No. Give someone else a chance. Turn left here. That must be it. Over there. Yeah, that's Foxtrot Tango 3. Hold on. He's coming over to us. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Sarge. I thought you were off duty with bronchitis.
No, I'm on duty with bronchitis. Oh, this is D.C. Hodges. I don't know his first name.
John.
Well, this is Joe Turner. We're on his patch.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Oh, we saw a couple of men acting suspiciously outside that supermarket in the high street.
Oh, nice, Sarge.
No, he's new. He's keen. They were sheltering from the rain. Now, what's the score? Where's your mate?
He's with the body, round the back there.
Oh, rather him than me in this weather. Well, what have we got?
Dead man is James Edward Lakin, aged about 36, 37.
You taking this down, Hodges?
Yes, sir.
Good. Go on, Joe.
Well, he's a research chemist. He works at the Agricultural Research Centre over Timberley.
Research Centre?
Yeah.
What, where that girl was murdered last month?
Yeah, that's the place. A woman called...
Hold on. Where does he live?
Here. 17, Priestley Gardens.
What do you mean, he lives in that house?
Yes, Sarge. The body was found round the back.
And why are we all sitting out here in the cold? Why aren't we in the house where it's dry and where there's more than likely the makings of a cup of tea?
Yeah, well, we can't get into the house, Sarge. There's no one in. He lived alone.
Well, didn't he have a key on him?
Yeah, plenty of keys, but none that fitted the front door.
Who found the body?
I was telling you. Mrs. Stacy. She lives around the corner, took a shortcut round the back of the houses because it was raining, and nearly fell over.
What time would that be?
Just after 10:30. We got a call at 10:37. I said you'd be along to question her.
Good. I reckon we ought to get a cup of tea out of her. But I suppose we better take a look at the body first, just to show willing. You'd better hang on here, Joe. The doctor in yet?
No, he's on his way.
Yes, they don't hide themselves when it's raining, do they? Come on, Hodges. Let's give my cold the shock of its life.
Right, Sarge.
There he is. Hello, George. Who's that?
Oh, it's you, Sergeant Jack.
Of course it's me. You didn't think they'd send anyone important when it's raining, did you? Oh, this is Detective Constable Johnny Hodges. Hodges, Georgie Grover.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Are you hiding something from me, Grover? What have you got concealed under that tarpaulin?
The body, Sarge.
Well, as we're here, we might as well take a look. Well, there you are, Hodges. You couldn't wait to get here. Was it worth it? Open window up there, George.
We had noticed it, Sarge.
I'll go through his pockets, Hodges. See if we can find his door key.
Okay, sir. It's not there, I've looked.
But Hodges is newer and keener than you are. Go on, son, he won't bite you. Did you shift the dustbin, George?
No, it was there when we arrived.
Someone shifted it. It's been dragged from over there. Look, you can see the marks. Well, I've solved this case, I think. Any luck, son?
No. Oh, here's the stuff we found on the body, Sarge. Key ring. None of them fit the front door.
Take charge of it, Hodges, would you?
Right, Sarge.
By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but it's not murder.
No?
No. Here's the doc. Over here, Doctor.
What a shocking night.
They reckon we'll have rain before morning. Oh, here's your patient.
Can I have some light?
Your torch, Hodges.
Oh, yeah, right.
Well, Doc?
Well, he's dead.
I should hope so. The time you took getting here. How long's he been dead?
Well, to be precise.
Well, within 5 or 6 seconds, say.
Oh, about 2 hours. Perhaps a little more.
That means he died about 9:30, 10 o'clock.
If you say so, son, your maths are probably better than mine. Cause of death, Doc?
Oh, look at his head. Fractured skull.
See that open window up there? Supposing he was trying to get in and fell. Would that do it?
A burglar?
No. He lives here. My guess is he forgot his front door key and tried to get in through the window. He drags the dustbin over and climbs onto it to reach the wall. Then he shins up the drain pipe, misses his footing, and comes down a damn sight quicker than he went up.
He cracked it on the concrete.
Yeah.
Yes, it could well have happened that way, Sergeant. How the forensic boys come to do their stuff?
Accidental death, hardly worth coming out in the rain for. Pity it couldn't have been a murder. But just to oblige young Hodges here.
I shouldn't have sent you out with a cold like that.
It was the only one they had.
You should be in bed. Yeah, so should I. Oh, if you get in touch with the coroner first thing, I'll let you have a full report after the PM. Good night.
Good night, Doc. And thanks. Oh, cover him up, George. No point in him getting as wet as us.
What about the woman who found the body, Sarge? You going to question her?
No, I don't think so. I'm wet and cold, and I've got a feeling her tea's going to be rotten. I'm off home. Get a statement from her, would you, George?
Okay, Sarge.
And while you're about it, find out from the neighbours if he's ever forgotten his key and climbed in the window before. Oh, and someone had better break the news to his relatives. You've got a sympathetic face, George.
All right, Sarge. I'll tie up all the loose ends.
Here's the meat wagon to take him to the morgue. If I hang about any longer, I'll have an extra passenger. Come on, Hodges, take me home. We'll do the paperwork tomorrow.
Morning, Gay.
Oh, morning, sir.
Well, what happened last night?
Apart from me getting wet, you mean? It's all wrapped up, sir. Accidental death. He forgot his key, tried to climb in the back window, slipped and fell, smashing his head on the concrete.
First class. You done your report?
Just about to do it, sir.
Make certain there are no loose ends. There's a good chap. I'd like your report as soon as possible.
I'll do it right away, sir.
You start spreading your cold germs about, and I'll be none too pleased. We've enough men off sick as it is. Oh, good morning, Hodges.
Good morning, sir.
Ah, Hodges, you're just in time to type my report. I'll put the paper in the machine for you. I'm just going to see if there's any suspicious characters lurking about in the canteen.
I thought you'd like to see this, Sarge.
What's that?
The post-mortem report.
Oh, yes, he phoned me about it. Stick it in the file, will you?
Well, don't you want to read it?
Not before breakfast, thanks. What else have you got?
The inventory of what he was wearing. They're holding his clothes at the morgue.
Let's have a look. I heard from Foxtrot Tango 3. Lakin had been known to climb in that window when he forgot his key, so that ties everything up. You watched the master at work last night, my lad. Hello? That must be a mistake.
Oh, what's that, Sarge?
I've only put one shoe down. Can't the fools count?
I checked with the morgue attendant, Sarge. He says there was only one shoe on the body when they brought it in.
It must have fallen off in the ambulance.
The ambulance med said there was only one shoe, the left one on the body when they picked it up.
If they were so observant, why didn't they point it out at the time?
Well, they thought we must have already noticed it.
Don't they think we've got better things to do than count how many shoes a corpse is wearing? Come to think of it, his right leg was doubled up under him.
Sarge? Did you know the supermarket was robbed last night?
I've got enough on my own plate to worry about, Hodges. What a damn nuisance. It must have dropped off when he fell from the window. Still, good job I spotted it in time. The super would have wiped the floor with me. A quick cup of tea in the canteen, and then we'd better get back and find it.
There's no shoe here, Sarge.
Give us a hand to shut the garage door.
Right.
Right. Now. Well, I looked in there and in his car. It's not there either. The super's going to go to town on this one. He does like his corpses properly shot.
I suppose he couldn't have jumped, Sarge.
What do you mean?
Suicide. I mean, instead of climbing in,
he might have jumped out.
You wouldn't commit suicide from a first-floor window. It's not high enough.
Still, it's a possibility, and we ought to look into it. I reckon he jumped, and we'll find his shoe up in that room.
I am but clay in your hands, Hodges. We'll take a look.
Well, how do we get in? Shall I climb up to the window?
No. History might repeat itself. I'll try one of my special keys. No good. We'll try to get the other bunch from the station. What are you doing?
Looking under the doormat. People sometimes stick a spare key there.
Oh, use your loaf, son. If you had a spare key, you wouldn't have had to climb in through.
Shall I try it in the lock, Sarge?
If you had any respect for my feelings, you'd throw it away. Yes, try it. I wish I was in a nice, clean hospital ward having my appendix out. After you, Constable. Let's see if we can find the shoe.
No, it's not here, Sarge.
A shoe, my kingdom for a shoe. I don't like his wallpaper.
Anyway, he couldn't have jumped. The windows weren't open wide enough.
If you'd found the shoe, my son, I'd have opened it up a bit more for you. You can speed up some of these cases if you help the clues along. Care to join me in a cough?
What? Oh, no, thanks.
One key too many, one shoe too few. Oh, that is horrible wallpaper.
Well, if it's not an accident, it's not suicide. That girl. You said a girl was murdered at the research centre where Lakin worked.
That's right, about a month ago. They found her body in the grounds, stuck in some bushes. Some maniac had smashed the back of her head in.
What was her job at the centre?
Laboratory assistant.
And Lakin was a chemist.
Come off it, son. How can you possibly tie these two cases together?
Lakin had the back of his head smashed in as well.
Because he fell from a window.
Wearing only one shoe.
So what do you think we ought to do?
Well, it wouldn't hurt to pop into the research centre and ask a few questions.
Would Dr. Kendrick report to Central Lab, please? Dr. Kendrick.
How much longer have we got to wait here, miss?
Mr. Smith will see you as soon as he's ready.
And who is this Mr. Smith?
The research director. He's in charge.
We don't particularly want to see him, miss. We just want to wander around and ask a few questions.
It's not a question of what you want, Sergeant. It's a question of what Mr. Smith allows you to do.
I think she fancies me.
Security's strict here, isn't it, Sarge? Guards at the gate, high electric fences.
Well, even agriculture has its secrets. There's money in manure, as the farmer said when his horse swallowed his wallet. Do you think Mr. Smith will allow me to smoke?
Yes, sir. Right away, Director. Sergeant Day?
Yes.
The research director will see you now. This way, please. Detective Sergeant Day, Detective Constable Hodges to see you, Director.
Have them sit down.
Would you sit down?
Thank you.
Shall I bring in coffee, Director?
Bring it in after they've gone.
Yes, sir.
And clear my tray, would you?
Yeah. Oh.
On top of the filing cabinet, behind the door.
Ah. Yes.
Sorry to call on you unexpectedly, Mr. Smith.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Mr. Jordan? Oh, yes, Director. I'm looking at your test results. Table 3, page 9.
Yes, Director.
Well, haven't you been a little careless with your decimal points?
I'm sorry, sir. The typist...
You're supposed to check the typist's work. Please do so.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Why only a sergeant?
I beg your pardon, sir?
I usually deal with Inspector Adams.
Oh, he's off sick, sir. Appendicitis.
I see. All right, then, Sergeant. What do you want?
It's about one of your employees, sir, Mr. James Edward Lakin. Do you know him?
Of course. He works under Dr. Kendrick in our Advanced Research Department. Now, just a moment. I'll get his personal file. Yes, where? Ah, yes, of course.
Do you mind moving your chair so I can get to my filing cabinet, Constable?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Thank you. Now, what do you want to know, and why?
He's dead, sir.
Dead?
He was found late last night, lying under the back window of his flat. His skull was fractured.
An accident?
That's one of our lines of investigation, sir.
Most obvious one, I should have thought. Times he forgot his key and had to climb in.
I was wondering, sir...
Now, please be quiet, I'm thinking. Miss Page, Laking won't be coming in anymore. We'll do the paperwork later, but in the meantime, get on to H-Lab and tell Davidson to report immediately to Dr. Kendrick and take over Laking's work. This is a tragedy. We're behind with our schedule as it is.
You don't seem concerned at the death of this man, sir.
I resent the influence, Constable. I'm very much concerned. Let my secretary know when the funeral will be, and we'll be suitably represented. We have a budget for this sort of thing.
The same budget you used when that girl was murdered, sir.
Murdered Kent? What possible connection could there be between the two deaths?
Well, we were hoping you could tell us, sir.
Who's conducting this interview, Sergeant? You or your constable?
Oh, I am, sir. What work was Mary Kent doing?
It's all in your files.
It's unfortunate I haven't got them with me, sir.
She was a grade A laboratory assistant.
Yes, sir. What I actually meant was what precise work was she engaged upon?
I can't tell you.
But you must know, sir.
Of course I know, but I don't intend to tell you. Even sergeants, I'm sure, have heard of the Official Secrets Act.
Yes, sir. We often heard our superiors talk about it.
What's the Official Secrets Act got to do with an agricultural research centre, Mr. Smith?
You do have a lot to say for yourself, don't you, Constable? Now, what on earth is...
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, but it is important.
I tried to stop him,
It's all right, Miss Page. Thank you. Well, Dr. Kendrick?
She told me you were engaged, but this is most urgent. Excuse me, gentlemen. Lakin hasn't turned up this morning. How can I keep the experiments going without Lakin?
It's all been taken care of. I've transferred Davidson to you. He should be there now, waiting for you.
I don't want Davidson. I want Lakin.
I'm afraid that's not possible. There's been an accident.
Accident?
He's dead.
Dead? Lakin dead? Oh, no. I could see it happening. Ever since he bought that yellow sports car, he's been going too fast, much too fast.
It wasn't a car accident, Dr. Kendrick.
Who are you?
They're detectives. They're just going.
We think he was murdered.
Like that poor girl. Someone doesn't want me to finish my experiments, Mr. Smith.
Nonsense.
Mary Kent worked for you, Doctor.
She was my laboratory assistant. It's not nonsense, Mr. Smith. There was someone watching my flat last night.
Where is your flat, sir?
The doctor lives over the laboratory. The man watching your flat, Doctor, was Henderson, one of our security guards.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
What time did Mr. Lakin leave yesterday, Doctor?
Just after 9 o'clock in the evening.
9 o'clock? That was late, wasn't it?
We all work late. There's so much to do. Even Mr. Smith works late. You left with Lakin, didn't you?
Me?
Yes, I saw you getting into his car.
Oh, that's right, sir. He gave me a lift.
Where to, sir?
Well, as far as the town. He dropped me off at the traffic lights.
About what time?
9:15 or thereabouts. Don't you think you ought to be getting back, Doctor? Davidson will be waiting.
Oh, yes, of course. Goodbye, gentlemen.
I wish, Sergeant, you hadn't let your subordinate air his wild theories about murder to Dr. Kendrick. He's a brilliant man, but highly strung. His work demands the utmost concentration, and nothing must spoil it.
It isn't a wild theory, sir.
Oh? Why do you think he was murdered?
His right shoe was missing, sir. He wouldn't have walked from his car to the back in the pouring rain and then climbed a wall wearing only one shoe.
Well, not such a brilliant policeman as you are, Sergeant, but why couldn't the shoe have fallen off when he hit the ground?
Because if it did, sir, it'd still be there. We hunted high and low, and it isn't.
Do any of the neighbours keep dogs?
Dogs? I imagine so, sir.
Why? I had a dog once. It was always bringing back treasures it found when it went out prowling at night. Bones, old toys, old shoes. Why couldn't a dog have taken the shoe?
To be quite honest, sir, I never thought of that.
To be quite honest with you, Sergeant, I'm not at all surprised. If you could go now, I'd like to have my coffee.
So,
It's accidental death again, is it, Sarge?
It's always been accidental death, Hodges, my son. You're the one who's been coming up with these wild murder and suicide theories. I've let you have your head because you're young and rash, but I've never wavered.
A dog took the shoe.
Yeah, or a tramp. Would have been anyone. After all, the shoe would have been lying there all night. We didn't go back until the morning.
But if it had been there last night, we'd have seen it. Anyway, why should he climb in the back window when the key was under the mat?
He forgot. All brilliant men forget. I'm always doing it. An accident, pure and simple. Who wants Inspector Adams when they've got brilliant men like me?
Hey, Sarge.
Now what?
Do you remember what Dr. Kendrick said about Lakin always driving too fast in his yellow sports car?
Yes.
Oh, you searched his garage. What was in there?
A Mini, a blue Mini. There was no yellow sports car.
No. But there was one parked in the side road. Oh, a lovely little job. I thought it belonged to one of the neighbours. It must have been his.
You see, there's an explanation for everything.
Let's take a look at it, Sarge. Just in case. This is the one, Sarge.
Well, it's yellow. I grant you that. And it's locked.
Well, try the keys from Lakin's pocket.
I was going to. Give me some credit. Right first time. He's got a 4-track stereo.
Yeah. I'm more interested in that. On the floor by the front passenger seat.
Damn.
The missing shoe.
I could have done without that. I think I'll go on sick leave.
If he'd walked from here across the road and round to the back with one shoe on, in all that rain, his sock would have been soaked and muddy. And it wasn't.
So he was carried over?
Yes, Sarge, he was carried over. He was carried over because he was dead when he was brought here.
We'll have to alter a hell of a lot of forms, you know. Ah, well, we'll have something to eat and then we'll go and break the news to the superintendent. He won't be too pleased. He was happy with it as an accident.
What did you say, Dave?
I think it's murder, sir.
Oh, for goodness sake. I knew it was a mistake to put you on this case. You're trying to impress young Hodges, I suppose, trying to build it up into something big.
No, sir. I think there's a tie-up between Lakin's death and the murder of that girl at the research centre.
Yes, that reminds me. You went to the Agricultural Research Centre today, didn't you?
No harm in that, is there, sir?
That chap Smith, the research director, it seems he's got friends in very high places. The chief constable's just phoned.
Oh?
He's had someone big from Whitehall on the phone to him. One of Smith's friends. A little bit of pressure has been applied.
So the chief constable wants us to drop the case,
Good heavens, no, of course not. He said that if we had a cast-iron case, a really solid, waterproof cast-iron case, then naturally we must proceed and we'd have his full backing. But, as you've probably guessed, the place is not an agricultural research centre. They're actually engaged in top-secret experimental work for the Ministry of Defence. Work of the utmost importance.
I see. That explains why they kept firing the Official Secrets Act at me.
Precisely. The Ministry are most anxious that nothing happens to interfere with this research programme, and the Chief Constable has pledged his full support. So, let's look at this objectively. What exactly have we got?
2 murders, a man and a woman, both with their heads bashed in.
Hold hard. You're jumping to conclusions. Now, the girl was murdered, there's no doubt about that. In all probability, a motiveless sexual attack. Now, apart from the coincidence that they both happen to work in the same place, hardly surprising since they're both chemists, what is suspicious about the death of this man? Your original theory was brilliant, and fully supported by the police surgeon. So why didn't he die from a fall?
The missing shoe, sir.
Which turned up in his car. Good work in finding it, by the way. One of the neighbours must have found the shoe on the ground, realised it belonged to Lakin, and stuck it in his car for safety.
The car was locked, sir.
There are ways of opening car doors. Excuse me. Lawrence? Oh, hello, sir. Yes? I'm talking to him now. I think so. Yes, I'll phone you, sir. Goodbye.
The Chief Constable?
Yes, about some other matter. But it reminds me, Dave, You know, I had your personal file out the other night. Well, there was a reason for it. I mentioned to the Chief Constable that I'd like to do something about your promotion. Be nice if you could retire as an inspector, after all your years in the force. But that's by the way, of course. You must decide yourself on the line the investigation is to take. I don't want to influence you. There'd be a bit of difference in the pension, of course.
Sorry I'm late, Sarge.
That's all right, my son. You haven't been missed.
I know who killed Lakin.
So do I. I'm just putting it in my report. While you've been out gallivanting heaven knows where, I've solved the case.
You have? Who killed him?
The law of gravity. He didn't jump, he wasn't pushed, he fell. One of those unfortunate accidents with which this life of ours is fraught.
I don't get it. You know it wasn't an accident.
That was before the superintendent explained it to me.
Explain what?
That I had the choice of retiring as a sergeant or as an inspector. I just had to play my cards right. It seems that Mr. Smith has friends in high places, and they want the investigation stopped.
Why?
That place is a front for the Ministry of Defence. They're doing top-secret research work. An investigation could mess it up. Well, I couldn't let that happen, now could I?
So a double murderer's going to get away with it?
But it's not murder, it's an accident. My report says so. It's here in black and white, and I'm not typing that lot out again, even if the murderer comes in here and confesses.
Sarge, he could kill again.
If you feel so strongly about it, go and tell the superintendent.
No, he wouldn't listen to me.
Then that's the end of it. Well, all done. James Edward Lakin, deceased. Case closed. Another triumph for Sergeant Day, grizzled veteran of 100 investigations and 1,000 coughs. Now stop looking all sullen and hard done by, my son. You have to show me a bit of respect when I'm an inspector.
Well, I might respect the rank, but not the way you got it.
At my age, son, just getting it's enough.
Whatever promotion I get, I'll earn. I'm sorry, Sarge.
Forget it.
I know who killed Lakin.
Forget that as well. The case is closed. Who?
Smith.
You're mad.
Look, the reason I'm late is because I've been chatting to one of the security guards at the research centre. It turns out he's an ex-cop, only been there a week. The old loyalties are still strong. He saw Lakin leave in his sports car last night.
So?
Only Lakin wasn't driving. Smith was. Lakin was propped up in the passenger seat with a safety belt holding him up. And the guard said he looked as if he was asleep or drunk. I say he was dead.
And Smith killed him?
Yeah.
Why?
To sabotage this research project. The girl was working on it, so he killed her. Lakin was working on it, so he killed him.
Wouldn't it have been easier to have killed Dr. Kendrick? After all, he's the key man.
Dr. Kendrick has security men guarding him night and day.
So he has.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what are you going to do?
Yes, you might be right about Smith. Any man who begrudges a couple of hard-working coppers a cup of coffee is evil. But what evidence have you got? The courts aren't on our side, you know. You've got to convince them. So Smith was driving Lakin's car. Is that a crime? And you think Lakin was dead at his side? You try and prove it.
So he's going to get away with it?
He won't be the first if he does. You haven't got enough evidence to convince me, and my standards are lower than anybody's. Now, forget all about it and get down to some real police work, starting with sticking those back in the filing cabinet.
Okay. Sarge, we've got it.
Hey?
The filing cabinet. Look, you want evidence. I can give you cast iron evidence. Did anything strike you as odd in Smith's office this morning?
No.
The position of his filing cabinet. When he wanted Lakin's personal file, his hand stretched to the side of the desk where the filing cabinet should have been. Then he remembered and he walked across the office to it.
Yes.
You could see the square of carpet by his desk where the filing cabinet had been. He'd only just moved it. He had to point it out to his secretary when she was looking for his out tray. Well, why did he move it? And why to that particular spot?
Please, tell me.
Because there was something on the carpet he'd had to cover up. A blood stain. Blood from Lakin's head when he killed him in his office last night.
It's a good theory, son, but where's the proof?
We move the cabinet and look underneath. If there's a blood stain, we've got it.
No, he'd never let us in.
Get a search warrant.
What, on a Ministry of Defence Department? And what happens if I defy the super and the chief constable and then his lousy carpet fails to oblige us with a blood stain? No, forget it.
They needn't know. Look, suppose we don't make it official. Suppose we sneak in and look round there tonight when everyone's gone home.
You're mad.
We'd be in and out in 5 minutes.
Breaking into someone's office at night? They'd bust me if they found out. I've already agreed with the super. The case is closed. So that's the end of it.
All right, Sarge. Forget it. I just thought you might like to start acting like a proper copper for a change. I won't jeopardise your precious promotion. I'll go on my own.
Not if you're ordered not to, you won't.
Oh, I see. Putting rank on me, are you, Sarge?
Yes, I am. Now, sit down. I said sit down. How would we get in there, anyway? It's guarded like the Bank of England.
Sarge?
Yes, I know. It just proves I'm as stupid as everyone makes out.
That ex-copper's on tonight. He'd let us through. I'll pick you up about 9:30.
Come on, then. In we go. It's locked, Sarge. Well, he didn't know we were coming, did he? Out of the way. It's bound to be the last one. Perhaps I should have been a burglar. What's that?
I can't.
I heard something.
Now, imagination.
Perhaps. All right. Come on.
You found the cabinet?
My knee has. Over here. Keep your torch down.
Yeah.
It's like a flaming searchlight.
Okay.
Right, now give us a hand to shift it. Flip it. Yeah. Right. That's it. Okay, Hodges, it's your big moment. Shine your torch and see what we've got.
Nothing.
Never mind, son. I've been wrong myself sometimes.
And you can see why there's nothing, can't you? Look.
Keep your torch down.
Look. He's had it recarpeted.
So, yes. He doesn't waste much time, does he? I prefer the old one, I think. Not so much blue in it. Come on, let's get the cabinet back.
In a minute.
What are you doing?
Having a look through his desk.
No, he said the filing cabinet, and that's all.
We won't get another chance.
Not if anyone catches us, we won't. Now, come on.
We're not finished. Hey, Sarge, look at this.
What is it?
A key. It was in his top drawer. It's Lakin's front door key.
Put it back.
Sarge.
One's accused of planting evidence and got no right to be here. Someone's coming. Shut the drawer.
Down beyond the desk.
Oh, what's the use?
It's a chance. Down.
No.
It's Kendrick.
Operator? I want the police. Operator.
Why do you want the police, Dr. Kendrick?
Who are you?
We're police officers. We were here earlier today.
Oh, yes, I remember. Oh, thank goodness you're here. The phone seems to be dead. Let me try, sir. Yeah, it's probably off at the switchboard. It's my turn. Someone's trying to kill me.
Why do you say that, sir?
Someone's been following me.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Listen. It's him. Switch off the torch, Hodges.
Right. Dr. Kendrick, are you there? It's Mr. Smith. Thank goodness.
Hodges, open the window. Get the doctor out that way. Make for the car and wait for help. I'll hold him off.
He's dangerous, Sarge. He's a killer.
I'm frightened enough, thanks. Now get Kendrick out of here. Just a minute, Doctor. Hurry up. I can't hold it much longer. We're through. Right. Let me go. Oh, no, you don't. Drop that. Drop it. Oh, my arm. Still, it won't hurt. Detective Sergeant Day? Yes, sir. I'd like you to come down to the station with me, if you wouldn't mind.
Where's Dr. Kendrick?
He's quite safe, sir.
Safe, you fool. He's nearly killed his guard tonight. Now, where is he?
Nearly killed his guard?
He's killed twice before. He can kill again. Where is he?
He's gone with Hodges to the car.
Oh, I hope for your sake Hodges is all right. Come on, let's find them. There's someone, by God! You men, over there! Where did you leave your car, Sergeant?
Just round the corner. There.
Oh, my God. Sergeant, Mr. Smith, someone smashed this man's head in.
He never remembers afterwards. Oh, now, put that down, Doctor. Just put it down. Oh, that's right. All right, Peters. Take him and look after him a bit better this time.
Who would want to do a thing like that?
Come along, Doctor. You come with me.
Hodges, you all right?
Let's have a look in. Aye. He's lucky. Must have been a glancing blow. Nothing's broken.
Oh. What happened? How'd you feel?
Oh, something hit me.
Yes, it was Kendrick. Are you all right?
Yeah. Kendrick?
The most outstanding research chemist this country's ever known. He's a genius.
He's insane.
It is possible to be both. When he's lucid, he's brilliant.
And when he's insane, he kills.
Yes. We've watched him carefully since the go. Laking knew the risk. He must have been careless. Tried to make his death look like an accident. I didn't notice the shoe.
I'm going to have to arrest him, Mr. Smith.
Out of the question, I'm afraid. His work's far too important. He's so near to success.
He could kill again.
Possibly. But that's a risk I'm prepared to take.
You may be, Mr. Smith, but I most certainly am not.
You're doing what, Day? Shut the door, would you, Hodges?
Sir?
I'm charging him with murder, sir.
There's big issues involved here, Day. Surely Mr. Smith explained them to you.
Oh, he explained them, sir, but no one's above the law, no matter how important they are. At least that's what they taught me when I joined. Kendrick has killed twice, he could kill again.
But the work he's doing could save thousands of lives.
Yes, they used a similar argument when they dropped the atom bomb. I'm charging him with murder.
You haven't a shred of evidence.
No, sir. Firstly, there's the missing shoe.
What missing shoe? I've got the mortuary attendant's report here. There were 2 shoes on the body when it was brought in.
Show me. This isn't the same report. It's been altered.
That's the only report now in existence.
I see. So we've actually come down to this, have we? Destroying vital evidence.
I'm sorry, Day. I like it no more than you do. But my instructions came from the top, the very top.
All right. You needn't have bothered. I don't need the report. My case is strong enough without it. Smith has admitted that he faked the accident.
And he'll deny it. It'll be your word against his.
Oh, no, sir. Not just my word. Detective Constable Hodges was there.
Hodges? Hodges?
I don't recall Mr. Smith making any such admission, sir.
What do you mean you don't recall? It was less than an hour ago. You were there. You were standing by my side. I see. What promotion did he promise you, son?
All right, Hodges, you can go. Don't think too badly of him, Day. He took a lot of persuading. And, speaking of promotion, I've got a bit of bad news for you, I'm afraid. Will you have a cigarette?
Murder Locked Out was written for radio by R.D. Wingfield. Sergeant Day was played by Hector Ross, Constable Hodges by John Rye, Superintendent Lawrence by Dennis McCarthy, and Smith by Godfrey Kenton. Dr. Kendrick and P.C. Turner, Kerry Francis, Jordan and P.C. Grover, Peter Pacey, the desk sergeant and the doctor, Nigel Lambert, and Mrs. Stacy and the secretary, Emily Richard. The play was produced by Harry Catlin.
Would you hand me that, please? Thank you. Now, let's see. Survey, survive, Susanna, suspect. Here we are. Suspense, meaning held in doubt, expressing doubt, the state of being uncertain, undecided, or insecure, state of anxious expectation or waiting for information, such as to keep one in suspense, therefore delay acquainting him with what he is eager to know. Suspense. An hour of suspense now. A full 60 minutes at this time. and with the distinguished actor-director Robert Montgomery as your host. Tonight, our star is Howard Duff, famous wherever radio is heard as Sam Spade, detective. And as Spade, he will appear in The Candy Tooth, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. This is Robert Montgomery. My pleasure and privilege it is to be here during this hour each week as a sort of guide, philosopher, and fiend, an accessory before and after the facts of crime and punishment, which calculatedly fill our minutes with suspense. This evening, before we chat a little about the private life of America's favorite private eye, let me, on behalf of Mr. Spear and all of us, thank you sincerely for your wonderful letters and telegrams expressing appreciation and interest in this new full-hour presentation. It's wonderful fun to have 60 minutes to play with in radio drama. In our new double-strength, king-size format, we plan to bring you radio plays based on complete novels and on theatrical productions and pictures. Many of the best writers of this literature, James M. Cain, Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, Graham Greene, Eric Ambler, and Agatha Christie, have been happiest with a more spacious canvas upon which to display their characters of passion and purpose. With a full hour for our theater of thrills, we can give these authors a full stage on which to have their people play out their lusts and desires, their temptations and frustrations, their frantic fears and villainous triumphs, their descent into black and terror-laden bewilderment. Sometimes we find ourselves locked in the tortured brain of the scheming criminal. At other times, we know the dread of the hunted and hapless victim. But always the basic ingredient of suspense is not mechanical gadgetry, not the detectival piecing out of fingerprints and convenient clues, but always the basic ingredient is people. For people give us emotion, and emotion marks the high drama that cold logic can never achieve. Nowhere will you find stranger people, motives, and situations than those that pass through the door of a little office in San Francisco's Post Street. The lettering on the door reads, Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Once it read Spade and Archer, but that was before Miles Archer stopped a bullet and plunged Sam Spade into the greatest detective adventure of modern times, the search for the Maltese Falcon. It was literally a shot heard round the world, for it brought into prominence the name of Dashiell Hammett and the so-called hard-boiled school of crime detection. Since then, the fictional private eye has become a national institution. But Sam Spade still rules the roost. In book sales, in motion pictures, the Maltese Falcon has been filmed 4 times now. And now on the air, every Sunday night, in The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff and produced by our very own Bill Spear. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce to our suspense audience now a young star from my home lot, Universal International, in the role with which he has become so closely identified that most of his fan mail is addressed to Sam Spade. Howard Duff.
Thanks, Bob. I'd like to go on record right now as saying that any checks I may sign with the name Sam Spade will be accepted at your own risk.
The detective business has been pretty good lately, I hear. How much did Sam make during 1947?
Effie would know. But no matter how much it was, it won't change Sam. He'll still do business at the same old stand in a rickety office building on Post Street where the elevator seldom ever works and the janitor never ever works.
As a matter of fact, I got into my Philip Marlowe pants this morning and did little Spade work on Spade myself. Don't stop me if I'm wrong, but here are some of the facts. F-A-X facts. The way I dug them up. Age? Nobody talked. History? Mysterious, but was probably a Pinkerton man to start with. Height? 6 feet and a small chunk. Weight? Enough muscle to go with his height. Hair? Dim-out blonde. Eyes? Yellow-gray. Unmarried. Lives alone in a small furnished apartment within walking distance of his office. Is economical to the point of, never takes a cab where streetcars can get, and has been known to walk where they can't get. Secretary, Effie Perrine. The only person who really knows what makes Sam tick when he wants her to. Otherwise, he's a lonely man who trusts no one, lives alone and loves alone, and expects others to like it. Have I left anything out?
Nothing you left out, Bob. Something you put in. It's not true that I don't trust anybody. I trust everybody. All my clients are honest until I prove them otherwise.
Maybe that's what kept you in the private eye business all these years.
That and the strong hatred that I have.
Hatred?
Yeah, for time clocks and the hours between 9 and 5. That's why I went into business for myself, and that's what keeps me there.
Then you regard it as a business, Sam, and not as an adventure.
Well, when you break an arm in an adventure, the cost of setting it is not tax deductible. In a business, it is.
Yes, I see. How many cases have you had? And do you think all private dicks are clever?
Well, I've had so many cases I can't remember them all. About being clever, I once knew an operative who, while looking for pickpockets at Santa Anita racetrack, had his wallet stolen. He later became a lieutenant of detectives in Glendale.
Sam, tell me, what was the most surprising thing that ever happened to you?
The most surprising thing that ever happened to me was in 1936 in Washington, D.C. I met a young lady on a bus who did not remark that my work must be very interesting.
Well, that's very interesting.
Thanks a lot. But I guess my most exciting caper since the Maltese Falcon was the hugger-mugger over the candy tooth. Usually when I wind a caper, I call Effie just to let her know I'm okay before I hustle down to the office to dictate my report to the client. But this time it was 4:30 in the morning before I could get to a phone. The reason was that I was in jail. Wake up, Angel. You're home in bed, not at the office.
Sam, is that you, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
4:30 in the morning.
Are you up already?
Effie, pull yourself together. Get dressed. Hustle down to the city jail.
Sam, what happened?
Well, that's what I got to get on the record now while I'm still alive to do it. Grab a taxi and hustle on down. Bring a book, pencils, the encyclopedia that has the letter K in it, and any old $20,000 you got laying around.
Sam, where am I going to get pencils at this hour? Oh, Sam. Sam, I hurried just as fast as I could. There was no taxi around. What are you doing in jail?
My apartment's being redecorated. Did you bring your book?
Well, of course I did. And pencils, too. But you're here on a murder charge, Sam. Whatever could have happened
Take it down,
to you?
Effie.
But, Sam, what did
The
you do?
San Francisco Homicide Bureau. Attention, Detective Lieutenant Dundee. Date, fill it in.
I will.
From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the candy tooth caper. Dear Dundee, I don't know all the answers, not yet. What I do know is going down on paper while I'm still alive to get it there.
Oh, Sam.
The scenario runs something like this. This morning, a telegram came to my office. It was addressed to Samuel Spade, Esquire, and it was signed Casper Gutman. Gutman, the fat man. So far as I knew, Dundee, when you closed your books on the Maltese Falcon capers 7 years ago, Gutman was entered as dead. First, I thought the telegram was somebody's idea of a joke. But when I read it through the second time, I knew it was no joke. There's nobody else who thinks or talks or writes like Casper Gutman.
My dear Mr. Spade, you will no doubt receive with mixed emotions the news of my imminent reappearance in the city of the Golden Gate. Hence the companion dispatch of a telegraphic draft in the amount of $1,000, which you are free to convert into coin of the realm. This trifling sum, sir, is merely a token of my esteem for a man of many resources and nice judgment. And for it I do not require any specific service. However, if you feel so disposed, sir, you are free to accept my considered advice in the matter of an invidious pair of rogues. To wit, one Lawrence Laverne, DDS, and or Hope Laverne, whose charms and aliases are far too myriad to enumerate in this necessarily abbreviated communication. Should either or both of these persons approach you, beware the hidden tooth. Believe me, sir, they are untruthful, unreliable, and totally devoid of all moral sensibility. I count upon you to make no commitments to them or anyone else until you have heard my proposition. This I hope to lay before you when I arrive in San Francisco this very evening. Dear Joe, send regards. I remain your obedient servant, Casper Gutman.
Casper Gutman, the fat man. I know, Dundee, you figured I didn't get hurt much the last time I tangled with Gutman over the Maltese Falcon. But that's because you didn't know Bridget O'Shaughnessy as well as I did, as well or as warmly. Well, I figured if Gutman was still in the land of the living, let him come. This time I wasn't going to get hurt in any way. There couldn't be two Bridgets. Nevertheless, I ate a can of spinach, which I found on Effie's desk. Then I sat down again, facing the door. Nothing much happened for almost 10 minutes. I was still trying to dig the meaning out of Gutman's double dog, and I'd gotten about as far as his warning about a hidden tooth when Effie ushered a man into my office.
Mr. Spade. Well, I must say that you are indeed a pleasant surprise, but pleasant.
You've said it. What can I do for you?
My name is Laverne. Lawrence Laverne.
How do you do?
I shall spare you the tiresome details and plunge right into the problem. Oh, dear. At the Hotel Royal George, there is a mildewed creature, but mildewed, registered as Mr. Herman Julius. Oh, a really frightful person.
Very frightful, huh?
Oh, the kiss of death department. The only thing about this creature that has any charm is the four-toothed lower bridge in his right jaw. Now, Mr. Spade, I want you to get that bridge for me.
I'm sorry. It sounds as though you're saying I want you to get that bridge for me.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because he refuses to pay me for it.
You're a dentist?
I prefer to regard myself as a dentist sculptor. I created this bridge for Mr. Julius with infinite pains. And now he refuses to pay me. I ask payment, and he accuses me of acting without charm.
Mr. Julius wouldn't happen to be a very large, fat man?
Oh, contraire. Skin and bones. Well, Mr. Spade?
I'm afraid you come to the wrong man, Mr. Laverne. What you want is a lawyer to sue him.
Sue him? Months of legal wrangling? Oh, no. Oh, no. I intend to be vindictive about this. I am by nature a very gracious and charming person. But now let him beware. I shall have that bridge from Herman Julius, even if you must knock him down and wrench it from his jaw.
Uh-huh. You tried knocking him down yourself?
Oh, I could never even bring myself to perform extractions. I always send those patients to less sensitive dentists.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you'll have to find yourself a less sensitive private detective.
Oh, dear. Well, Mr. Spade, what would you advise me to do?
Mr. Laverne, I would advise you to get out of California before Walt Disney sees you.
Well, good day, sir. I would like very much to have you in my chair someday. Might teach you some manners.
Beware the hidden truth.
Hello.
Hello. Please sit down, Miss...
Thank you. Laverne. Hope Laverne.
Miss Laverne?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for my brother.
Missing?
Well, yes and no. I mean, he's been gone since yesterday, and I'm terribly afraid he'll get into trouble.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Well, you see, it just isn't easy for me to talk about this, Mr. Spade.
Well, now, Miss Laverne, suppose you just lean back in that chair, close your eyes, and...
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's easier like this.
I thought you'd like.
My brother's name is Lawrence. He's a man of 52. He's not well. I mean, he gets spells, and he acts peculiarly. He suffered a nervous breakdown some years ago, and he spent most of his life in sanitariums.
Where are you from, Miss Laverne?
Kansas City. During the past year, Larry was in a rest home in Palo Alto, and I arrived 2 days ago to take him home. Yesterday morning, Well, I don't know how it happened, but he's gone.
These spells you mentioned, what are they like?
Oh, well, he assumes different personalities. His favorite seems to be that of the dentist. He becomes obsessed with the thought that he's done some work, a bridge or something, for someone who refuses to pay him. He'll walk up to a perfect stranger and create a scene. He's been arrested a few times, nothing serious, public nuisance. Mr. Spade, I'm afraid that he'll be put away if he's arrested once more.
I see, and you want me to look for him.
Then he hasn't been here?
Why'd you think he'd come here?
Oh, that's another one of his tactics. He goes to a private detective, hires him to either follow a man or get back the work he thinks he's done. Dental work, you know.
But what made you think he'd come to me?
Oh, well, not you, particularly. Ever since yesterday, I've tried almost every private detective in San Francisco. No one has seen him.
Who'd you talk to?
I beg your pardon?
These private detectives, who'd you see?
Oh, there was a man named Graham and one named Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Excuse me. Would you like a drink?
No.
Marlowe speaking.
Spade, Phil.
Hiya, Sam.
Phil, you got a rumble on a missing brother named Larry Laverne?
Yeah. Gal was in early this morning. Brother's some kind of a screwball.
You meet him?
No, hasn't been around yet.
Thanks, Phil. See you.
Why did you do that, Mr. Spade?
It's doing things like that that have kept me alive and in business all these years. That was Marlowe. Your brother hasn't been to him.
I told you that.
But your brother has been here.
When?
A few minutes before you came in. Can't see how you missed him.
What did he tell you, Mr. Spade?
Pretty much as you outlined it.
About the dental work. And some man owing him money.
Yeah, some man named Julius. Herman Julius, he said. You know him?
I never heard of him. He's probably just another figment of Larry's imagination. Mr. Spade, I'm terribly worried about Larry.
I got that impression.
Will you try to find him for me?
Can you give me any idea where I might start looking?
Well, I think I know how Larry's mind works when he's in the midst of one of these spells, and if you find this Mr. Julius, you'll probably find Larry close by.
So you want me to find Mr. Julius first?
Oh, well, I only thought it would be simpler checking on this Mr. Julius' movements than on Larry's unpredictable whims, you see. Don't you think that makes good sense, Mr. Spade?
Miss Laverne told me she was staying at the Pickwick Arms, and I said I would call her if I found her brother, and she said, thank you very much, and I said it's nothing, just part of the day's routine, and then she kissed me and left. After lunch, I strolled over to the Royal George Hotel. Duke, the housekeeper, gave me a rundown on Mr. Julius, a quiet, nervous little man who'd sealed himself up in his room for 2 days, eating out of room service. I didn't have any trouble finding the hacky who'd driven him away when he checked out. He gave me the address, and 20 minutes later, I was mounting the front steps of a greasy rooming house on Sacramento Street. I twisted the rusty bell on the door, and a long, sharp nose that could only belong to a landlady stabbed out at me.
What you want?
I'm looking for a man named Herman Julius.
Don't have no Julius here.
Well, maybe he gave some other name. A little skinny guy with a foreign accent.
You the Lord?
Take me to his room.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now. Well, step inside. Up the stairs.
Home?
Never seen him go out. Ain't but one door. Watch that step second from the top. It's busted. Don't want no lawsuits.
It's the third.
Said he was a refuge. And Nazis was after him. Another fight. Never knew he was in a tangle with the Lord. Smell that?
Certainly do.
Cooking in the rooms. I got a rule, too. Sneaking electric plates, they do. Runs up the bills. Buzzards. Here's his room. Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius, you second there? They drink, some of them. Then they don't cook in their rooms. They drink. Get DG, some of them. Oh, go on in and get him. I don't want no part of it. Oh, they say.
I didn't see who it was right away. His face was the color and consistency of crushed strawberries. I helped him up and over to the wash basin in the corner of the room. With his face washed, he looked a little better, but he still looked like Larry Laverne.
Oh, am I ever glad to see you? I thought it was them coming back to kill me.
Did you find Julius?
No. He got away, the wretch, down the fire escape as I came in.
Who did this to you, a big fat man?
To tell the honest truth, Mr. Spade, I never even got a good look at him. He was all over me before
Who's Julius? What's in his bridge work?
Oh, I'll tell you everything, but please, first, let's get out of this horrid room. Oh, it smells like cabbage.
Larry Laverne was tougher than he looked. After the going over he'd gotten, you or I would have been hospital-bound, Gundy. But he did a late take. We were on the way back to his hotel, walking toward Market, when he crumpled in the middle like a sack of flour. I grabbed him and held him upright, looked wildly around for somewhere to park him. We were standing in front of a newsreel theater. I bought 2 tickets and piloted him inside. We sat down. I undid his clutch on my arm and concentrated on the screen. The subject that followed the football game was some big Oriental celebration somewhere in India or someplace. A very fancy parade with white elephants.
Candy,
frogs,
Ceylon.
all the rest
The
of it.
famed white elephants of the Orient get their annual airing as crowds of devout Buddhists gather to do homage to some of the strangest relics in the modern world. Here in Kandy, the Mecca of the Buddhist religion, pilgrims gather from near and far. Indian Rajas, Burmese officials, and Chinese dignitaries in ceremonial dress prostrate themselves before the jeweled casket containing the most sacred object of the Buddhist world, legendary relic of Buddha himself. As the Orient goes wild in jubilant celebration, temple dancers of Kandy perform for the crowned heads of the Orient.
Take me out of here. I can't stand it, Uncle Man. I tell you, stark raving man.
Take it easy. You're annoying the customers.
You brought me in here on purpose. You're trying to drive me crazy, but crazy.
Easy.
Listen to me.
2 men
If
holding
one
up
more
the sacred
elephant
relics
walks across
are high
that street,
priests.
If that man says that one word, Candy, just once more, I won't be responsible. I tell you, I won't be responsible.
All right, Larry.
Take me out of
the
here.
end. But the end. You got me doing it.
An
Come on, let's get out of
impressive
here.
ceremony indeed.
I promise you, Mr. Spade, all I need is just one night's sleep and I'll be a new man.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't even dared to take 40 winks since I arrived in this town for fear those monsters might murder me in my bed.
Yeah, I know. It's tough. Sit down.
So this is your apartment?
That's what I laughingly call it. Living room, bedroom, icebox. Here, have a drink. Me too.
Oh, thanks. Oh, did I ever need that?
Help yourself to the bottle.
I don't touch alcohol as a rule, but after what I've been through...
Well, now, drink all you like. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you. Well, I hardly know where to begin. It's also strange.
And there I was in Lisbon, Mr. Spade, the only English-speaking dentist worthy of the name in the entire diplomatic colony. Well, you must have read in the papers about Dom Constantino's tomb being violated. It was the scandal of the season. Oh, it's so horrible, Mr. Spade. I just can't talk about it.
Try a little more of this. Settles the nerves.
Oh, I just don't know how I can ever thank you. Ever since I hit this berg, I've been feeling like the forgotten... Pardon, man.
Yeah, you were saying something about a tomb being broken into. In Portugal, this was?
Yes. Well, you know, the draft board just took one look at me and...
I know what you mean.
So I just stayed on in Lisbon. And, well, you know how people gossip, having patients of all nationalities and all that.
Yeah, I get it. Between the Nazis and the Allies, you were quite a social line.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get the idea I was a spy. Oh, no. But sometimes people had things that could be hidden in a hollow tooth, and like that, bridge work, you know? I think I told you I'm not so much a dentist as a dental artist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that fat Mr. Gutman brought me this tooth, you see.
Gutman?
Yes, Mr. G and that Joel Cairo person that was with him. Well, they brought me this tooth. Oh, a horrid yellow old thing, practically a fang. They wanted to put in Mr. Julius' fridge. Paid me £1,000, can you imagine? Then when I learned what they had done, well, it made me positively ill. This practically sacred old tomb in the cathedral, they'd broken in and literally torn out a piece of his jawbone.
Whose?
Why, Dom Constantino's.
And who's Dom Constantino?
Oh, the Portuguese viceroy. It didn't hurt him any. He's been dead 500 years if he's dead a day. Oh, dear. I'm as tight as a tick. This liquor is getting to me.
And it was. I thought he'd open up some more, but I overplayed the bourbon. Half a bottle later, he passed out. I flopped on the sofa and tried to get some sleep for myself. But my dreams kept getting in the way. I had newsreel dreams in Technicolor. I dreamed that a white elephant with a face like Casper Gutman was leading a parade down Market Street. The howdah that was strapped to his back looked like a dentist chair. Herman Julius was sitting in it, but this face seemed to be blanked out. Joel Cairo, wearing a surgeon's gown and a turban, was drilling Julius's tooth. The crowds were throwing diamonds and rubies from the peanut bags they were carrying, and Gutman vacuumed them up with his trunk. That was when the bells started ringing in the Buddhist temple that had been built on top of the Mark Hopkins. Yeah.
Spade.
Yeah?
Mr. Spade, I need your help.
Who's this?
Hope Laverne, please, Mr. Spade. I'm terrified.
Where are you?
I'm in a drugstore, 5th and Mission.
Near the bus depot?
Yes, please, come at once, Mr. Spade.
Well, can't you come here?
I can't. I don't dare go into the street.
All right. Wait there. I'm on my way. I took a quick gander at Laverne, saw he was still out cold, slipped into my topcoat, and left the apartment. I figured it would take me 11 minutes to hustle over to 5th and Mission. I never got any further than 50 yards from the front of my building. I sensed him behind me, wheeled suddenly, bumped him into a doorway, held the thumbs of his hands gripped tightly in my fist. Stand still or I'll tear him off.
Let go. I'll kill you.
Don't move and it won't hurt.
You filthy beast.
The boy twisted suddenly and violently, and I heard the crack of his left thumb breaking. He swallowed a scream, dashed out into the deserted street. I went after him, turned into the alley, and caught the butt of a gun behind my right ear. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know I came to at least 3 hours too soon. I needed much more rest. I opened my eyes, steadied a swaying ceiling, and then I heard his voice.
Well, sir, this is indeed a jolly reunion.
It couldn't be, but it was. Casper Gutman, the fat man of the Maltese Falcon caper. Looking at the unholy trio there in the room, Joel Cairo, the little Levantine, still as oily and smiling as ever and still fragrant. Marvin, a sullen, white-faced, hollow-eyed youth as near Wilmer's double as anyone will ever see. And Gutman, spruce as ever in his black cutaway coat, black vest, and gray-striped trousers. You'd have thought nothing had happened since then, not even the war. The grayness at Cairo's temples only made his baby face look more babyish. And about Gutman, nothing was different except his watch chain. A curious jewel-encrusted ornament dangled from it, shaped like a claw.
You seem surprised to see me, sir. And no wonder. It's always disconcerting to encounter a ghost, especially such a substantial ghost. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since last we met, eh?
Under the bridge?
Yes, which brings us to the subject at hand, the bridge.
My head aches. What about the bridge?
First, we'll talk of it. After all, this is quite an occasion, sir. Reunion of old friends, eh, Mr. Spade?
Yeah. Tell me, did you ever find the falcon? If you'll excuse the expression.
Your eyes are resting on all that remains of that fabulous bird, sir.
Yes, that trinket on his watch chain. All that remains of the Maltese falcon.
Well, mark you, sir, what part of it survived. The claw. You believe in omens?
Right now, I'm ready to believe almost anything.
Indeed, sir. Well, no need for dissembling. We're old and wise, I trust, in the days of the falcon. But suffice it to say, the unsavory and bloated object which the police dredged up from San Francisco Bay and identified as myself was some other poor soul. Wilmer, I am happy to say, remembered the debt of gratitude he owed me, and at the last moment agreed to be a party to the very necessary little deception. That is, since they had him cold, as you detectives say, for the other killings, he might as well confess to murdering me. He did so in exchange for my agreement to take care of his family in a financial way. An investment, by the way, which has paid rich dividends.
How's that?
Oh, indeed. Oh, well, thanks to it, I now have Marvin, Wilmer's younger brother.
I thought I noticed a family resemblance.
Shut up! Oh, yes, poor Wilmer. He was like a son to me, like a son.
No, it didn't stop you from making him a patsy.
I detest killing Mr. Spade. I cautioned Wilmer time and again. He was so headstrong. A mere boy.
You better caution this punk or he won't last to take any raps for you.
Break his head,
Marvin.
That dirty shamus lays another hand on me. I'll kill him.
No, Marvin. Go, take Marvin into the other room. Explain to him that Mr. Spade and I are very old friends.
Casper knows best, Marvin. Come with
and
me.
now, no nonsense, you two now.
I'll kill him. Marvin, Casper would be angry.
Oh, dear. Hot-headed. Runs in that family.
Yeah. Well, let's have it, Gutman. What are you after this time?
My dear boy, you must judge me. It's true I had Marvin check up on you, but only because of your association with Miss Laverne. No matter now. I'm weary of the chase. All the way from Candy, What did the girl tell you?
She asked me to find her brother, a dentist named Laverne.
You believed her story?
No.
Most unscrupulous woman. No veracity, no regard for truth whatsoever. A true motive? Merely to make trouble for me and my friends because of her association with Kemidov. Aye, the Russian's hand again, Mr. Spade.
Kemidov? Did I ever meet Kemidov?
You'd hardly forget if you had. In short, here is my proposition. Another $1,000, coin of the realm, sir, for which you will refund whatever money Miss Laverne gave you and send her packing.
The bidding starts at $10,000.
Ooh. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Spade. Very well. I'll meet your terms.
I told you the bidding starts there.
And where does it stop?
Half or whatever the caper nets you. I deliver Julius, you do the rest.
Well, between you and me, Mr. Spade, I'm not as affluent as I once was. The Falcon pretty well wiped me out financially. Considering the time and money I've already invested in trying to track down the weasel Julius.
What's in Julius's bridge work?
And if I don't choose to tell you?
Then it's no dice. Think it over, Gutman. Either I'm in all the way for half, or I deliver Julius to the other outfit.
And that is your final dictum, sir?
Take it or leave it. Either you're in or you're out.
Good night, Mr. Spade. I trust you will call me on the telephone when you reach your diggings and tell me that you've changed your mind. No hard feelings.
The fog was clearing, and only a few white wisps of it were clinging to Twin Peaks when I walked home that morning. It was too late to worry about Hope. Or did she phone for Gutman to decoy me out so that I started walking faster? As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I heard a door open on the landing, and the slot of light that stabbed out from it showed me it was my door. The light came from behind, whoever had opened it, and I couldn't see who it was at first, only that it was not Larry Laverne. I took the last flight 4 steps at a time.
Hello, Sam.
Dundee, what's happened?
Come in and see for yourself.
Well, I saw for myself. I wish somebody else had seen for me. Hysterical Larry was lying on his back on my bedroom floor. His eyes were wide open, and he had a crooked grin on his face. A very crooked grin. Whoever had killed him had wrenched his jaw out of place.
I'm not saying you killed him, Sam. I'm only asking you who did.
Don't be a child, Dundee.
Why was he killed?
No statement.
What was he doing here? Who is he?
The name he gave was Laverne. I let him flop here because he was afraid to go home.
Afraid of who?
A man named Casper Gutman.
What?
Yeah, Gutman.
Quit stalling, Sam. Gutman's dead and you know it.
You bury him, Dundee?
Well, I believe you mean it.
Where Gutman's concerned, it doesn't pay to kid around.
What's he after now?
The bridge work out of a man's mouth. The man's name is Julius.
What's in this Julius bridge work? Maltese Falcon?
Something like that.
I'm sorry, Sam. That's not good enough. I'll have to take you in.
So you took me and you booked me. Bail was set at $20,000. You saw to that. You figure there's only one operator who'd put up that kind of money to spring me, and that's Casper Gutman. I hope you're right. Period. And the first part, at least, of sob story.
But, Sam, what is in Herman Julius's bridge work?
Laverne told me it was a tooth Gutman stole out of a skeleton in an old Portuguese catacomb.
What's so valuable about that?
I don't know.
Could be a jewel inside of it?
No, it's not Gutman's kind of game. Besides, the thing that made poor Laverne blow his top in that newsreel theater was something more like an elephant tusk.
Oh.
Where's that encyclopedia? Did you bring it?
Oh, yes, I did, Sam. Yes, I did. Wasn't I smart?
Look it up.
Look what up?
Candy with a K.
Oh. K, car, can. Oh, here it is. Candy. Hey, nothing. City. Capital of Central Province of Ceylon, located near the center of the island north.
Spare me the geography.
Well, the railroad from Colombo. Noted for its waterfalls and stuff.
Yeah.
The city surrounds an artificial lake and is sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Naligawa, which enshrines the tooth of Buddha brought, according to legend...
What? Let me see that.
Where?
Let me see. It's sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Naligawa, which enshrines it. Effie.
What's the matter, Sam?
The tooth of Buddha.
Sam, you don't think that's what's in Herman Julius's bridge work?
If it was, Gutman would be after him.
But how did he get to Portugal?
If it did, Gutman's the man that could track it down.
Sam, you sure of that?
No, Angel. No. The only thing I am sure of is this. When the Maltese Falcon laid an egg, it hatched a flock of vultures, and they're all circling right around my head.
Well, cheer up, Sam. You won't be in jail long. I'll bring you a cake with a file in it.
Angel.
No, devil's food.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Howard Duff, our star, appears as Sam Spade, with Joseph Kearns as Casper Gutman, in William Spear's production of The Candy Tooth. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with the second half of The Candy Tooth. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Robert Montgomery.
At the point at which we interrupted Sam Spade's narrative just now, things were at a pretty pass.
A pretty pass indeed.
A pretty pass. Sam wound up with the body of the dentist, Larry Laverne, in his apartment. The girl, Hope, waiting for him in the bus station. Casper Gutman, the fat man, waiting for an answer to his ultimatum that Spade produce the tooth or else.
Me in city prison under $20,000 bail, and the fabulous Candy Tooth still chumping on two-bit hamburgers and the bridge work of a very elusive man named Herman Julius.
Yes. And?
Well, after I dictated my report to Effie on what had happened until then, she left, and I laid down to think. Lieutenant Dundee and I had agreed that I should spend the night on the pokey. He figured that the 20-G bail would draw only one man to put up that much moolah to spring me, Casper Gutman. Along about 9 in the a.m., the turnkey unlocked the door of my cell. I followed him out to the desk. The $20,000 were there, but no sign of benefactor, benefactress, or Samaritan of any type. The bond was in my name. I signed my release and walked out. Across the street was parked a long black limousine with the curtains drawn. I started for it when a voice at my elbow checked me.
George Singer Spade.
See.
I'm Dom Constantino de Braganza. It's I who have put up the $20,000.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Now, why?
I desire a service. My card, Senor.
Dom Constantino. Wait a minute.
Yes, you seem to know the name, eh?
Yeah. For a guy who's been dead 500 years, you don't look too bad.
Oh, thank you. You are referring, of course, to my illustrious ancestor, Dom Constantino, the first Portuguese viceroy of India, who indeed had been dead since the 16th century. It's on his behalf I speak to you now.
What can I do for him?
Restore the tooth which was wrenched from his skull by a pack of unspeakable ghouls who violated his tomb in Lisboa.
You think they're in San Francisco?
Let us not be naive, Senor. The contemptible little dentist, Laverne, was killed in your apartment. Therefore, you must know the whereabouts of the other goose.
I know so many ghouls, senor. You'll have to be more specific.
I refer to a fat pig named C. Gutman and an odorous little camel named J. Cairo, and most especially to a woman of the female sex by name H. Laverne.
You want them or the tooth?
Both. Not one without the other.
No, it'll take a little time. They haven't got the tooth.
You know where it is?
In the bridge work of a man named Julius.
Oh. That then explains the dentist and the diabolical manner which they employed in smuggling the tooth out of Lisboa.
Now, you go on home and you stay there until I call you, huh?
Senor, I respect your judgment.
Thank you.
You will find me at the Hotel San Rafael, and for the retainers, you may consider the $20,000 bond as due.
Wow.
Adios, senor.
Adios. Be careful crossing streets.
Adios.
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 Adios, Don Constantino.
Adios.
Yeah, adios.
Adios.
Adios, yes.
Spade. Sam, get in.
You, got a hack license, Miss Laverne?
Oh, please don't, Sam. I know this car's ridiculous, but I don't dare use taxis or be seen on the street. What did that man tell you?
What happened last night when you called me from the bus station in such a panic?
Why didn't you come?
I went to see the fat man.
You saw Gutman? Did he mention me?
You didn't make that call last night to get me out of the apartment so that somebody could get in and kill Laverne.
Oh, Sam.
Then why did you call?
Because I found Herman Julius. And I'm driving you there now.
We didn't do any talking after that. She sat very close to me. There was plenty to talk about, but we didn't do any talking after that. I was vaguely aware that we were driving across to Oakland, and a few minutes later we pulled up in front of an apartment building. We took the elevator up to the 9th floor.
This is it, Sam. 9B.
Nobody home.
Oh, he's in there, Sam. I know he is.
Mr. Julius. Mr. Julius.
Go away. There's no Julius here.
That's his voice.
Mr. Julius, I've got to talk to you. It's very important. If you don't open the door, I'll have to...
I'll kill myself. I'll kill myself.
He will, Sam. He will. You've got to stop him.
Go away.
Julius! Wait a minute. Wait, don't! It was the 9th floor he started from. Poor, frightened little Herman Julius was dead on arrival. By the time we made it downstairs, the street was cluttered with cops. I grabbed Hope by the arm, hustled her around the corner to a rented limousine, and told her I'd call her later. My next stop was the fat man himself.
Well, sir, so you reconsidered. You found Julius.
I know where he is.
And your terms, sir. What are your terms?
100,000, cash on the line.
Oh, out of the question, Mr. Spade.
No cash, no tooth.
You found another buyer?
Yeah. A man named Constantino de Braganza says the tooth belongs on the head of his ancestor by a previous marriage.
Oh, acquaintances are very droll. And what else did he say to you?
That he'd double any bid that you made on the tooth.
My dear fellow, have you any inkling, any remote idea of the value of that tooth? No? Well, I'll tell you, sir. But let me warn you, if I tell you, and you do not then produce the tooth...
Yeah, let's get on with it, Governor.
Yes, sit down, sir. How much do you know of the 16th century history of the Orient?
Well, enough to fill that tooth with.
Capital joke, sir. I shall give you a little more. Enough, say, to fill an elephant tusk.
I'm listening.
Well, sir, when the Portuguese invaded India in the 16th century and established the city of Goa, there were three main empires in the Orient, namely China, India, and Burma. And the rulers of all three empires sought to rule the world. Now, legend had it that in order to become lord of the world, a monarch had first to be the possessor of 7 gems. That's gems spelled with a J, sir. Yes, gems. This is no fantasy, I'm telling you, Mr. Spade. This is actual history. 7 gems. And what were those 7 gems?
You tell me.
The first 6 do not concern us, Mr. Spade. A golden wheel, a white elephant, all easy to come by for an Oriental monarch. But the 7th, Mr. Spade, the 7th.
What was that, a tooth?
The tooth, Mr. Spade, the tooth. The sacred tooth of the great Lord Buddha himself. That remained in the temple of Maligawa at Kandy, on the island of Ceylon. Many kings sent armies to capture it, but all were defeated by the fierce Brahmins who stood guard at the temple gate. And so, we come to the year 1552.
It's about time.
Now, in that year, the Portuguese viceroy, Dom Constantino de Braganza, landed near Jaffna with a force of 1,220 men and defeated the king's legions in a savage battle. he returned to Goa with his victorious army and the tooth, which he retained as his personal prize. It was not long before the Burmese king, Bainaun by name, sent an emissary to Dom Constantino, offering the modern equivalent of £1 million sterling as ransom for the tooth.
How'd it get to Portugal?
Oh, hear me out, sir. Hear me out.
All right.
Well, before the transaction could be consummated, the Portuguese archbishop called on Dom Constantino and, in the name of the Inquisition, demanded the tooth. After some delay, Dom Constantino, under threat of torture, delivered a tooth into the archbishop's hand, and that tooth was publicly destroyed, the archbishop grinding it into powder with mortar and pestle and scattering the residue upon a fire, that the tooth might be utterly consumed. Shortly after this, Dom Constantino's personal physician, after drawing a tooth, now mind you, a tooth, from the viceroy's head, died under very mysterious circumstances. We may safely infer that the substitute tooth which he drove into the viceroy's jawbone, after the primitive fashions of dentistry in those days, was the candy tooth, put there for safekeeping until Dom Constantino could resume negotiations with Bainaun's emissary. But before that could be accomplished, Dom Constantino was stricken with the plague, carried aboard ship, and home to Portugal, where he died. He was entombed with the candy tooth still in his head. Now, the manuscript which fell into the possession of the Russian Khemidov and later into mine, but I shall not go into unnecessary detail,
Of course not.
was Dom Constantino's deathbed confession, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the real candy tooth had reposed for more than 4 centuries, not in the great temple at Kandy in Ceylon, but in a Portuguese tooth.
Yeah, well, I think I can take it from there. You still haven't told me what my percentage is.
Well, my dear boy, if your percentage were 1/10 of 1% of what can be realized on that tooth, you could retire to a life of sloth and luxury for the rest of your days. For the restoration of the true relic, there is no limit to what the Buddhist world could and would pay. Gifts and tribute paid to one temple alone exceed $11 million a year. Now, my boy, you begin to comprehend something of its value?
I'll still settle for cash.
Very well, then. $10,000.
It's a deal.
You understand, Mr. Spade. Now that you have my secret, the affair must be gotten over quickly, for good and all. If it is not, believe me, this time I shall not bargain with you for my life. You shall bargain with me for yours.
After I left Gutman, I called you, Dundee, and found out by a clever ruse where Herman Julius's body had been sent. You told me. Then I hustled on over to the mortuary. As I walked in, a hushed young man wearing a hushed cutaway and a hushed expression greeted me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Converse Etheridge. Can I be of service?
Thank you. I've come to pay my last respects to an old friend. Can I be alone with him for a few minutes?
His name?
Julius. Herman Julius.
Oh, yes. His widow is here, sir. Mrs. Julius.
His widow, huh?
Yes, she's inconsolable. Perhaps, as a dear friend of the departed, you might give her words of comfort. Please go in.
Thank you. A little woman in black was sobbing quietly to herself. She turned around when she heard me come in. Her eyes lit up with hatred, and suddenly she grabbed something from her pocketbook and held it at me. It was a .45, and her hand was shaking.
Yeah, this time I will do it. Always before I didn't have the heart. Always hating bloodshed. But this time, yeah, this time!
Nick, Frau Julius, it's Freund.
You are not one of them.
No, I'm a detective. I want to punish the people responsible for your husband's death.
Yeah, I believe you. This gun, I was going to follow poor Herman. There didn't seem to be any reason for going on.
Tell me something about yourself and your husband, Mrs. Julius.
It's an old story now. Years of separation in different concentration camps. Bribery. Then my children and I, we were finally released. Came to this country. After 2 years, Herman wrote us from Lisbon. We knew soon he would be with us. But even though the war was finished, they had lost. Still they went after Herman Julius. He knew the Nazis were behind him all the time. And even here, in this country, he did not dare come to me.
Mrs. Julius, you see, those people that followed your husband this time weren't Nazis. They weren't even after him. They were after something he was carrying. In Lisbon, didn't he go to a dentist named Laverne?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
didn't Laverne put an odd-shaped tooth, kind of yellow, into his bridge work?
Yeah.
So he smuggled the candy tooth out of Portugal, and he never even knew it.
Oh, well, it does not matter now. Oh, Herman is dead. Surely they will leave his poor broken body in peace.
I doubt it very much, Mrs. Julius.
No, surely they will.
That's why I want to make a request of you. You see, others have died besides your husband because of this thing. More will die unless you do as I ask you.
Oh, to stop terror, any terror. I will do anything, Mr. Spade. Anything you say.
I told her what I wanted done, and she agreed to do it. Then I started on my part of it. I called Gutman at the St. Mark and told him 11 at my apartment. Then I called Dom Constantino at the San Rafael. Hope and I got there around 10:30. Go on in, Angel.
Well, this is where you live, Sam?
Where I sleep.
Must be lonely for you.
Sorry, no vacancy.
Sam, listen. There's so much I want to tell you about myself.
I'm listening.
Well, listen. Just before the war started, I was engaged to marry a man named Kemidov in London.
The Russian, yeah. Gutman mentioned him. Something about an old manuscript?
Yeah, Kemidov had stolen it. In India, it was very old, and Kemidov said that the information in it made it worth more than the Maltese Falcon. It was in Latin.
Mm-hmm. How'd the fat man get this manuscript away from Kemidov? So you double-crossed Kemidov and took the manuscript to Gutman.
Sam, before they get here, I've got to tell you something. No matter what happens, I want you to know this.
Sure, I know. Say it, Angel.
Don't torture me, Sam.
I'd like to hear it, Angel.
Oh, Sam, I love you so much it feels like hate. It feels like I...
Go on. Hate me, Angel.
Darling. No, don't answer it, Sam.
Relax, Angel. You'll be okay.
Sam?
Yeah?
Only you, Sam. All I want out of... Only you.
Just stay on third, Angel. I'll bat you home safe.
You see, sir, I'm a punctual man.
Come on in, Gutman.
Look, the same apartment, the same colors, everything the same.
Yeah, the same rat race, Cairo. Hello, Marvin. Killed anybody since lunch?
You want me to give it a Sherman? Oh, please, Marvin. No one pleasant talk. Mr. Gutman, please tell Marvin.
In here, gentlemen.
Yes, Marvin. Mr. Spade, I'm sure, regrets the unfortunate... Well, and what have we here?
You all know the lady?
You see, Mr. Gutman, I told you. Now he's dealing with her. Oh, this is...
Shut up, you hear me? Shut up.
Don't talk like that. I'm jumpy. I don't feel good. I don't know why.
You shut up, too.
Always fighting, violence, unpleasantness. I'm getting too old for this.
Now, Mr. Spade, to the business at hand. You have the truth.
I want some answers first. Did you have our dentist friend Laverne killed?
No.
Did Marvin kill Laverne?
No.
Cairo?
No.
Nobody killed Laverne. He died of old age.
Have you asked the little lady there?
Sam.
I gotta ask you, baby.
Oh, Sam, how could you?
Answer me.
No, Sam, you know I didn't.
Well, it doesn't matter. I got my pigeon pick to take the fall.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
Now, Marvin, retain yourself. No violence. Well, sir.
That's it. Sit still.
I have a package from the Avalon mortuary for Mr. Spade. Oh, hello, sir.
Yeah, let's have it.
Mrs. Julia said to tell you...
Yeah, thanks. Well, Gutman, this is it. This little package. The candy tooth.
The tooth, at last. Give it me, sir. Give it me.
Oh, Mr. Gutman, it's all over. We've got it. We
have. Come, sir. No more teasing.
Put those fat lunch hooks down before I chop them off.
I rather thought this wasn't all. What now, sir?
I told you there was another bidder. And here he is.
I would advise you not to reach for your gun, Mr. Spade.
You're pointing that gun at the wrong belly. The fat man's inside. Mr. Gutman, Mr. Cairo, Dom Constantino de Braganza of Portugal.
Portugal, indeed. It's the Russians.
Kemidov.
Do not be so formal, Hope, my darling. You may call Mr. Gavanovich.
All right, let's get off the Kopek. We're all here.
You see,
Mr. Spade, you are an unmitigated cad, sir. You all along this man was an imposter.
That was the name he gave me.
Well, what matter? There's enough for all.
Touch some music. Mr. Spade, you'll please give me that package.
Now, Marvin, now!
They both had their guns into each other at once, practically. Kemidov fired first, but Marvin didn't fall. He spit out his chewing gum, then he squeezed the trigger of his .45. They both looked more surprised than anything else, but they were both very dead before they fell down.
Marvin. Dead. As dead as Kemidov. Oh, well, it was worth it. You know, of course, it was he who killed Laverne.
I told you I had my pigeon picked with a fall.
By gad, man, you are a winner.
Poor Marvin. He looks so dead.
You can have the package now.
Oh, yes. The truth.
He seized the package with his fat little fingers. They were trembling so he could hardly undo the strings. He tore the outer wrappings, exposed a small metal jar. He looked at me and wrenched the lid off it. He dumped the contents onto the table.
The truth, what is it? There's nothing here. Ashes, sir, ashes.
That's it, Gutman, ashes. The tooth is there, along with the rest of Herman Julius. He was cremated this afternoon.
Cremated? The truth, it was cremated.
No, it cannot be, no.
But it is the truth. Oh, you idiot. I'll tell you I'm the idiot. Why do I stay with him? Why?
Well, come, Joe. Shall we stand here weeping and bemoaning a curious quirk of fate? Or shall we defy all fates? Were we not well underway to finding the Romanov scepter when this charming lady detoured us with her romantic notions? Come. What say you, Joel, eh?
You mean we go to...
Yes, Joel, to Samak.
Mr. Gutman, do not say it. He is listening.
Yes, a wise precaution. Then we go, eh?
Yes, Mr. Gutman, yes, we go.
Adieu, Mr. Spade. Oh, sound. It's like the stage of the old Vic at the final curtain of Hamlet. Alas, poor Marvin, I knew him well. Oh, well, many a slip twixt the cup and the tooth.
Now, let him go, Mr. Montgomery. I knew there was nothing on him that Dundee's boys could make stick. I thought twice before I let Dundee take Hope Laverne, but we both agreed it was a smart thing to do. And what do you suppose Effie said when I said, period, end of report?
Oh, say, for once you came out ahead. $20,000. Oh, just think of the things we can do. Pay all the bills, a year's rent on the office, have that awful old leather chair reupholstered, and a new ribbon for my typewriters.
Effie, about that typewriter ribbon.
Well, maybe I can get along on this one for a while, but Sam, I do think we should get my mother's earrings out of Moisha's pawn shop.
Effie, I know this is going to be a terrible blow to you, but...
Sam, what did you do with the $20,000?
I put it up for bail.
Bail?
Yeah.
But that was the $20,000. And you're released so you get the money. It's very simple, Sam. You just go down and ask them for it.
Effie, you see, you don't understand these things. Now, bail is a very complex legal technicality. You see, you put up a bond, and then you...
Sam, how much was the bail for Hope Laverne?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Angel.
Oh, Sam, you're such a child. You'll never see her again. She was just using you.
I'll take it, Effie. Hello.
Angel.
Hello, kitten.
Sam, I'm free. Shall I come over?
Well, I'll always be waiting for you, kitten.
Me too, Sam.
Kitten, indeed. C-A-T. Kitten.
What's that, Angel?
Oh, forget it, Sam. I just get...
Can't figure me out, eh, Angel? Well, I'll tell you. I've lived without faith, and I lived without charity, but I've just got to have...
Out here's where I say... Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
This is Robert Montgomery. I'm sure our suspense audience agrees with me when I say that whenever it is, it can't be too soon to have Sam Spade back with us again in a full-hour adventure on radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Incidentally, our producer, editor, director on these weekly full hours of suspense, Bill Spear, joins hands with Dashiell Hammett to bring you the adventures of Sam Spade each Sunday night on this network.
Thanks for the plug, Bob. I have a basket full of thanks to my friend Howard Sam Duff, the kind of actor a director lights candles for, and to wonderful Lorraine Tuttle, who plays Effie each week, and to Joseph Kearns, who is the Casper Gutman of them all, and to all you other ornaments to your profession, Kathy Lewis, Wally Mayer, Jay Novello, Jeanette Nolan, Jack Edwards Jr., Sidney Miller, Hans Conried, and Bill Johnston. And, of course, as always, to our musical director and conductor, Led Gluskin, and to the composer of our original scores, Lucien Morawek.
And our special thanks to Bob Tolman and Jason James, who wrote The Candy Tooth, and who were voted by their fellow mystery writers of America the Edgar Allan Poe Award for Sam Spade, the best detective show on the air.
And to the Wildroot Company, a gracious sponsor of SAME, for this courtesy and cooperation in making tonight's Spadery available. Now tell about next week, Bob.
Next week, we will bring you another great American master of suspense, the author of The Postman Always Rings Twice and Double Indemnity, James M. Cain. It's a full hour of Mr. Cain's very wonderful novel, Love's Lovely Counterfeit. This is Robert Montgomery, who will welcome you once again next week to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Don't forget, next week at this same time, a full hour of
Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Santos Ortega and Ann Shepard, in Out of the Past.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear Out of the Past. Your name is Joan Morgan. And as you stand looking over Central Park from your penthouse terrace on this beautiful spring day, you can't help but feel you're the luckiest woman living. You're young, attractive, fairly wealthy, and happily married to a Broadway actor. Yes, Joan, there's little more you could ask for. The doorbell rings. You run to the door to greet your husband, Keith, who's home from his matinee performance.
Hello, beautiful. How's my one and only?
Hello, darling. Oh, Keith, no wonder every actress wants to have you for her leading man.
Nonsense. I'll have you know the only person I kiss like that is my wife.
You better say that. How is the matinee today?
Fine. I got 7 curtain calls. Oh, here's the afternoon mail. I picked it up at the desk.
Oh, anything for me?
I haven't looked it over, dear.
Oh, yes, here's one for me. 3 others for you, dear.
Let's see. This one's a bill from the hotel management. Darling, we're living beyond our means.
Oh, Keith, you're not going to start that again, are you? Well, we have over $500,000.
I've told you a dozen times I won't touch that money. It's yours, not mine.
Darling, it isn't a question of it's being yours or mine. It's ours.
Joan, I made it clear to you when we got married that we'd have to live on the money I earn.
Then what'll I do with my money if you won't allow me to spend it?
Well, someday we'll have 6 children. You can save it for them.
All right, darling. I wonder who my letter can be from.
You rip open the envelope, Joan, as Keith looks at the rest of his mail. For a moment you feel as if your heart has stopped. Then it begins to beat wildly. Over and over you read the 2 sentences. A friend from Europe expects you tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock at the Hotel Edgewood. Please bring $25,000 in cash, or else I shall be forced to take action. John Benedict.
Joan, what is it? What's wrong, darling?
What did you say?
You look so upset. Is it that letter you're reading?
Letter? No. No.
Well, then, if it isn't the letter, what is it?
It's nothing, darling, nothing at all. It's just that I have a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get you something?
No, Keith, no, I'll be all right. All I need is a little rest.
Come in, won't you, Joan? Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Martin, you must help me.
Why, of course, Joan. You know I'd do anything for you. Sit down and tell me about it.
Martin, I'm in trouble. I'm in great trouble.
Joan, what is it? What's wrong?
I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmail?
Yes.
By whom?
A man named John Benedict. I don't know who he is. But I received a letter from him yesterday afternoon.
There's only one thing to do, and that's to go to the police. I'll call the district attorney.
No. I can't go to the police.
Why not?
This man, Benedict, knows something I can't afford to have exposed.
What does he know, Joan?
Please, don't ask me. I know that you are my father's best friend, but I can't tell you. Believe me, if it ever gets out, it would ruin my marriage. My life. I couldn't stand to lose Keith. I couldn't. I'd rather die.
All right, Joan. I think you're making a mistake, but I'll help you. How much money does this man Benedict want?
A half hour later, you enter a dingy hotel and go to room 14. As Martin opens the door, he reveals a squalid, dimly lit room. For the first time, Joan, you see John Benedict. He's a tall, heavy man with coarse features and a thick black beard. In the half-light, he appears to be about 50. His clothes are of fine English cut, but time and wear have taken their toll. He stares at you for a moment, Joan, then speaks.
How do you do, Mrs. Morgan? Won't you please come in?
Thank you. This is Mr. Walker, friend.
Yes, of course. I trust you will forgive me these dismal surroundings, but alas, I am quite penniless.
So you thought it would be an excellent idea to blackmail this lady for funds?
I am afraid you misunderstand me, Mr. Walker. I am not forcing this beautiful lady to give me 5,000 pounds. Rather, I am, shall we say, requesting a loan.
Yes, but if she doesn't give you this loan, you'll ruin her marriage or her life.
It would distress me to ruin anyone's life. But then it also distresses me to live in a pigsty like this.
A much more suitable place would be the state penitentiary.
Martin, please don't talk like that.
Evidently, Mrs. Morgan, your friend is more interested in having me placed in prison than in saving you from disaster. I'm afraid you have not revealed our little secret to Mr. Walker.
No, I haven't.
Well, then, perhaps if we were to tell him, he would not be quite so eager to imprison me. Perhaps if he knew that at one time you had...
No. Don't say any more. I'll pay you.
Allow me to commend you on your good judgment.
Martin, give him the money. Give it to him.
Very well. Here's your filthy blood money.
Thank you. I think you have been very wise, Mrs. Morgan. Very wise indeed. Good day.
In the weeks that follow, Joan, you try to forget Mr. Benedict and the terrifying secret he shares with you. But you aren't successful, are you? Everywhere you go, you unconsciously find yourself fearfully looking for him. Life has become tense, frightening. Then one afternoon, while Keith is at rehearsal of a new play, you receive a phone call. A call that sends you in a panic to Martin Walker's office.
Martin, I've heard from him again.
Benedict?
Yes, he phoned an hour ago. He wants $50,000.
50,000? Maybe now you'll have sense enough to let me turn this over to the police.
No, I can't do that.
You mean you're going to buy him off a second time?
Yes, I must.
But you can't. What's to prevent his extorting money from you a third or a fourth time? He'll squeeze you dry.
The money doesn't matter, do you hear? Nothing matters but keeping what Benedict knows from Keith. If Keith finds out, it'll mean the end of everything for me. Everything.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. Oh, I see you brought Mr. Walker. And I was counting on a pleasant afternoon. May I take your coat?
No.
Benedict, what do you mean by asking for $50,000? We paid you $25,000. That was supposed to keep your mouth shut.
Well, it has, up to now. But as you can see by this suite of rooms, Mr. Walker, it takes money to live lavishly. Therefore, I shall need more.
Well, you shan't have it. We paid you off once. We're not paying you off again. There's a limit to what anyone will pay.
Yes, quite true, Mr. Walker. But the limit has not been reached as yet.
You swine. If I had my way, I'd call the police and put you where you belong.
Mrs. Morgan, I'm afraid you are allowing your friend to go too far. I have but to pick up this telephone, and your world will come crashing down about.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Martin, give him the money.
But June,
give it to him. I can't stand this any longer.
Very well. Here it is, Benedict. But I warn you, you'd better not try anything further. There is such a thing as pushing a person too far.
I shall try to remember that, Mr. Walker. Thank you for your advice and the money.
You're trembling with fear as you leave Benedict's luxurious suite, aren't you, Joan? And even when you reach your own apartment, the fear hasn't left you. Weeks pass, and life is a nightmare. Every time someone knocks at the door or the phone rings, your heart begins to beat wildly. And worst of all, Keith senses something is wrong.
I'll answer it.
But how much
Keith?
closer to it is?
Hello?
Is this Mr. Morgan's apartment?
Yes?
This is the stage manager at the theater. Will you please remind Mr. Morgan of the special matinee we're giving today?
Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. It was the theater calling, Keith, to remind you of today's special performance.
I haven't forgotten. It's only 2:05. I still have a few minutes before I have to leave. Joan,
Yes.
what is it, darling? What's come over you?
Come over me.
Yes. These past weeks, you've been just a bundle of nerves. Every time the phone rings or the mail arrives, you begin to tremble. What's wrong?
Darling, you're just imagining all that.
Joan, stop acting as though I were a child. I can see something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Keith, please. There's nothing... Who could that be?
Never mind, I'll get it.
No,
you just sit
Keith,
where you
I would
are and
rather...
rest.
Look, darling, you have to get to the... To the... What's taking him so long? Why doesn't he come back? Keith? Who is it? Keith!
Joan, what is it? Why did you scream like that?
I didn't scream. Who was that at the door?
Well, it was just a special delivery boy. He brought this special delivery for you.
Special delivery?
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open it? After all, it is a special delivery.
Yes. Of course.
I never saw anyone so afraid of a letter. Who's it from? Joan, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing. No.
Don't tell me that. You look as though you were going to collapse. Now, give me that letter.
No,
I said,
please,
give
Keith.
it to me.
No, please.
Yeah, that's better. Perhaps this letter will tell me what's wrong. Oh, it's only one sentence. I will phone you at 2. There isn't even a signature. Who wrote the note, Joan?
I don't know.
You must know, else why would you have grown so pale? I'll phone you at 2. It's almost 2 now. I'll wait for that call.
Keith, please. You must have faith in me.
All these weeks I've had faith, said nothing, hoping you'd tell me what was wrong. Now I must find out for myself. Well, right on time. Just
Keith,
2 o'clock.
Please, don't answer.
Take your phone. Take your hand off the phone,
Please,
Joan.
Keith, no.
I said
won't
take
let
your
you
hand off the
answer it.
phone.
No.
Hello? 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 No answer. Never called, hung up when they heard my voice. I suppose you won't tell me who it is? All right, then. I have to leave for the matinee now. I won't be home for dinner, but when I return after tonight's performance, we'll have this out once and for all.
Keith, please. I just can't tell you. If you'd only...
Goodbye, Joan.
Keith. I can't. Oh, darling. only I could tell you. If only I could. But I know you wouldn't want me then. How could you? How could you if you... Must be he. Must be he again. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan.
You promised you'd leave me alone, that I'd never hear from you again. That was only a month ago.
Yes, I know. But then, I am always making promises I not keep.
You've ruined everything, everything. My husband read the special delivery letter you sent. He answered the phone when you called a few minutes ago. How can I explain?
Oh, that should not be too difficult for a clever woman like yourself. And you are a clever woman, are you not?
What do you want? I'm tired of your playing cat and mouse with me.
I intend to call on you at 5:30 this afternoon.
I won't pay you another cent, do you hear? There's no end to your demands.
You may expect me at 5:30.
No.
And do not have Walker there.
No, I won't see you. I won't... Hello? Hello? Hello, I won't see you!
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. As you can see, I am right on time. It's exactly 5:30. This is a lovely penthouse you have. It's good to see you without Walker around.
How can you do this to me? I've never harmed you. Why do you insist on ruining my life? Why?
My dear lady, the last thing I desire to do is to ruin your life. Unfortunately, the world you and I live in being what it is, I am forced by circumstances to live by my wits.
If I give you the money now, how do I know you won't be back in another month?
Oh, that is very simple. Because after you pay me off this time, there would not be any point in my bothering you again.
What do you mean?
I mean, Mrs. Morgan, that this time I want $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes. If I am not mistaken, that is what the balance of your fortune amounts to. Do you not see? Once you have paid it over to me, there would be no point in my bothering you anymore. Simple, is it not?
You must be mad.
I? Oh, no, Mrs. Morgan, not I. Come now, you love your husband and he loves you. There are years and years of happiness before you. If he does not learn your little secret. You are wise. You will turn the money over to me.
I can't. If I were to withdraw $500,000, he'd find out about it.
But there is always the chance that he won't. You do not do as I ask. I shall be forced to reveal the secret.
No.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your... sweet.
I won't listen.
But your husband will. And he will learn that after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum.
No, you can't tell him. You can't.
Think of what a sensation the tabloids will make out of it. And think of what people will say.
No.
Your husband would have to divorce you. So, fainted, have you? That is not going to help you, Mrs. Morgan.
Martin, I just got your message at the theater. Where's Joan? What's wrong?
She's in her bedroom with Dr. Richards. It seems that she... Here's Dr. Richards now.
Doctor, what's wrong?
Keith, you must prepare yourself for a shock.
Oh, what's happened?
A half hour ago, one of your neighbors on the floor heard Joan weeping and screaming hysterically. The manager knew I was your doctor and sent for me.
But why was she weeping and screaming?
She's had a breakdown.
Breakdown?
Yes.
Well, I want to see her. I must.
Very well, Keith, but only for a moment. Mr. Walker, I'm afraid you'll have to wait here.
I understand, Doctor.
Keith, you must keep a grip on yourself.
All right. Joan. Darling. It's Keith.
You stay away from me. Stay away, both of you. Don't come near me.
Doctor, she doesn't even recognize me.
Yes, Keith, I know.
I know who you are. You can't fool me. One of you is Mr. Benedict. Maybe both of you are Mr. Benedict. Yes. I know what you're here for, but I won't let you. I won't let you.
She's completely out of her mind.
I know you're both Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Who's this Benedict she keeps talking about?
I don't know, Keith. She feels she's being persecuted by this Benedict fellow. He may be real, and again, he may be a figment of her imagination.
She's deathly afraid of us.
Yes, she sees everyone as this fellow Benedict. I tried to give her a sedative, but she grows violent when I approach.
Well, can't you do something for her?
I've already sent for an ambulance. She'd be much better off in a hospital where she can have constant medical care. Come along, Keith.
How is she, Doctor?
Well, it may be a long time before she recovers. I'm going down to the lobby, wait for the ambulance. I suggest you two stay here. Keep an eye on her. I've left the door to her room open.
All right, Doctor.
Shouldn't be more than a few minutes.
How do you feel, Keith?
Tired, if you want to know.
Well, it's only natural. These past 2 months have been quite strenuous for you. But with $500,000 and a wife who'll probably never be in any condition to ask you about it, you've done quite well.
Quite well? That's an understatement. Name one actor, living or dead, who could have given as great a performance of Mr. Benedict as I did.
You were superb as Benedict, I admit.
Superb? Why, I was magnificent. The costume, the makeup, my accent, simply perfect. I tell you, it was the greatest performance ever given. What a pity you weren't here at 5:30 this afternoon.
I'm sure I missed the performance of the age.
I outdid myself. You should have heard me.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your, sweetheart. That after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum.
It's really a pity I played my greatest role to an audience of one.
Well, yes, Keith, but you were probably the highest paid actor in the world. I'm sure that $500,000 for 2 months' work, less my share, of course, is something of a record.
Yes, it probably is.
I heard you, Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Joan!
I know one of you is Mr. Benedict. Or are you both Mr. Benedict? Yes, you both must be Mr. Benedict. That's clever. That disguise you used, that's clever. But you can't fool me.
She must have overheard you. That brought her out of her room. Yes,
no matter how many disguises you use, I know you. No, don't you come near me. Don't come near me.
Keith, she's got a gun.
Come near me.
Put that gun down.
I'm not going to let you tell. I'm not going to let
No, don't.
you tell.
Don't, Joan. Stop. You shot me. Oh, Joan, no. I'm not Mr. Benedict. He's... Mr.
You'll never tell Keith now. Never, never, never.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about poor Keith and Martin. Such interesting scoundrels.
That fellow Keith was certainly a remarkable actor, wasn't he? But like so many actors, he overplayed his role, with fatal results. What happened to Joan Morgan? Well, the poor woman was committed to an institution where after several years of treatment, she recovered completely. However, she still has a deathly fear of actors. Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in the cast were Santos Ortega, Ann Shepard, and Roger DeKoven. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
For murder.
I've always had a pretty low opinion of guys that commit murder. That's because I'm a cop myself. David J. Murphy, detective second grade, age 34. I've always said, anybody who murders is cheap and dirty and yellow. So where does that leave me? When my wife puts a 12-inch bread knife through a vacuum cleaner salesman. It just burst on us out of nothing. I came home around 5 one afternoon, and there it was. Mary out cold on the couch with a bourbon breath you could use for a cutting torch. Spilled whiskey, broken glass, the place all torn up. And in a red velvet chair, a funny little guy named Hamilton with our bread knife right clean through him. I just went numb. I couldn't believe it. I watched the boys do all the routine things. Pictures, fingerprints, measurements. All the things I've done in 3rd Avenue flytrap. They took Mary down to the police emergency ward. And after she'd come to and been sick and then gone back to sleep for a couple of hours, I managed to get a little time alone with her. She sat on the edge of the bed, shaking and still half sick. We tried to put the story together from the beginning.
Oh, Dave, I just don't remember.
Honey, this thing's real bad, don't you see? The newspapers, they'll tear you apart. Cop's wife, ex-dancer, knife, vacuum cleaner, salesman. You've got to remember, baby. You've got to.
Well, this is Monday. It was Saturday, Friday. It was Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday afternoon. Yeah. He rang the bell and asked if I wanted to buy a vacuum cleaner. I asked him in.
Go on.
He put on a demonstration in the living room, and I said I'd take it.
Then what?
I gave him a $5 deposit.
Cash?
Yes, a $5 bill. He said he'd deliver the machine today.
Did you get a receipt?
Yes, it must be around the house somewhere.
Well, if it is, we'll find it. Then what?
He left.
And came back today with a new machine?
Yes.
Did you pour him a drink?
Dave, it was so hot. He looked so tired, lugging that thing around. I asked him if he'd like a highball, and he said yes. I asked him to sit down while he drank it. I was only being decent, Dave. He looked so tired, and it was boiling hot.
Did you have one with him?
No.
But, honey, you reeked of bourbon. You were plastered.
I didn't drink with him, Dave. You've got to believe me.
Then what happened?
I went to get my purse to pay him the rest of the money.
Yeah.
And when I was at the hall, past the kitchen, and then everything went black.
Black?
I don't know. Something just seemed to hit me. Maybe it was the heat. I don't know. But the next thing I knew, I was being sick, and all those men were standing around taking pictures, and I didn't do it. I can't stand it.
Oh, come on. Hang on to yourself, honey. I can't stay much longer.
Dave, who phoned the police?
Mrs. Cole.
Mrs. Cole?
Yeah, she came over to buy some butter and saw this guy Hamilton sitting in a chair with our bread knife.
Dave, this isn't happening. It just isn't real.
Did you know that there was lipstick all over his mouth?
Oh. It helped me.
They wanted me to believe that Mary got plastered with a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. A drunken, lecherous Mary kissing this guy, leaving lipstick on him. Kisses 1 minute and a blind stabbing rage the next. The papers call her a bleached blonde ex-dancer. Everything I'd ever said about dames who knocked off their boyfriends turned up and smacked me right in the face. The department had decided she was guilty. Even Jock Doosan, my boss and my friend, even Jock had decided. He said so. Right in his office, he said so.
It looks real bad, Dave. Real bad.
Jock, you know Mary. You know she couldn't. It's impossible. She couldn't do a thing like this.
Dave. You can't beat the system. Everyone's leaned backwards all down the line trying to help you out, but they all come out with the same answer.
Did you check the towel after she was picked?
No narcotics, but plenty of whiskey. She was plastered.
And then somebody poured it down her throat. Look, she doesn't drink. Hardly even a highball, and then only when she's with me.
What do you want me to say, Dave? I'm just telling you the facts.
What about the bruise on her head?
You still think she was slugged?
I only know she did not pass out from drinking bourbon.
Well, then the medical boys are wrong. They got a specialist from Mercy Hospital to examine her head. He found a bruise the intern missed. Skin isn't broken. There's practically no swelling. Doc thought it was something she'd done herself on a door or on the arm of a chair.
Then she blacked out. Plenty of people had. I did in the Pacific. I hit the beach. The next thing I knew, I was in a field hospital.
Maybe. In a battle. I'm sorry, David. It looks real bad. You better get a smart lawyer.
Oh, Jock, it's wrong. Don't you know it's wrong?
Everything points to the fact that Hamilton was paying a social call. Now, if he was delivering a vacuum cleaner, where is it?
The killer took it.
Why? Why kill for a $39.95 vacuum cleaner?
I don't know, but there's an answer somewhere.
And this $5 deposit. Now, we've been all over the house looking for that receipt.
People lose receipts?
Yeah, they do, all right.
She didn't kill Hamilton. I know what's going on here. The department's embarrassed. Embarrassed because the wife of a department man is in a tough spot. They're afraid of the papers. Hush it up. Get it over with, and let's forget about the whole thing. Look, I quit. Take your badge and go to the devil.
Dave, take it easy. I don't want your badge, but you just can't work on this case officially.
Why? Afraid I might destroy evidence?
Look, Dave, we're friends. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you're working on that guy who knocked over those service stations. But remember, if you get into trouble on this, I'll nail you. I'll have to. If the newspapers ever found out you were working on your wife's murder rap, they'd have my shirt. So take it easy.
Thanks, sir. I've arranged for bail. She'll be out in the morning. Can I go see her now?
Sure, Dave, sure. But remember, keep out of trouble.
Take it easy, honey. You'll be out in the morning. I got the bail. Please, Stacy, please. Come. It's going to be all right.
What is it? What if they find them guilty?
They won't.
There's so many things I can't explain.
I'm working on it. I'm leaving here to see Hamilton's landlady. He lives in a rooming house on the east side. Then I'll cover his office. There are a couple of vacuum cleaners missing.
Missing?
Yeah, Hamilton had a new machine and a demonstrator. The sales manager told Jock.
Is that important?
Jock doesn't seem to think so. Says it isn't connected with a crime. Finding 2 vacuum cleaners in a city this size is going to be tough. But I'll figure it. Somehow I'll figure it. Don't cry anymore, huh? I know you didn't kill him. Even if you weren't my wife, I'd know you didn't kill him.
Oh. How can you say? Everybody else thinks...
Experience, honey. When a woman sticks a knife in a man's ribs, she stands there screaming. No. It's just experience. It's just the other homicide. Don't worry, honey. I'll figure it. I believe you. And I love you.
Oh, Dad.
Just hang on to that, huh? You'll be all right. You'll be out tomorrow.
You have to go now.
I gotta work, honey. I gotta do a lot. And first call is that landlady where Hamilton lived.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm from the police department, lady.
Police. They've been here a dozen times about poor Mr. Hamilton.
Well, they're here again.
I told them everything I know. Because you guys are too dumb to figure something out. It's plain as your nose that this babe killed him. If a dame bleaches her hair, you know what she is. I can spot him a mile away.
Shut up!
Hey, Wait a minute. Your Mercy, you're a husband. Well, aren't we being high and mighty?
Look, I just want to ask you a few questions. Give me a break, will you?
Mr. Hamilton stayed in night. He didn't drink. He never took anybody up to his room. He paid his rent prompt, and that's all I know.
There are 2 cleaners missing. One a demonstrator, the other one was new.
Cleaners? What are you talking about?
Hamilton had 2 airbrush cleaners. One was a demonstrator, an old one in a case. The other was a new machine. His office doesn't know where they are either. I thought maybe you might have some idea.
Well, how should I know? I didn't follow him around. They searched the place till I'm nearly crazy. You want to look at his room, too?
Yeah, why not?
They've been over it 10 times.
So I'll look again. Come on. Take me up. She was tall and had dirty gray hair, and I hated her. She watched me go over Hamilton's room. There was nothing. No letters, no vacuum cleaners, no nothing. Somehow I didn't trust her. Well, I couldn't figure why. Finally, I left. My next call was the airbrush vacuum cleaner company in the Morgan building. The sales manager's name was Richard. All he wanted to do was to keep everything quiet. He said so.
This is very upsetting, Mr. Murphy. Airbrush salesmen have always had the highest reputation for integrity and honesty.
Yeah, so has my wife.
Yes, of course.
Hamilton had 2 cleaners, right?
Yes, a demonstrator and a new machine.
Where are they now?
I don't know, and I don't care. This publicity is ruining our business. Our salesmen can't even get inside places anymore. For 4 days, nobody's even made a demonstration.
That's too bad. Where's Hamilton's sales book?
I don't know that either.
You got any sort of record of his calls?
We have a record of every house where he gets inside and makes a demonstration.
I want a list of his demonstrations for the last 5 days he worked.
I have it here. The police have already been over it. It's the last 3 pages in this book.
Why isn't my name in here?
Well, Mr. Murphy...
Come on, let me have it. Been taking a lot of trouble lately.
Well, he either didn't make a demonstration in your house at all, or... Well, it could have been that...
That what?
If he made a sale right away, he'd just make out a sales slip in his order book and not bother listing one call as both a sale and a demonstration.
I see. There's nothing else you can tell me? No phone calls for Hamilton, nothing unusual?
Salesmen often get called. Customers phone in for service. I can't remember anything unusual. Several people have been phoning since Mr. Hamilton's murder, accident. Several people have been into the office about it.
Will you get me a list?
There isn't a list.
Okay. I'm going to check his calls for the last 5 days he worked.
I just hope this can get off page 1, that's all. It's ruining business.
Yeah. It's ruining a lot of things, Mr. Richards. A lot of things. I started in making his calls. The last 5 days he spent on Van Buren Street. And believe me, that's a long street. Can I interest you in a vacuum cleaner, lady? The old college try. Doorbell after doorbell after doorbell. I'm from the police. We're checking on a man who called here to sell you a vacuum cleaner. Over and over and over again and nothing. Housewives, maids, kids, old men, old ladies, nothing. Then I came to the 47th house on Hamilton's list. A big place that had seen better days. I leaned on the doorbell and finally the door opened. The guy was nervous. A tall, pretty boy in a $200 suit. I couldn't figure why he was nervous. We just stood there on the doorstep, looking at each other.
I don't understand what it is you want.
Look, mister, we're checking a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. He rang your doorbell along with a lot of others. He got himself killed. You see, we look into things like that.
He was killed?
A knife in his ribs.
I remember him. He woke up my aunt ringing the doorbell. I told him off and sent him away.
He didn't get inside?
Oh, no, he didn't.
That's funny.
Funny?
Yeah, he made a list of every house where he gave a demonstration. Your house is on the list.
Well, there must be some mistake.
He didn't make mistakes about his other Demonstrations.
What do you mean?
Is your throat dry, Bub?
Say, what is this?
What are you trying to do?
Nothing, but 1,000 years ago they hanged guys who couldn't spit. I think you're lying. But I can check it with the neighbors. People see things. I'll find somebody who saw him go into your house.
Well, yes. Yes, he was inside.
Then why the runaround?
Well, my aunt's very sick and very old. I thought you might want to question her, and I didn't want you to disturb her. I thought you might just go away.
I think I'll talk to your aunt.
Oh, please. She's not well at all. She's senile. You'll upset her if you try to cross-examine her.
Look, mister, I may look tough, but I can be very gentle with sick old ladies.
Dave, it's 3:30. Jock's really coming up to the house. What's keeping him?
He'll be here, honey. I didn't want to talk at the office. I'm not supposed to be working on a case.
Oh, honey, you look so tired. You're worn out.
This is a tough fight, baby.
That's Jock now.
I'll go.
Well, shall I make something to drink?
No, we'll keep the liquor out of sight.
Hi, Dave.
Come in, Jock.
Sorry I'm late.
That's all right. Come on in and sit down.
Oh, Jock, I'm glad you got here. How are you?
Hello, Mary. I'm fine, thanks.
Jock, I've spotted something.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been checking all the calls Hamlin made in the last 5 days. I got into a big house on Van Buren Street. Big place. Used to have dough. Guy named Duff, Harold Duff, keeps house for his aunt. Her name's Stone. Miss Alice Stone. Ever hear of her?
Don't think so.
They used to have dough. Now they broke. The aunt's about 70. Sits in a wheelchair and won't talk. I think she's got a skin full of dope, Jock. I had trouble getting in. Duff tried to give me the runaround. When I got in, the old lady just sat there and wouldn't speak. Dolph says she's a bit off. But I think she was afraid to talk in front of him.
So?
So I want to get into the house when Dolph isn't there and have a talk with the old lady.
Why?
I can smell something. Dolph's wearing $200 suits and the grass on the lawn hasn't been cut all summer. He's greedy and he's hard up. I think he's trying to kill his aunt. A guy that'll torture old ladies will kill.
But, Dave, you've got nothing to go on, nothing.
I know, but it's a hunch, and there's some connection. I'm sure of it.
I don't see it. Maybe the old lady's in pain. Maybe she has to take dope. There's any one of 100 reasons why.
Look, will you put somebody to watch the house? If Tall and Pretty goes out, I want him tailed, and I want to be phoned.
Why?
I want to talk to the old lady alone.
You mean break in?
If necessary.
No soap.
Jock, why can't you give us a break?
Because I have a wife and 3 kids, and I need my job, Mary.
I know what you're thinking, Jock. Yes, I was a dancer. I danced in nightclubs. Ask Dave how long it took him to get a date with me.
Mary, I know,
but I do bleach my hair. I bleach it a little because it's so fair anyway. Does that make me a tramp?
Now, look, Mary.
Nearly every man in the department has been in this house. They know me. They're supposed to be our friends.
Mary, please, I know how you feel.
No use, honey. It's the system.
Oh.
The system has got us licked. Our fair-time friends don't believe it.
Oh, Dave.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Okay, I'll put a man on the house. But if you get caught, I'll nail you. That old lady makes a scene. If anything happens, I'll swear you had no orders from me. That you were acting on your own.
I'll take that risk. Jock set 2 men to watch the house on Van Buren Street. Late the next afternoon, Tall and Pretty came out and hailed a cab. One of the men followed him. The other beat it for a phone and telephoned Jock. And Jock phoned me, and I went over. The old girl wouldn't or couldn't come to the door, so I broke in a back window. I tiptoed to the living room door and peeked in. She was sitting in a wheelchair by the window. When she looked up and saw me, her eyes went wide with terror. A tiny, delicate old lady in a wheelchair. She whimpered with fright when I came over and took her hand. Look, Auntie, I'm your friend. I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh.
Can you talk? Can you answer me by nodding? Huh? Oh, come on, please, honey. Don't be afraid. Look, I'm in trouble, see? Bad trouble. They think that my wife killed that little man who came here to sell vacuum cleaners. Do you remember him?
Yes.
You do? Well, can you tell me anything about him? Anything at all? Honey, I don't get it. Are you being kept in this house against your will? Does that mean yes? Huh? You are. Does he give you stuff? Does he give you dope? He does. Well, do you want to get out of here?
Oh.
Well, I'll take you. I've got my car outside.
Rings.
Rings? Oh, honey, I just don't understand you. Why do you keep pointing to your fingers?
Rings. Rings in vacuum cleaner.
Your rings are in the vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Oh, honey, God bless you. God bless you. I'll have to stay in this house one more day. I can't take with me now. A pretty boy will catch on, but we'll get him. Don't you worry. Is there a picture of him anywhere?
Piano. On the piano.
On the piano. I get it. Look, I'm going to take it. And don't you worry, honey. I'll be back tomorrow. I was so excited, I was shaking. Everything was starting to fit into place. I made a quick search of the house, but there was no cleaner there. That made me glad. It meant he still hadn't got the rings back. Now I could see the whole picture. Dolph waiting for the old lady to die, pushing her towards death, keeping her doped, she hating him, knowing he was waiting for those rings. So she decided to beat him to it. She dropped them on the carpet in that dark old room. The vacuum cleaner sucked them up. Hamilton finished his demonstration and left. No sale. Then Dolph missed the rings from his aunt's hands and did a tailspin. He must have been afraid to go to the airbrush company. Afraid to talk too much. For fear his aunt would have to identify the rings, and people would find out he was persecuting an old lady. So he started tailing Hamilton. And he tailed him right up to our house. Right to Mary. I was so excited I went through 3 red lights on the way home. Oh, Mary. Mary.
Dave, if it's only true. If it's only true.
Look, I've got a picture of Dolph. If Richards can identify him as one of the people who inquired about Hamilton within the last week, we're hot. Really hot.
You've got to be right. You've got to.
We'll nail him right to the wall.
Dave, it isn't going to work. It is going to work out, isn't it?
You bet it is. Dolph is afraid to come right out and say the rings are missing.
Afraid?
Sure. Afraid they'd find out he was slowly killing his aunt with dope. So he followed Hamilton, getting more frightened all the time. Mary, it clicks all the way down the line. See, that's the way it works, honey. One piece at a time. Suddenly the puzzle isn't a puzzle anymore. Dolph was afraid the cleaner would be emptied. He got hysterical thinking about those rings dumped in somebody's garbage. Oh, honey, I'm so excited I can't sit still.
I knew you'd do it. I knew it.
Oh, can't you see what happened then? Mary, it's like a mirror. He followed Hamilton.
Go on, Dave.
He followed Hamilton here. He sneaked in the back way, through the kitchen. He can hear what's going on, see? This is a sale. This is goodbye cleaner, goodbye rings, goodbye everything. So he gets panicky. He's got to get that cleaner back. He picks up a bread knife. You go for your purse. And he slaps you when you pass the kitchen door.
I knew it. Everything just went black.
And Hamilton, the meek little salesman, charges out to help. Charges straight into 12 inches of bread knife.
Oh, Dave, if you can prove it, if you can only prove it.
Then the cover-up. He puts Hamilton in the red chair. Pours half a quart of bourbon down your throat, honey. Slings you under the couch. Smears your lipstick in Hamilton's mouth.
Dave, it fits all the way.
Sure it fits. Now, if I can only get hold of those cleaners. Somewhere there are 2 vacuum cleaners covered with Dolph's fingerprints. If I can get... Hey.
What?
He got the wrong cleaner.
What do you mean?
There were 2 cleaners, 2.
I don't understand.
2 cleaners. A new one and a demonstrator. The rings are in the demonstrator. Hamilton brought you a new cleaner.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, baby, I'm getting hot on this. Listen. The rings would be in the demonstrator. Don't you see? Pretty boy swiped the wrong cleaner. That means he still hasn't got the rings back. There's no vacuum cleaner in his house. I looked. Oh, honey, I'm hot on this. I gotta go now, quick.
Have luck, Dave. Have luck for me.
I'll have luck, honey. We'll win this yet. My head was going like a hammer. I phoned Jock. He told me that while I'd been talking to the old lady, his man had tailed Pretty Boy to the airbrush vacuum cleaner company. There, he asked for Hamilton's address. I went up to the airbrush place myself and checked that. Richards identified Dolph by the picture I'd swiped. Dolph had just left after getting Hamilton's address. He still didn't have the rings. He still didn't have the cleaner. Then the last thing fell into place. I got so excited I was sick. That landlady, that dirty, greasy-haired landlady had held out on me. Held out on a beaten-up old vacuum cleaner.
Are you here again? What's the matter? Can't you leave me alone?
Where is it?
Where's what?
That cleaner.
Are you crazy?
Get out of my way.
Hey, listen, you get out of here. I'll yell for help. Your wife knocked off a guy.
Tell me where it is, or I'll break your arm.
Please,
I'll break it, so help me. I'll pull it out of the socket. Now, where is it? Where is it?
I don't know.
Listen, Hamilton had two cleaners. The new one I don't care about. We'll find that later. But you swiped the demonstrator. It's either you or the nephew. He hasn't got it because he was in asking for this address at Hamilton's office less than half an hour ago. Now, come on. Yeah.
It's in there. Cover in there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Mary, baby, this is it. Empty it. Empty the bag.
Look, you don't have to pull a gun on me.
The gun isn't for you. Come on. There's some newspaper. Spread it out.
Yeah.
Hurry.
I am.
Now empty the bag. Come on, step on it. Shake it harder.
Don't get sore. I'm doing the best I can.
Shake it harder. That's it. That's it.
They're rings. 4 of them. Emeralds. Look at diamonds and emeralds.
Yeah. 4. Comes a papa.
Look, I didn't know about those rings. I'm not trying to steal. I just...
Damn it. And you can keep the cream.
Will I answer?
Yeah. I'll be behind the door. Just ask him in. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
I'm from the airbrush company. Mr. Hamilton has a cleaner here. They sent me to pick it up.
Well, come in. It's here.
Thank you. Are you opened it? What's going on here?
Hello, pretty boy. Looking for something?
Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I am forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even He likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we broadcast our version of what is generally regarded as one of the greatest of the modern mystery murder novels. In some peculiar fashion, it seems to have become necessary to defend the murder mystery as a form of entertainment. Heavy artillery is brought up in its behalf. President Wilson, it is proclaimed loudly, could not go to sleep or could go to sleep, one does not remember the point exactly, until a certain number of conflicting clues had managed to efface the days from his proof. And with a mystery solved only after suspicion has been aimed at every adult in the neighborhood, he's not particularly shameful. I have never understood the need for this defense. Murder mysteries are, among other things, our most moral form of entertainment. The wrongdoer is regularly apprehended. If he is not, I have incredibly missed some fascinating black sheep of an author in a flock otherwise startlingly white. And one learns an obvious lesson that to be suspected wrongfully is in due course to be triumphantly cleared of suspicion. Life doesn't always proceed according to this admirable pattern. The apologists would do better to defend life, I sometimes think. To help us solve the mystery of the murder of Roger Ackroyd here tonight, we are fortunate in having a very powerful ally, a most distinguished lady and one of your favorite actresses. A lady in whose ears a nation's applause is still ringing for her latest brilliant success in Drums Along the Mohawk, Miss Edna May Oliver. But before we delve into the mysteries of this night's doings, Ernest Chappell has a comment to make on something which appears to be no mystery at all. Mr. Chappell.
Thank you, Orson Welles. I'd like to ask all of you if you'll do this. The next time you're out in the car driving along the highway, just note the great number of eating places that display as their main invitation to you the words chicken dinners. The reason, of course, is simply that the proprietors of these eating places know by long experience that to nearly all of us, one dish that is a symbol of good eating is chicken. Now, because chicken is a favorite dish with nearly everyone, it's really no mystery at all why Campbell's Chicken Soup continues to grow steadily in popularity. You see, in every drop of the glistening golden broth, there's the rich chicken flavor you like so much. Steeped in deep chicken flavor, too, is fluffy white rice in every fragrant plateful. And you'll also enjoy the pieces of melting tender chicken meat that Campbell's add. Yes, here is chicken soup, deep and full and rich. And you'll appreciate that from your first brimming spoonful. If you've already enjoyed this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup as Campbell's make it, won't you remember to have it again soon? And if you haven't yet tried it, won't you do so at dinner tomorrow night? Because I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's Chicken Soup. And now our Campbell Playhouse presentation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I think you'd like to know that we have with us in the studio tonight, as a surprise visitor, None other than the celebrated Belgian detective, Mr. Hercule Poirot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you good evening.
If we had time, which we have not, I'm sure nothing would please us more than to hear from Mr. Poirot. Unfortunately...
Why unfortunately when we have here a microphone?
But, Mr. Poirot, you don't understand.
I understand only that since my arrival in your country some weeks ago, I observed that there is circulate an impression of my person which I must now publicly refute. I trust that the embarrassment of my presence here tonight in Mr. Wells' studio will ensure from him an honest and lifelike portrait. It has been said that I am a little man. Regard for yourself that this is not so. I have 5 feet 2 inches of high. My head is perhaps egg-shaped, and I carry it perhaps a little to one side, the left, but my eyes shine green when I am excited. Beyond this, my mustache are the largest in Europe, and my force is in my brain and not in my feet. If these things are made clear, and Mr. Wells is to tribute to Hercule Poirot, I will be satisfied. The results of my little gray cells will speak for themselves. If you will show me where I am to sit, please. I thank you.
This is Mr. Poirot, Miss Oliver.
How do you do?
Miss Oliver, you have often wanted to meet me, I am sure. I compliment you.
Please, Mr. Poirot. Ladies and gentlemen, our Campbell Playhouse presentation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd.
Well, let me to start with give you some idea of the little village of King's Abbot, of which I have so many years been the leading, I must admit, also the only physician and surgeon. My name, by the way, is Shepherd, James Shepherd. We have a large railway station, small post office, 2 rival general stores, very few able-bodied men, a staggering number of unmarried ladies, none of whom are getting any younger, and an amazing number of retired military officers, all of whom are getting older. In fact, the only newcomer for many months lives next door to me, concerning whom little is known despite the earnest and tireless investigations carried on in respect to him by my sister Caroline. Caroline and her little group of earnest ferrets, or maiden ladies like herself, have been forced to content themselves with the simple fact of his nationality, which is alien, of his name, which is Poirot, the obvious fact that he putters around his garden all day growing cucumbers, and the suspicion, based chiefly on malicious deductions, he's a retired hairdresser. Let's see now. The main house of any importance in King's Abbot is Fernley Hall, owned by Roger Ackroyd, who's always looked more like a country squire than any country squire could really look, but who's actually an immensely wealthy manufacturer of wagon wheels, nearly 50 years of age, rubric in the face and genial of manner, in general, the life and soul of our, to this week, the peaceful village. The other house of any importance has been left to Mrs. Ferrars by her late husband. Mrs. Ferrars died on the night of the 16th of September, a little less than a week ago. It seems longer than that. I was sent over for 8 o'clock in the morning of the 17th. There was nothing to be done. She'd been dead some hours. I turned to my home as soon as I decently could, looking forward happily to the warm breakfast I had missed, and rather unhappily to the certainty of a relentless cross-examination by my sister Caroline.
Is that you, James? What on earth are you doing out there in the hall?
Just hanging up my overcoat, my dear.
Oh, Mrs. Ferrars died in her sleep, didn't she?
Bacon is cold. How did you know? Out with the dawn, securing information instead of warming the bacon, is that it? I suppose you're going to tell me she died of heart failure.
Annie told me. The milkman told her. He had it from Ferrars' cook.
Since you're bound to hear sooner or later, Caroline, from the greengrocer or the postman, I might as well tell you myself. She died of an overdose of sleeping medicine. She hadn't been sleeping well lately.
Nonsense. She took it on purpose.
Well, why on earth should Mrs. Ferrars wish to commit suicide? A widow, still fairly young, very well off, good health, nothing to do but enjoy life.
And looking forward to marrying Roger Ackroyd. Don't forget to leave that out.
That's an item of fact only in your local gossip circle.
A fact's a fact. And there is such a thing as remorse, James, even if you're as wealthy as Mrs. Ferrars.
Remorse?
I have always been convinced she poisoned her husband, and I'm more than ever convinced of it now. If you'd arranged an inquest a year ago, as I suggested you should...
You're talking nonsense, Caroline.
Then you're absolutely satisfied it was an accident?
I'm satisfied this bacon is not going to get any warmer by itself, and it's time I went to the surgery to see my patient.
All right, James. You don't have to be grumpy about it. Oh, by the way, Mr. Ackroyd's butler, Parker, called.
What about?
Mr. Ackroyd wants to know if you'll dine with him this evening. He says he'd regard it as a great favor if you'd cancel any other engagement.
Of course I'll go. Don't worry, Caroline. I may tell you all about the dinner tomorrow.
Oh, then I'll give you something to tell Mr. Ackroyd tonight. Rafe Peyton is back.
Rafe Peyton?
Yes, and he's staying at the Dog and Whistle. I know he's taking particular pains to be sure that Mr. Ackroyd doesn't find out about it.
I wouldn't dream of telling him. Roger Ackroyd's relations with his stepson are his own affair. Believe me, Caroline, according to every interpretation except your own.
I can't help it if people tell me things.
In answer to questions.
Well, you'd better rush along to that precious surgery of yours.
You've got 4 patients waiting.
How do you know?
Well, one can't help seeing through a window. If one is looking through a window.
The distance from my house to Fernley Hall, Roger Ackroyd's home, is a little over 2 miles. I remember that evening as I walked that the subject of Caroline's latest piece of gossip kept returning to my mind. Rafe Peyton was in King's Abbot. Rafe Peyton, whom I'd known and liked since he was a child. Adopted by Ackroyd upon the death of his mother, he'd grown up to be a handsome but what our narrow little village regarded as a rather wild young man. There'd been many stormy scenes between his stepfather and himself before he finally left for London. According to Caroline, he was secretly engaged to Flora Ackroyd, Roger Ackroyd's niece, who with her mother was now living in Fernley Hall. According to Caroline, I say, and Caroline's information, I'm afraid, is always exact. However illegitimate her source may be. What's the trouble, Ackroyd? A bit under the weather?
Yes, Doctor. I've had a little of that pain after food lately. You must give me some more of those tablets of yours.
I thought as much, Ackroyd. I brought some up with me. My bag in the hall. I'll get them.
No, don't trouble. Make certain that window's closed, will you, Shepard?
Of course. Well, that one's open.
I'll put the latch across, will you?
All right. I say what's really bothering you, Ackroyd.
The door's closed, isn't it?
Yes.
Shepard, nobody knows what I've gone through in the last 24 hours.
What's the trouble?
You're an old friend, Doctor. My oldest friend, perhaps. You attended Ashley Ferrers in his last illness, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did it ever enter your mind that he might have been poisoned?
Well, frankly, Ackroyd, I don't think I should.
He was poisoned.
By whom?
His wife. She told me so herself yesterday.
Yesterday? You mean a few hours before she died, she told you?
Yes. Some weeks ago, I asked Mrs. Ferrers to marry me. She refused. Last week, I asked her again, and she consented. Yesterday, I called upon her. I noticed that she'd been very strange in her manner for some days. Now, without the least warning, she broke down completely. She told me everything. Her hatred of her swine of a husband, her growing love for me, and then, a year ago, the dreadful means she had taken to free herself. It was poison, Shepard. Murder in cold blood.
Murder? Are you sure?
That wasn't all. It seems there's one person who's known all along what she did, who's been blackmailing her for huge sums. It was the strain of that that drove her nearly mad.
Who's the man?
She wouldn't tell me his name.
Have you any suspicion?
I don't dare have a suspicion. Something she said made me think that the person in question might actually be a member of my household. But that can't be so. I won't let it be so. I must have misunderstood her.
What'd you say to her?
What could I say? She made me that promise to do nothing for 24 hours, and she refused to give me the name of the scoundrel who'd been blackmailing her. I never dreamt she'd kill herself. Shepard, will you hand me that letter on the table there, in the blue envelope?
This one?
Thanks. It's from her. It arrived during dinner. She must have written it just before she...
You think she wrote you the little bit she didn't tell you, is that it? Name of the man?
Yes, I think so. I've got to open it, and yet I'm afraid... What's that?
What?
I thought the latch of the door gave a bit.
Yes? I'll see if there's anyone there. No one.
Nerves, I expect. Are you sure you shut the window?
Yes, it's closed.
Well, I'll read it. If I read it to you, it won't seem so bad. I won't be facing it alone, no matter what the name. My dear, my very dear Roger, a life calls for a life. I see that. I saw it in your face this afternoon, so I'm taking the only road open to me. I leave to you the punishment of the person who made my life a hell on earth for the last year. I would not tell you the name this afternoon, but I propose to write it to you now, dear Roger, now that I have nothing more to fear. Will you forgive me, Shepard, but I see I must read this alone. It was meant for my eyes, and my eyes alone.
Do you think that's wise, Roger?
I'd rather wait.
Well, if you insist on not letting me help you.
If you must put it that way, yes, my dear friend, I do insist. I'm sorry.
I left Fernley Hall at 9:15. From Fernley Hall to my house, it takes, as a rule, about 3/4 of an hour. The night there was the moon shining, and I did it in less.
On the road, I noticed the lights blazing in our parlor. Caroline was entertaining. Through the window, I caught sight of an egg-shaped head partially covered with suspiciously black hair, 2 immense mustaches, and a pair of watchful eyes.
James, come in. You're just in time for hot milk and crackers.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. Oh, excuse me.
This is my brother, Dr. Shepherd.
I am enchanted.
James, this is Mr. Hercule Poirot.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Poirot is our new neighbor.
If I may be permitted one slight correction, my name is Hercule Poirot. Your good sister proceeds on the familiar English assumption that we are not English, do not know how to pronounce our own silly names.
He's just making fun of me, James. He has a very dry wit. We've had quite an interesting conversation.
I question that it was two-sided.
And do you know what Mr. Poirot told me? He's a policeman.
Pardon, mademoiselle. Not yet. I see you appreciate Hercule Poirot. It's true worth. The name Poirot, mademoiselle, is known today in every continent, every land, nay, in every city of the world. I am become the last word. I am as much a specialist as an Harley Street physician.
Well, that's what I said, didn't I? A detective.
Yeah, consulting detective.
That's what I said.
I'm afraid, Mr. Poirot, you find little to occupy a man of your talents in this village.
Mr. Poirot tells me what he's looking for just now is peace and quiet.
Precisely, mademoiselle. That and the correct soil, which you have in so great abundance here in King's Abbot for the cultivation of cucumbers.
Oh, I'll answer it. It's probably Mrs. Bates and her rheumatism.
Never mind, Caroline. I'll take it.
Oh, all right.
Hello. Hello. What? What's that? Certainly, of course. Of course I will at once.
What is it?
It's Parker, the butler, calling from Fernley. Just found Roger Ackroyd. Murdered.
Why, Dr. Shepherd.
Where is he, Parker?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Mr. Ackroyd, don't stand there staring at me. Have you notified the police?
The police,
What's the matter with you, Parker? You called me to tell me your master's been murdered.
The master murdered?
Didn't you telephone me not 5 minutes ago and tell me Mr. Ackroyd had been found murdered?
Me? Oh, no, sir.
My English is not of the best, Dr. Shepherd, but there seems to be a peculiar misapprehension.
Why, Dr. Shepherd, I
I'll
never...
give you the exact words I heard just now on the phone. This is Parker, the butler at Fernley speaking. Will you please come at once, sir? Mr. Ackroyd has been murdered.
But, Doctor,
Where is Mr. Ackroyd, Parker?
Why, he's in the study,
If you don't mind waiting down here a moment, Monsieur Poirot, I won't be a minute.
This way, sir.
But of course.
I'd rather not intrude on him, sir, if you don't mind.
Well, I will, then. Door's locked.
Mr. Ackroyd must have locked himself in and possibly just dropped off to sleep, sir.
Ackroyd! Look here, Parker. I had to break this door in, or rather we are.
But, Dr. Shepherd...
I'll take the responsibility.
Oh, if you say so, sir.
All right, here we go. Together now. One. Inspector? Take it sideways, permitting the dagger to penetrate the jugular. Death was instantaneous.
Has the body been moved?
Beyond making certain that life is extinct, I haven't disturbed the body in any way.
You didn't touch the dagger, did you, Doctor?
No, Inspector.
No, good. Well, we'll want that for fingerprints. Rummy-looking thing, isn't it? Foreign-looking. Moorish silver. Mr. Ackroyd was quite a collector. There are his silver cases over against the wall. Who are you? My name's Raymond. I'm Mr. Ackroyd's private secretary.
That's right, Inspector. It's been with Mr. Ackroyd almost 2 years now.
Oh, very well. Now, Doctor, how long should you say he's been dead?
Half an hour at least, perhaps longer.
You had to break down the door, eh? What about the window?
The English people, they have a mania for the fresh air. The big air is all very well outside where it belongs. Why admit it to the house?
Hey, who are you? How did you get in here?
You call yourself, unfortunate man, an inspector of police, and you say to me, who am I? Hercule Poirot, master detective, possessed of the finest brain in Europe, known in every continent, in every land, nay, in every city.
Not in my part of the world, you ain't. I never heard of you.
I'll vouch for Monsieur Poirot, Inspector. It's my house the phone call came, Mr. Ackroyd's death.
Hey, but this is my case, and don't you forget it. Now, then, what was these words you heard Mr. Ackroyd say at 9:30? Well, come on. I'd swear under oath the exact words were, the calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I find it impossible to accede to your request.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond, very much.
I beg pardon, Inspector.
Well, what is it, Parker?
I just remembered. Miss Flora saw Mr. Ackroyd later than 9:30, about quarter...
You're so gracious, Permission Inspector. Tell me, Parker, is this room exactly as it was when you entered it with Dr. Shepard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, I felt myself that this chair here was drawn out a little more. It has been puzzling.
The grandfather chair between the door and the window.
That's right, sir.
That's very curious. No one would want to sit in a chair in such a position.
What are you talking about? When a man wants to sit, he sits, don't he?
Who pushed it back in place, I wonder? Did you, Parker?
No, sir, no, sir. I was too upset at seeing the master and all. It isn't important, is it, sir?
It is completely unimportant. That's why it is so interesting.
You're very late for breakfast, James.
I was up quite late, Karen. I'm afraid I forgot your natural anxiety to learn details you're not supposed to know.
Well, don't worry about me, James. Mr. Poirot was working his cucumbers at daybreak this morning. 6:37 it was. And I've been with him ever since.
Good. Perhaps you have some information for me, Caroline.
Perhaps I have. Or are you going to pretend you know what suddenly occurred to Mr. Poirot in the night? So that he couldn't sleep for an hour or two after he got home?
Inasmuch as I haven't seen our friend since he went to bed.
Well, I don't feel very much like telling you either. If I didn't know that he'd tell you himself, I don't think I would. Well, he was worrying about the prints of some shoes outside the window. The way the rubber studs were worn down, he says, should mean something to him. But he doesn't know what.
Did you explain it to him, Caroline? Hasn't the cook been of any help to you, or the milkman, or the Ladies' Aid Society?
You needn't always be facetious, James.
Hasn't the bacon needn't always be cold, I dare say, but it is, and so am I. But not cold, but facetious.
James, you know what Mr. Poirot said? He said I had the makings of a born detective in me. He particularly admires my wonderful instinct into human nature. And he told me a lot about the little grey cells of the brain. He says his are of the first quality, slightly above that, in fact.
I'm sure they are.
He thinks you're very intelligent, too.
Good morning, good Shepard. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Poirot.
A beautiful morning, is it not? See, how is this for a cucumber? Beautiful, now, my friend, it is yours. I give it you. Altogether, my good Shepherd, I have a wonderful morning. Everywhere I learn things new and wonderful things. And all the time the grey cells of Hercule Poirot, they are working. Miss Caroline, she tells me so much about this Rafe Peyton. This morning I go to the hotel. It's what you call it.
The Dog and Whistle.
Thank you, Miss Caroline. And I think I will talk myself to Rafe Peyton. Then they tell me at the Dog and Whistle that was here last night another gentleman asking for Mr. Peyton.
Why, James, I certainly think you might have...
No, Caroline, I thought someone ought to inform Rafe of his uncle's death. The least one could do, since no one but myself and the members of your intelligence service knew that he was in King's Abbot at all. Matter of fact, Rafe Peyton left the Dog and Whistle at 9 o'clock last night and never came back.
Well, what on earth do you think happened to him?
Rafe Peyton has a right to come and go as he pleases. He might have gone anywhere. He might even have gone back to London.
Leaving his luggage behind? I wonder.
Oh, by the way, my good Shepherd, the telephone call.
Oh, you mean the one that came while you were at the house with Mr.
That
Poirot?
is the one. Tell me, do you think it is possible that someone could have telephoned you and imitated Parker's voice sufficiently to deceive you?
Well, he said he was Parker. James really doesn't know Parker's voice well enough.
Of course. But the telephone call was traced this morning by my friend Inspector Hempstead. It didn't come from Fanley Hall at all. It was put through to you at 9:50 last night from a public call office at King's Abbot Station, and at 23 the night mail is for Liverpool. It is the inspector's opinion that the murderer may have left King's Abbot on that very train.
Ah, then you do believe that Rafe Peyton?
I believe nothing, mademoiselle, until it is proved.
Well, what do you think?
I think, Miss Caroline, that Roger Ackroyd was murdered. Outside of that, I think that I will have to think a good deal more.
Oh, it's an outrage. That's what it is. A little man, not even an Englishman, a foreigner with moustaches, comes into this home, a British home, a house of mourning, unsolicited, unwelcome.
Oh, Mother, do be quiet.
Flora, I will not. He comes in here, into my own brother-in-law's house, questions us like a lot of criminals, dismisses much as I've kissed his skin.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Mr. Poirot, you must excuse my mother. My uncle's death was a terrible shock.
I understand, mademoiselle. It is very little that Hercule Poirot does not understand.
Honestly, no, Mr. Poirot, you're on the wrong track. Rafe Peyton has nothing to do with this crime. The mere fact that he was hard-pressed for money...
Was he hard-pressed for money, Mr.
Mr. Raymond, now you've made it seem as though...
Miss Ackroyd, I'm merely telling the truth. Yes, he was hard-pressed. He was always applying to his stepfather for money.
But,
Please, mademoiselle, had he done so of late, Mr. Raymond? During the last week, for example?
Mr. Ackroyd didn't mention such a fact to me. Of course, Mr. Peyton will never again have to apply to anyone for money.
You mean that Mr. Ackroyd's will...
Exactly. After paying certain legacies and bequests, servants, charities, and so on.
Aha, including yourself, Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Ackroyd was good enough to remember me to the extent of £1,000.
Well, it's not surprising. Go on, please.
Well, Miss Flora Ackroyd inherits £20,000 outright. The residue, including this property and an outstanding control in the business, goes to Rafe Peyton.
You have been familiar with this will for some time past, Mr. Raymond.
Roger Ackroyd's confidential secretary.
Of course, of course. And Mr. Ackroyd possessed a very large fortune indeed, had he not?
Fortune that would have been regarded as large even in less tax-ridden times.
Then the immediate inheritance of such a large sum would have eased very considerably the present difficulties of Mr. Peyton.
Mr. Poirot, you don't...
Is that so, Mr. Raymond?
Yes, that is so.
You awful little man, talking that way, when you know how Flora feels about Ralph Patton. The idea that you suspect him of killing his sister.
Him no more than any other, madame.
You know what I think? I think Roger's death was an accident. Roger was so fond of handling curios. His hand must have slipped or something. He was really a very strange man. Would you believe it? He never gave Flora and me an allowance. His own family. And of course we didn't have a penny of our own. Why, at this very
If
moment...
you need any ready money, Mrs. Ackroyd, Mr. Ackroyd cashed a check for £100 yesterday for wages and other expenses due today. The money was never spent.
And where, if you please, is this money?
He always kept his cash in his bedroom.
I suggest that we see if the money is there.
Why, Mr. Poirot, surely...
Am I to understand, you miserable little foreigner, that you're intimating that
I merely intimate, ladies and gentlemen, that we see if the money is still there. Ladies and gentlemen, there are here only 60 pounds.
Oh, that's impossible. Let me see. 10, 20, 30. The man's right. It is 60.
This is terrible. Dr. Shepard, Mr. Poirot, I hope nobody believes...
One must believe there are 60 pounds where there were 100. However, I'm sure no one would suggest that you, Mr. Raymond, or you, Mrs. Ackroyd, who alone knew of the money...
Mr. Poirot, I protest.
Just one moment.
Flora.
I took the money. I'm a thief. I'm a common, vulgar little thief. Now you know. I'm glad that it's come out.
I'm glad also, Miss Flora.
You are?
Yes, because now we comprehend why Parker thought he saw you coming out of your uncle's room at 10:15.
But he did see her coming out of the door. He said so.
No, that's just what he did not see. He saw Miss Flora outside the door with her hand on the handle. He did not see Miss Flora come out of the study for a good reason. Miss Flora was never in the study.
Well, where else could she have been?
Perhaps on the stairs.
Well, those stairs only lead to Mr. Ackroyd's bedroom.
Precisely.
Then you knew I took the 40 pounds?
I knew nothing, but I suspected much. As even now, I suspect that this money you have taken, you did not take it for yourself.
I took it for myself. You can take what steps you please.
I assure you, Miss Ackroyd, no steps will be taken. Only one thing. Why did you not tell me sooner? Me, Hercule Poirot, who in the end will know everything. Why do not all of you tell me the truth?
Just because Flora made a little mistake. That's no
Silence,
reason to...
silence, madame. Ladies and gentlemen, I am amazed. My powers might not be what they were. In all probability, this is the last case I shall ever investigate. But Hercule Poirot does not end with a failure. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you I mean to know, and I shall know in spite of you all.
How do you mean, in spite of us all?
But just that, monsieur. Every one of you in this room is concealing something from me. It may be something trivial, which is supposed to have no bearing on the case. Each one of you has something to hide. I appeal to you. Tell me the truth now. The whole truth. Miss Flora, my good shepherd, Mrs. Ackroyd, Parker, Mr. Raymond. Will no one speak? It is a pity.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Meantime, I'd like to call your attention to this interesting fact. Authorities tell us the young people of today are healthier than the youth of any previous generation. And they say that a big contributing cause is the broader use of the right kind of foods. Take soup, for example. Women have always realized the value of good soup in the weekly diet. But it took a long time to make it. Then came Campbell's soups, and women, one after another, tried them. They compared them for wholesomeness and nourishment with their own homemade soups. They saw how much their families enjoyed the fine flavor of these soups of Campbell's. And because women no longer had to find time to make it, soup began to come to the table more and more frequently. Today, soup figures more importantly than ever before in the preparation of sensible, nourishing family meals. And now Orson Welles continues our presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver.
I am a village surgeon, and Hercule Poirot is a distinguished Belgian detective, so it was scarcely for me to tell him I thought he was wasting his time. It was certainly not for me to tell him that he was getting on my nerves. Not that I didn't admire his extraordinary cleverness on the inside. Poirot was right, for instance, about the dagger. Police investigation confirmed his suspicion that the fingerprints on the handle of the dagger were those of Roger Ackroyd, the murdered man, though the position of the dagger definitely precluded suicide. It was Poirot who established that it had not been Parker, the butler, who summoned me on the phone that night to what had become a house of death. And again, it was Hercule Poirot who made it indubitably clear that nobody had seen Roger Ackroyd alive after 9:30, at which time Raymond, the secretary, had heard Ackroyd's voice in the study. In spite of all this, it seemed to me that Hercule Poirot was making little real progress in solving the mystery of Roger Ackroyd's death. Furthermore, it seemed to me a curious thing for a detective of his self-proclaimed standing to be spending so much of his precious time in idle chatter with my sister, Caroline.
I had a very interesting chat with Mr. Poirot, James. He thinks me very intelligent.
So you've told me. Is it just a coincidence, Caroline, that on those occasional mornings when the bacon is both warm and crisp, it should be so far away from me that I can't reach it?
Too much bacon isn't good for you.
There's no such thing as too much bacon. And I'll be the judge of what's good for me. I rather fancy that at least is something I know best, Caroline.
You know so many things, James. You're so self-complacent. That's why it's difficult to talk to you. That's why you get the idea that people are trying to pump you.
Some more bacon, please.
Poirot says I'd make an excellent detective.
Did he?
We had a very interesting chat.
I wonder if Monsieur Poirot found it interesting.
He said I was more valuable than anyone he's met here. He told me a lot about his life, too. About a mad nephew of his. Do you know that Prince Paul of Mauritania, the one who just married the dancer? Well,
I do not know her. You do not know her, and I do not care to hear about her or about his mad nephew either. Did he ask you any questions, Caroline?
No questions. We just chatted and chatted.
More bacon, please.
I have a little theory of my own, James. Mr. Poirot didn't ask me, but he might have.
Whom do you suspect?
I don't suspect anybody. I know. Parker was here in your surgery the morning of the murder. That place is full of poison. He's sure to have taken some. As a matter of fact, that's been my theory right along. Roger Ackroyd was poisoned in his food that night.
Nonsense, he was stabbed in the neck. You know that as well as I do.
After death, to make a false clue.
I examined the body, and I know what I'm talking about. That wound wasn't inflicted after death. It was the cause of death. And don't look so omniscient. Next, you'll be telling me you know more about medicine than I do. Perhaps you think you could take over my practice.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. You know I haven't a license.
That afternoon, Caroline had a mahjong party made up of a little group of village gossipers, in whose opinion, I now learned, Rafe Peyton was mysteriously concealed somewhere in Cranchester, the only big town anywhere near us. Of course, that was true. Miss Gannett's maid, it seems, had contributed the additional information that while taking a walk that afternoon on Cranchester Road, she'd seen Monsieur Poirot in a large black car coming from that direction. After that, I was not surprised to learn that Monsieur Poirot had been invited to my house for dinner. Caroline believes, whenever possible, in getting her information directly from headquarters.
A little more raspberry shake, Mr. Poirot.
Under no circumstances. I am already a man of a corpulence so great it would hardly become me if I, well, yes, perhaps, yes. There is no harm in a little raspberry shake.
There you are, Mr. Poirot.
I beg your pardon, Caroline, if I might have my first helping.
Oh, I'll sort this out, Miss James. There you are.
Thanks.
Mr. Poirot, sir, what do you think about Rafe Peyton now?
What I think would scarcely be regarded as legal evidence in the courtroom, mademoiselle.
Dear.
You are incredulous, mademoiselle Shepard.
I am incredulous.
You have a theory,
I
perhaps.
don't have a theory. I know.
Oh, Caroline.
James, don't meddle about in what you don't understand. There are several points to this case.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Point number one. Mr. Ackroyd was heard talking to someone after 9:30. Point number two. At some time during the evening, Rafe Peyton must have come in through the window as evidenced by the prints of his shoes. Point number three. Mr. Ackroyd was nervous that evening and could have only admitted someone he knew. Point number four. The person with Ackroyd at 9:30 was asking for money. We know Rafe Peyton was in a scrape.
Admirable.
Oh, and one other thing, Mr. Poirot. I found out something for you today. The boots Rafe Peyton was wearing that night, they were not brown, they were black.
Ah, you have found that out for me. Thank you. You are sure, mademoiselle, they were brown or black?
Positive?
Too bad. Too bad if they were only black, those boots.
I mean, if they were.
You mean... Yes, I understand. Rafe Peyton is guilty or innocent according to whether his boots are brown or black.
Really, Mr. Poirot?
It could easily be. For murder, there was with Mr. Peyton so many motives.
First motive, blackmail. Rafe Peyton may have been the man who blackmailed Mrs. Burroughs. Reason? His general money needs. The second motive, the certainty of a great inheritance through Mr. Ackroyd's death.
And the third motive, Caroline?
Very simple. Mr. Ackroyd's violent disapproval of Rafe's proposed marriage to Miss Flora.
Well, after listening to you, Caroline, I'd say the case looks very black against him.
I haven't a case, James. I know.
Late that afternoon, Monsieur Poirot called on me to ask if I could arrange a little conference room at his home that night. There was to be present Mrs. Ackroyd, Flora, Raymond, and Parker. I think Caroline, who was present when he called, would have given 10 years of her life to have been added to the list. For my part, I would have been only too glad to yield up my place among those who, in that particular evening, gathered around the beaming countenance of the Belgian detective and cucumber breeder.
Yeah, I'm clearing my throat. That is an accepted signal in this country that a meeting is about to begin. Quiet, everybody. I will read the list. You will please answer to your names. Raymond.
Yes?
Parker.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Yes, but I wanted to speak to you.
Yes, will be sufficient. Miss Flora.
Yes? Say, Poirot, what's the meaning of all this?
The list I have just read is the list of suspected persons. Every one of you present had the opportunity to kill Mr. Ackroyd.
I won't stand for this. I'm going.
You will not go, madame, until you have heard what I have to say. I clear my throat again. And now I commence at the beginning. Until now, ladies and gentlemen, we have all been trying to answer to ourselves one principal question. Who was in the room with Mr. Ackroyd at 9:30? Not Dr. Shepherd, since I myself can prove that he was at home. Not Miss Flora, nor Mrs. Ackroyd, nor Mr. Raymond, with whose actions on that evening we are well acquainted, nor Parker, who has furnished me with a satisfactory alibi. Who then? This is the part of Hercule Poirot, the cleverest, the most audacious question. Was anyone with him?
Are you trying to make me out a liar, Mr. Poirot? I tell you, I distinctly heard voices. I distinctly heard the words that Mr. Ackroyd was speaking.
Mr. Raymond, the words that Mr. Ackroyd said. The calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I believe it is impossible for me to accede to your request. Does nothing strike you as odd about him? Their style, for example.
No, he frequently dictated letters to me using exactly the same style.
That is precisely what I seek to arrive at. Would any man use such a phrase in talking to another, huh? I think not. My friends, you have all forgotten one thing. The stranger who called at the house in the proceeding weekend, the firm he represented. You remember, Mr. Raymond?
Dictaphone company. A dictaphone, that's what you think.
Mr. Ackroyd had promised to invest in a dictaphone, you remember. Me, I had the curiosity to inquire of the company in question. Their reply, Mr. Raymond, was that Mr. Ackroyd did purchase a dictaphone from their representative. Why he concealed the matter from you, his confidential secretary, I do not know.
Must have meant to surprise me with it. He had quite a childish love of surprising people.
Oh, there's only one man who could have done it.
You mean Rafe Payton?
Mother! Oh, let's face it. If he's innocent, he should be able to prove it. If he isn't...
If only he'd come forward.
That is your advice, Mr. Raymond? That he should come forward?
Certainly. Do you know where he is?
Me? I know everything. Remember that. The truth of the telephone call, of the footprints on the window sill, of the hiding place of Rafe Payton.
Where is he?
Not very far away.
Where?
In Cranchester.
Where?
No. He is not in Cranchester. He is here, in the doorway of this room.
Rafe! Flora, my darling.
Have I not told you all at least 36 times that it was useless to conceal things from Hercule Poirot? That always I discover the little secret. It is my business. From Dr. Shepherd's sister Caroline, ladies and gentlemen, I learned that the doctor and Rafe Payton, they are old friends. Dr. Shepherd knows that things look very black against his friend Payton. He tells him the old story.
Yes, he did. He explained to me how suspicion was bound to fall on me, and I had no real alibi.
And with the best of intentions, people sometimes make errors. That's why Dr. Shepherd consented to do what he could to help Mr. Payton. He was successful in hiding him from the police.
Where? In his own house?
No, indeed, Mr. Raymond. You should ask yourself the question that I, Hercule Poirot, did. If the good doctor is concealing the young man, what place would he choose? It must necessarily be somewhere near at hand. I think of Cranchester, a hotel. No. Lodgings, even more emphatically, no. Where then? I have it. A nursing home. I make inquiries. Yes, at one of them, a patient was brought there by the doctor himself early on Saturday morning. That patient, I had no difficulty in identifying him as Rafe Payton. He arrived at my house yesterday, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the point of this evening's meeting. Rafe Payton says he is innocent of the killing of Roger Ackroyd.
Oh, I am. I swear by heaven I am.
Please, Mr. Payton, please. You have just heard Mr. Payton declare he is innocent. Yet he has 3 motives for the murder and no alibi.
Well, I certainly don't see how you can sit there.
I am possessing the floor, Mrs. Ackroyd. Listen carefully, everybody. To save Mr. Payton, the real criminal must confess. I speak to you, Hercule Poirot. I know that the murder of Mr. Ackroyd is in this room now, at this table. Tonight. Tomorrow in the morning, the truth goes to the police.
You mean you know who?
Yes. At the moment, I know. I alone. For the murder of Roger Ackroyd, there is only one way out. And that way does not lead to freedom. And it is to the murderer now that I speak. This is a matter of life and death. And I, Hercule Poirot, am not joking. Good night.
What are you doing out there in the hall?
Preparing my overcoat, my dear.
Well, aren't you coming in to chat?
I'm very tired, Caroline.
But at least you can tell me what happened last night.
Mr. Poirot told us all about his little gray cells again.
Oh, does he think Rafe Peyton is guilty?
No.
Well, he's crazy.
You can go over and tell him so in the morning. Good night, Caroline. I'm very tired. My arm aches from writing. I've written it all out. Now Peyton will be cleared. As I think back, I'm not quite certain why I urged Ackroyd to read that letter before it was too late. Perhaps I subconsciously realized that with a pig-headed chap like that, it had best chance of getting him not to read it. His nervousness that night was interesting psychologically. He knew danger was close at hand, yet he never once suspected me as the blackmailer of Mrs. Ferrars. The dagger was an afterthought. I'd thought of a very little weapon of my own, but I saw the dagger lying on the silver table. It occurred to me how much better it would be to use a weapon that couldn't be traced to me. I suppose I must have meant to murder him all along. As soon as I'd heard of Mrs. Ferrars' death, I felt convinced that she'd have told him everything before she died. So I went home and took my precautions. The dictaphone he had given me 2 days before to adjust. Something gone a little wrong with it, and I persuaded Ackroyd I didn't have a go at it instead of sending it back. I did what I wanted to it. Took it up with me in my bag. Studied that evening. When it was all over, I looked around the room for the door. Quite satisfied. Nothing had been left undone. The dictaphone was on the table by the window. Time to go off at 9:30. The mechanism of that little device was rather clever, based on the principle of alarm clock, and the armchair was pulled out so as to hide it from the door. I never dreamed that Parker would notice that. Notice that chair. Certainly would not have remembered Poirot hadn't asked him. Having the American sailor with a toothache call me from King's Abbot that night is a stroke of genius. There's no way for anyone listening to have told that it was not Parker. Still don't know how Poirot thought that one out. My only regret is about Caroline, and yet I feel I can trust Poirot. She'll never know the truth, and I'm glad of that. I shouldn't like her to know she's fond of me, and then, too, she's proud. My death will be a grief to her, but grief passes. When I've finished writing, I shall enclose this whole manuscript in an envelope, address it to Poirot. And now, because I'm tired, take some sleeping powders. Because I'm very tired, I will take more sleeping powders than I should. More than anybody should. I suppose I ought to feel sorry. I am sorry. Sorry that Hercule Poirot ever came to King's Abbot to grow his cucumbers.
Concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. Meanwhile, I'd like to take just time enough to say this to every woman listening. We at Campbell's know good cooking, and so, of course, do you. Speaking, therefore, as one good cook to another, we'd like you to try our chicken soup. Try it, if you will, in the same friendly yet critical way you'd sample a neighbor's good dish or send in one of your own for her to try. And if you'll do that, I know you'll find this soup deep and full and rich in chicken flavor from the first spoonful to the last delicious drop. Indeed, I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now here is Orson Welles with Edna May Oliver.
Never mind, Orson Welles. What about me, Hercule Poirot? Miss Oliver, have I not the little gray cells?
You and your gray cells. If you ask me, I think Rafe Peyton committed the murder.
After listening to my explanation so careful?
Especially after listening to your exclamation so careful. Now, in the days when I was a detective...
Scotland Yard?
No, RKO. You and your one little murder. Why, when I was a detective, no sooner did I establish the identity of the murderer than he was murdered. And I had to start all over again.
It is well for you, Miss Oliver, to belittle the genius of Hercule Poirot. But remember this. Hercule Poirot always laughs last. Attend. I laugh last. Ha, ha, ha.
I accept that as a laugh. Go on.
I have observed the proceedings here in the studio, and I have detected a circumstance which has indubitably escaped you are untrained to watch for such things. Almost it had escaped me myself. Not only did I discover that the gentleman who told the story, Dr. Shepard, was himself the murderer of Roger Ackroyd, but I now reveal to you that he was enacted in Mr. Wells' little anecdote by none other than that beloved portrayer of dramatic roles, that celebrated delineator of character, that unparalleled purveyor of protean portraiture, that internationally celebrated...
You refer to Orson Welles, I take it, Mr. Welles?
I do.
Now, I would like to be allowed a little observation of my own. Excuse me, Moreau. Avez-vous la bloom de matin?
What?
I'm not finished yet. Où est le chapeau de ma mère? That's all right, Mr. Poirot. I just wanted to see if you could really speak French. Attend, Mr. Poirot. I laugh last.
Good night, Edna May Oliver. And may I say I hope that this will not be the last time that you will put me in my place in this program.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, the role of Caroline Shepard was played by Edna May Oliver. The part of Roger Ackroyd was played by Alan Napier, Mrs. Ackroyd by Brenda Forbes, and Flora Ackroyd by Mary Taylor. George Coulouris was heard as Inspector Hempstead, Ray Collins as Mr. Raymond, and Everett Sloan as Parker the butler. Dr. James Shepard, who committed the murder, was played by Orson Welles, and Hercule Poirot, who arrested Dr. Shepard, was played by Orson Welles. The music for tonight's production, with the exception of the Noel Coward melodies, was composed and, of course, conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, I see we have just a moment. Can we have a word about next week's story?
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, it will be our proud pleasure to give you The Garden of Allah, starring Claudette Colbert. The Robert Hitchens masterpiece, both as a book and a play, has engaged the affections of the peoples of the world for 35 years with its ageless story of a great love and a greater renunciation. If Miss Colbert is listening in, I want her to know how eagerly we're all looking forward to the privilege of having her with us in the Campbell Playhouse. No other actress that I know is more ideally suited than Miss Colbert for the part of Dominique, the English girl who found in the great Sahara Desert the love that gave the final meaning to her life. And so until then, till next Sunday in Claudette Colbert in the Garden of Allah, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you The Garden of Allah with Claudette Colbert as our guest star. Meanwhile, if you've enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's chicken soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most important cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. Let me show you this thing. Have a good look. Unless you're a member of a rather uncommon profession, I doubt you'll know what it is. Like many of the exhibits in the Black Museum here, this is a murder weapon. And like many of our murder weapons, it is a tool of a trade. And even after I tell you what it is, I wonder if you'll know what it's for. It's an ankush, a goad used by an elephant man, a mahout. You've seen these things before, I wager you. But I'll agree that this is an odd place to find one. And here is Inspector Samuel Tupper, the first of us from Scotland Yard who saw it. Inspector?
I was at the head of the rota of inspectors this particular night in the autumn of 1928, so it was my job to go to Regent's Park when the call came in that murder had been done. The Taper House of the zoo there is near the outer circle of the park.
Excuse me. Would it be a good idea, Inspector, if you told what a taper house is?
Oh, it's where they keep the taper, sir.
I'm sure you don't mean wax candles.
No, sir. The taper-like mammal allied to the rhinoceros. It has 4 toes in its front feet and 3 on the back, and its snout is prolonged into a short, mobile proboscis. Found in India and Sumatra, and there are species in certain parts of South America, notably Brazil, where it's found in the vicinity of abundant water. Its body is generally blackish, except for the Sumatran variety, which has white patches. It's partly nocturnal, quite gentle in disposition, only grunts.
Thank you.
Quite welcome, sir. These were the ordinary ones, mostly, blackish ones.
In the taper house?
Yeah. I found Police Constable John Charles Daly awaiting me at the door of the taper house while his companion, Police Constable Henry Eastman, was on duty upstairs. Alongside the entrance, a man was lying on the grass. He was dressed in oriental clothing and was very quiet. Who did it? I asked P.C. Daly.
It's not him, sir. He just broke his leg.
Who's dead, then? They said somebody was dead.
The dead is upstairs, sir, where P.C. Eastman is, sir.
Who's this, then?
I don't know his name, sir. He's some sort of Indian or something. He jumped out of the window or fell out, is the way I understand it.
Don't you know, man?
No, sir, not very much, I'm afraid, sir.
Oh, yeah, Constable.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't understand him.
Oh?
And now the vet's given him morphia or something, and he's passed out, and the other one's dead.
Oh. Has there been a doctor here?
Only the vet, sir. He'd been treating a sick elephant, sir, and he came hurrying over when he heard all the commotion, sir.
What was the commotion?
All the shouting and yelling, sir.
Who was shouting?
I don't know, sir. That's what the vet said attracted him, and he came hurrying over. This chap was howling and moaning, and the vet looked at him and he said Stern saw his leg was all fractured, and he went back and got his morphia and a syringe.
How did you find out about it?
Well, sir, P.C. Eastman and me, sir, we were at the moon, and we were on patrol outside the park, sir, and I climbed over the railing alongside the privet hedge, sir, to see, and here they were.
Who?
This fellow, sir, and the vet who was just sticking him with this great syringe. So I inquires what's going on here, and the vet says the man's hurt, and he's not the window there.
Window? Oh, that one with the glass broken.
Yes, sir, he jumped out according to the vet. He could understand it a little. He talked about it. Just see his face and his arms cut by the glass.
Ah, that's what I see.
Well, then P.C. Eastman hurried up the stairway, and in a moment he shouted down, "There's a murdered man up there," and this man stopped moaning and went to sleep, and the vet went upstairs, and P.C. Eastman came down and went to find a telephone to call the yard, sir.
I see. You haven't been up there yet?
No, sir. First I was here while P.C. Eastman was up there, and then I was here whilst he went to make the telephone call, and then I was here until you arrived, sir.
You don't know anything about the murder, then?
No, sir. I've been here, but I could go up with you now, sir, if you like. I don't think this chap's very likely to get up and walk off for a long while.
Well, morphia wet off, you know.
Yes, sir, but he has a broken leg. And besides, the vet has been working on an elephant. I doubt he remembered to change the dose in the syringe, sir.
The upstairs room in the Taper House, to which I repaired after my interview with Police Constable Daly, was in the accurate sense of the word, a shambles. In the middle of the disordered floor, flat on his back, lay the murdered man amongst the ruin of his possessions. Police Constable Eastman identified the various objects in the room.
This here was apparently his bed, sir, but the way it's tore up, it looks as if them wild animals downstairs had been at it.
Odd sort of man.
I am led to understand, sir, that many of these Oriental people use no mattress or anything. And here, sir, is what he must have used as a cupboard.
What's in it?
Well, you see the money scattered about the floor, sir.
Never saw so many pennies in my life.
There are 2 or 3 copper pennies still in this here leather bag, sir. I fancy they were all in here once.
Oh, and you, sir?
Yes?
Are you the veterinary that the other constable told me about?
I am the veterinary, yes, sir. I am Lawrence Ainley, sir.
You gave that fellow down there a shot of morphia?
Yes, sir.
Constable said you gave him enough for an elephant.
No, hardly. Have to admit I just remembered in time, there.
What else, Constable?
Well, sir, them there is his clothes. Look as if they've been ripped to pieces by whoever killed him, sir, I expect. And these here...
What are they?
Look like bank deposit books, eh?
That is what they are, sir.
They his, the dead man?
His name was Ahmed Ali.
Oh, Hindu.
Indian. Mohammedan, not a Hindu.
How do you know?
He's very well known around the zoo here.
That is the name on the bank book, sir. It was his.
That's it.
Quite a respectable balance, sir. £212.
Never mind that. What about him?
He is dead, sir.
I don't see how you could tell, Constable.
Well, sir, he's been beaten about the head. Something horrid, sir. Oh. Didn't know you was joking, sir.
Very thoroughly beaten. Wonder what with?
Hammer or axe, I'd say, from the looks.
Did you find anything like that, Constable?
No, sir, but it wasn't necessary anyway.
Huh? What do you think?
The thing under him, Inspector. The thing he's lying on.
What's he lying on?
Blimey, sir. It's fair pushed right through his heart. See?
What is that thing? Looks like a boat hook right through him.
It's an ankush.
A what?
What?
An ankush. An elephant hook. That was Ahmed's job. He was an elephant man.
You have any idea who did this, Mr. Ainley? What's that?
Yes, what is that?
Animal?
It's the other man.
What other?
The one with the broken leg. Downstairs.
Come along. I want to see what he's got to say.
Yes, sir.
Stay here, Constable. Come on, Doc. Coming. Who is this one? Do you know, Doctor?
Another elephant man. He lives here with Ahmed Ali.
Anyone else in the building?
Nobody but Taters. Very good thing I gave him that shot.
Was he badly hurt?
Well, he has that broken leg, and he's been battered about the head. But whoever killed Ahmed tried to do the same to him, I'd say.
He's come to, sir.
How's he feel?
He sounds terrible.
Let's have a look at him. Oh, Tom.
You know the fellow?
Yes, of course. Sure, Proho, Tom. I straightened out his leg a bit, but we'd better find a real people doctor, you know.
Constable, go find a telephone, please.
Yes.
What are you going to do with him, Inspector? Sure, Proho, Tom.
You know what to do, Constable.
Telephone for an ambulance, sir. I'll have him taken to King's Cross, sir. That's the nearest hospital.
Right. Go with him and stay till you're relieved. I'll want to know whatever he says.
I can't understand that, sir.
It's Hindi he's speaking, but he's a Burman.
Go call the ambulance, Constable.
Yes, sir.
How is it you know all about this flight? I thought you were a veterinary.
Sir, she is kritika haat mein hai. Abhi chup rata.
You understand what he says? You speak it?
Oh, a little, yes. Kya ho gaya?
Ask him what happened, will you?
That's what I am asking him. Kya ho gaya?
What did he say?
Tum usko malum hai?
What's he say?
Astibo. He says some yellow men came.
Yellow men? Chinese?
Here, wo China log hai, boss? Japanese, I think.
Ask him if he recognized them.
He said no.
What?
4 of them. Clubs. Hammers they had. Robbers, you think?
Well, they didn't act much like robbers.
Ankush.
Didn't he say Ankush? That elephant hook he was stabbed with?
That's exactly what he was saying, Inspector.
Ankush. Yes. They hit for me. I jumped, going out. Man run. I'm mentally dead.
You better give him another stab with that elephant needle, Doctor.
He'll be all right.
Get the ambulance.
On the way, sir.
Well, then carry on, Constable. Come on, Mr. Ainley. I'd like you to tell me some more about all this, if you please.
Of course.
We could find a place to sit down.
I've got a bungalow over here across the steakhouse. Could have a drop or something with me, Inspector?
I'd like a cup of tea. Sure.
The officer here will see you're all right. Hospital, old boy. You'll be all right.
No, police. No, police, no.
Now then, look here, old boy. Police won't hurt you. Take it easy.
No.
We hope you get well.
No, police. No, police, no.
Why do you suppose that chap's so suspicious of the police?
General principles, I expect.
Oh?
Why not? I'm very often suspicious of police myself.
Are you? Why, may I ask?
General principles, Inspector.
The boy's making a lot of noise back there.
I think I'll go back and give him another shot of morphine.
I shouldn't if I were you, Miss Brennan.
Why not? He's in pain.
Obviously. And if he were under the influence of a shot of morphia, he wouldn't be able to talk, would he?
Of course not.
So let's not give him another shot of morphia.
What are you driving at? I say, what are you driving at?
I think you know more about this than you pretend to, Ainley.
And what do you base your suspicions on?
General principles.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
General police principles.
What in the world would I... What would I...
I don't know, Doctor. But I have heard and seen enough to convince me that the man obviously knows who murdered the fellow up there.
Well, of course, he said he saw the 4 men. Didn't they try to kill him, too? You heard him say it yourself.
I don't understand his language, Doctor. I don't know what he said.
I told you.
You said you told me.
Why should I lie to you?
I don't know, I'm sure. Now let me ask you, why should you be so quick to give a man a dose of morphia which effectually stopped his talking when you first saw him?
That wasn't why I did it.
Why did you do it?
All right. Arrest me.
I shall.
On what charge, then?
Mr. Ainley, I must detain you on suspicion of concealing evidence in the case of the death of the man Ahmed Ali.
Go ahead.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Will you come with me, please? Did you ever hear a taper? Try sitting by yourself with only a recently dead man for company in the house where the tapers live. It's an experience you're not likely to forget. And I rather suspect the tapers won't forget it either. Constable Eastman had taken Mr. Ainley in charge and had escorted him to the doctor's bungalow near the Snake House, where he had telephoned Scotland Yard for assistance in carting the doctor off to jail. I heard the ambulance arrive and depart with Constable Daly and Tombo and his broken leg. That left me, the dead man, and the tapers to ourselves. I waited. The dead man waited. The tapers. Yes, very coldly. I waited. Panther, I believe. Crocodile, no doubt. I perspired gently. Ahmed Ali lay there quietly under the glare from the little incandescent bulb. We stared at each other. And then, exactly like an old Leslie Howard Scarlet Pimpernel picture, the door opened slowly. And a man who looked like Leslie Howard stood there smiling at me.
I say, you're not the dead man, are you?
Who are you?
Oh, I say, old fellow, did I frighten you? I'm so sorry. These rubber soles I'm always wearing, they tell me I sit about like a blooming ghost or something. But I assure you I'm not.
Who the devil are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm George Scott. I'm afraid I'm a police surgeon. Didn't Constable Eastman telephone you I was on my way? I must have frightened you out of your...
You didn't frighten me at all, old man. I was a little startled, I admit, but...
Where was that?
Only a taper.
Oh, yes, this is the taper house. Constable Eastman said.
Where is Eastman?
Putting the car somewhere. I came on...
In your rubber sole shoes?
Oh, I say, I am sorry about frightening you
out
of your...
You didn't frighten me, I said.
Well, sorry anyway. I didn't mean to, you know. Pity Eastman didn't telephone you.
There isn't any telephone here.
Should have thought of that. Tapers don't use telephones, do they? Just a dead chap.
Yes.
Must look at him. What I came for, you know. Well, Eliza Doolittle said, it's my belief they done him in. Allowing for the difference in genders, of course. Who did it?
You know, yeah.
Well, what's that? That's not a taper.
Eastman.
Oh, good. Say, this would have been next half the hour.
Yeah. Hello, Eastman.
Hello, Inspector. Is Mr. Scott there?
Yes, he's here.
Yes, I'm here, Constable. This chap's been stabbed too, Inspector. You are an inspector, aren't you?
Yes. Come in, Eastman.
Stabbed.
With an ancush, sir.
What's an ancush?
That thing sticking through him.
Yes? But that didn't kill him.
I didn't think it did either.
Well, he's dead. Excuse me, sir.
Quite all right, Constable. No. This was done after he was dead.
He was beaten to death.
How do you know that, sir?
Well, the chap who presumably saw him beaten to death said that the men who did it came up here with clubs and hammers.
They hammered the door down, sir, by the looks of it.
Somebody did.
Look what they did to the lock.
Look what they did to him. What were they after? His money?
I expect so.
Why didn't they take it?
I wonder about that, too.
You should. Somebody's kidding you, Inspector.
I suspect that myself.
That animal doctor, sir?
Good Lord, are they making doctors out of...
Doctors for animals, Mr. Scott.
Oh? Really?
He's in jail. Excuse me, sir.
Constables should be seen and not heard, friend Eastman.
Yes, sir.
Who is this animal doctor, Inspector?
He's in jail. He talked too much to suit me.
Oh? Think he did it?
Think he knows who did.
Who?
4 people. Japanese, he said.
Who said?
The other chap mixed up in this. Said they smashed the door down and then came in and beat this one to death and tried to attack him.
Where is he?
In the hospital. Broke his leg jumping out that window.
Thought there was a draft in here. Tore a big piece out of himself on the way out, too.
Where?
Left it hanging on the point of this shard of glass. This came out of his arm, I'd say.
Well, he had a big wound on his left arm, but I was under the impression that was caused by the beating.
Glass cut. I'd better take along these shreds of gentlemen. I'd like to compare it with them. See if it fits him. If he says it was caused by a blow, I shall give him the lie in his teeth.
If you can understand him.
Understand him?
He's a Burmese.
There's this other gentleman with the boat hook in his torso.
Ankush.
Eh?
It's an Ankush. An elephant goad.
He is not a Burmese, sir. He's a Indian. A Mohammedan, and his name's Ahmed Ali, sir.
You see that these fellows who came in here and exterminated him used clubs.
Hammers and clubs, I suppose.
They didn't use any clubs on this fellow.
What's that?
None of these marks look like the marks of a club. You can almost see the shape of the hammer head here. 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 Here, too. They gave him a rare beating, didn't they?
Struck me pink if they did. Excuse me, sir.
What are you looking at, Mr. Scott?
These marks on the door frame. They look very much like those on the chap's head. I'd wager they're the same.
They probably are. They broke down the door and then came in and beat him to death.
Sir.
Probably did.
We'd better get the 2 marks measured. Then, if we can find the hammer...
Sir.
Yes, Constable.
Sir, there's a hammer down there.
What?
Where?
Down there on the grass, quite close to where this one has jumped was lying moaning.
Could that be the one?
Well, how would he get down there?
Well, it's down there, sir.
Can you find it, you think?
Well, sir, if you was to be so kind as to shine your torch out of the window...
Go along, see if you can find it.
Yes, sir.
What I want to know is how he could have got down there.
Probably wrenched it away from one of the assassins and left through the window with it.
Why?
Blessed if I know.
Find the torch, sir.
Eh? Where are you?
To the right, sir. Left on it.
There it is. I can see it from here.
That's it, Constable. Fetch it on up.
Oh, it's all bloody, sir.
What did you expect? Ostrich feathers?
Eastman brought the hammer up to us, and we tested it against the wounds in Ahmed Ali's skull.
It fits.
Then we tested it by laying it in the indentations where the hammer had smashed against the wooden door.
It fits, sir.
But how could he take it with him when he jumped out of the bleeding window? How could he possibly...
That's what I'd like to know.
Well, he's a lot braver man than I'd ever be.
All right.
All me, sir. Snatching it right out of the end.
He's a brave man. Eastman.
Sir.
There's a telephone in Ainley's bungalow.
Oh, yes, sir, I know.
I want you to get down there and get through at once to Constable Daly at King's Cross Hospital and see if this, what's his name?
Oh, sir?
The man he took to the hospital. See if he's in shape to talk. I want to see him at once and discover if we're right.
But we can't understand him, you said, sir.
Oh, well, in that case, where did you take the animal, Doctor?
Bow Street, sir.
Well, telephone them and have them sent over to the hospital to interpret for us, will you? Now, hop it, Constable.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
Wasn't this supposed to be the door that was hammered down by the murderers?
Yes.
Before the murder?
Yes, of course.
And we know it was done with the same hammer that murdered the fellow.
We know that.
Look at the marks the hammer made on the door frame.
Yes.
Yes, what?
There's blood in the marks.
Mm-hmm.
And, let's see the hammer again. They match.
Then we're both thinking the same thing.
How could blood get into the marks on the door before there was any blood on the hammerhead?
The door was hammered down after the man was killed.
Inspector!
Who is that? Who's...
Your constable?
Inspector! Hi! Inspector!
Yes, Eastman, is that you?
It is I, sir.
Get the car at once.
No, sir, I can't.
What? What's wrong?
Well, sir, he's run away.
Who's run away?
Run away?
The perishing hero. The man what jumped out of the window.
What?
He's run away, sir. He's gone. Nobody knows where he is.
We found him after a 2-week search. He was hiding in the cellar of Mr. Ainley's bungalow at the zoo. Ainley found him. I also heard Ainley tell you.
I was quite sure from the very beginning that Tom Bow did it. I knew why. Tom Bow was a substitute elephant man. The boss was Ahmed Ali, who always collected the pennies the children who visited the zoo gave to Chang, the big grayish-white elephant, the kid's friend. Tom Bow got none. One day, Ahmed Ali, who, unlike most Mohammedans, liked the taste of alcohol, had beaten Chang. I know. I dressed the poor beast's wounds. And little Tom Bow loved Chang, too. That's why he murdered Ahmed. I was sure of it. And I liked little Tom, too. I was sure we'd find him hiding with his poor broken leg in the cellar of the bungalow, by the window. The window that looks out on the elephant enclosure, where Chang lived.
So they brought the little elephant man to trial, and they sentenced him to hang. But there was a great and good man who stood beside the little Tom Bow before the Criminal Court of Appeals. And the day came when the judges listened. And when the great man finished speaking, the little dark man was sent away, a free man, to Burma, where the elephants come from.
Heard today in Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Tupper. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, Morris Dallimore, Francois Grimard, and Gerard Burt. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Thousands of Americans have made blood donations to our armed forces. Ask any of them, and they'll tell you that donating blood is simple, easy, almost effortless. Practically every new blood donor says, why, there's nothing to it. No, there's nothing to it. Yet that simple act may mean the difference between life and death to a boy fighting now in Korea. There are millions and millions of Americans who can give blood so easily, and yet we need hundreds of thousands of pints of blood to prevent needless suffering and loss of life. Every one of us who can should make a blood donation to the Armed Forces now through your local Red Cross chapter. Call the Red Cross or blood bank in your community for an appointment. Do it today. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Tonight we're going to drop in on Henry Norton, a man who saw death in every corner. I call the story Death is My Caller. My story begins late one afternoon in the luxurious office of Henry Norton, a stockbroker. Norton, a tall, dapper man in his 40s, is in the midst of signing some letters when he's called on the office communicator by his secretary.
Excuse me, Mr. Norton.
Yes, Miss Barry.
There's a Mr. Blair to see you.
Mr. Who?
Charles Blair. He says you know him very well.
Charlie Blair. Tell him I'm not in. I'm out of town. Tell him anything. I don't want to see him. I don't ever want to see him.
He says he knows you're here, insists on talking to you.
Get him out of the office. Get some of the boys to help me. If he won't leave, just...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Norton. He forced his way in. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him.
That's quite all right, Miss Perry. I'll see him.
Hello, Henry. I thought you'd be delighted to see me. We haven't seen each other for 7 long years. That wasn't nice not to have a chat with your ex-partner, was it?
Well, I was awfully busy. I have a lot of work to do. You know how it is.
No, I don't.
I didn't know you were out already. I thought you had 3 more years to go.
I did, but good behavior cut 3 years off my sentence.
Well, that's wonderful, Charlie. I'm glad you're out. It must have been a terrible experience. You've changed. It was a little hard to recognize you at first.
Perhaps the prison pallor doesn't become me, and my hair has turned completely gray. I don't look so good, do I, Henry? Not like you with a Florida tan.
How's Helen?
My wife's dead.
She's dead? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. What'd she die of?
She died of heartbreak.
Oh, poor Helen. She was always such a sensitive woman. What about your son, Alan?
He disappeared after his mother died. I don't know where he is. He never wrote me while I was in jail. Never forgave me for bringing ruin and suffering upon his mother. You see, he was sensitive, too.
You've had a pretty hard time of it, haven't you, Charlie?
Your sympathy is touching.
Well, I hope you'll drop around again sometime when I'm not so busy.
I'm not leaving yet, Henry.
I've got some important work to finish. If you come around in a week or so, perhaps I'll have a spot for you, something in your line.
Don't be so nervous, Henry. I'm not going to kill you. Not yet.
Kill me? Why should you want to kill me?
I was wondering how long you'd put on this innocent act. All this concern about my welfare, about my wife and son. Why, you slimy rat, if it weren't for you, I'd never have gone to prison. My wife would be alive today, and my son wouldn't be embittered against me.
I swear to you, it wasn't my fault. Believe me, Charlie, I had nothing
You should have known that sooner or later I'd be freed. Did you think I was ever going to forget how you framed me?
I didn't frame you. It was out of my hands. I couldn't do a thing.
My wife died and my son disappeared. I had no reason to live. Just one thing that kept me alive. A fine and beautiful vengeance I had worked out for you.
I thought of you constantly as I tramped the prison yard. I lay awake at night, smoothing out my plans to pay you back for all you've done to me. 7 years. You can think of an awful lot of things.
It was all Grayson's fault, I tell you. He's the one to blame.
I nursed and built my hate for 7 long years. I cultivated it as I would a garden, so that it isn't a hot, violent anger anymore. Oh, no. It's a cool, efficient hate that works by blueprint. I look at you now as an engineer would at something he must destroy. And you're as good as dead, Henry.
No, Charlie. No, I can explain everything. Just give me some time.
I could kill you now, but you'd only suffer a few minutes, and then it would be all over. That would never equal the years of torture and suffering that I've gone through. But I won't disappoint you, Henry. I am going to kill you. But not until you've gotten a fair idea what 7 years of suffering means.
I tell you, Charlie, it wasn't my fault. Grayson made me do it. He made me water those stocks under your name.
So it was Grayson. Poor Grayson went to prison where he got sick and died. He framed himself, didn't he? Come now, Henry, pull yourself together. You ought to be able to concoct a better alibi than that silly one. You were quite a brilliant fellow once. Why, with one swoop, you got rid of 2 partners. And you thrived during these 7 years while I was away. I hear you're one of the biggest brokers in the city now. Climbed over the backs of 6 people.
Oh, look, Charles, let's be reasonable. I'll give you an important position in my company. It'll be a good-paying job.
A job? What for? What do I want money for? I have no family, no one to work for, care for. I have only one thing left in my life. And that, Henry, is to see you go to the next world in the most agonizing way possible. Goodbye, Henry. You can spend the rest of the afternoon most profitably by making out your will.
Henry Norton's cold and clammy hands were trembling as Charles Blair left his office. The impact of seeing this ghost from his past left Henry's mind in a whirl of confusion. His mind turned to flight, but that was impossible. His money, his very life was wrapped up in his business. He couldn't flee. His brain in a turmoil, unable to do any work, Henry got his hat and coat and left his office. He arrived home, badly unnerved, and retired to his study to give the problem of Charles Blair further thought. But he was interrupted.
See who that is, Miss Dean. If it's Mr. Blair, don't let him in. I'm never into him, understand?
Yes, Mr. Norton, I understand.
How do you do, madam? Is this the Norton home?
Yes, what can I do for you?
I'm Mr. Madden. I'd like to see the head of the household.
Just a moment, please.
Who is it?
He says his name is Madden.
Madden? I don't know anybody by that name. Has he got gray hair?
No, Mr. Norton. His hair is black.
All right. All right, I'll see him. Did you want to see me, sir?
Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Norton?
Yes, I am.
All right, boys, bring it in. I just put it down by the door for the moment, boys. That's it.
Say, what's going on here? Why are you bringing a coffin into my apartment? Who are you?
Well, now, if you please, I'd like to see the body.
Body? What body? What's this all about? What's this coffin doing here?
We've come for the body of Henry Norton.
You must be crazy. I'm Henry Norton.
You? I'm sorry. I must have gotten the names confused. What was your brother's name?
I have no brother, and there's no body in this house. If this is some stupid joke, I don't think it's funny at all.
I'm not in the habit of playing jokes, sir. I've been an established undertaker for many years. Here's my card.
Well, the devil take your card. Who put you up to this?
Some man came to my parlor yesterday and arranged for the funeral of Henry Norton. He paid for everything in advance.
Some man? What was his name?
He didn't leave any name.
Charlie Blair. What did he look like?
Rather tall, I think. His hair had turned white.
Blair. So it was Blair trying to frighten me. Get out. Get out of here, you stupid fools. Take that coffin back with you.
I'm not used to being spoken to like that, Mr. Norton.
Get out of here before I throw you out.
Come on, boys.
Wait a minute. Don't leave that coffin here.
It's all paid for, Mr. Norton. It's yours now. Keep it. You might need it sometime. Before Henry could call Madden the undertaker back, he was gone. Henry turned from the door and stared at the new coffin on the floor. It even had a plate on it with his name engraved. Unable to stand the sight of the coffin, Henry fled to his study and locked himself in. Unable to sleep, he spent the night trying to think of a way to escape Charles Blair's vengeance. The following morning found Henry haggard and distraught, and no closer to a solution of his problem. As he ate a tasteless breakfast, the doorbell rang. Miss Dean, the housekeeper, went to the door. A minute later, she returned.
Who was that, Miss Dean?
It was the postman, Mr. Norton. His special delivery package came for you.
Oh, it must be the new field glasses I ordered. Here, let me have it. Nice of them to wrap it in a gift box. Kind of a small box, though. Guess it isn't the binoculars after all.
Someone sent you a gift.
Probably one of my clients. Wait a minute. You hear anything?
Hear what?
It's ticking. I'll put it to your ear. Listen.
Yes, I hear it now.
It's throbbing. It's a time bomb.
Oh.
Somebody's trying to kill me.
Time bomb. Oh.
It'll go off any minute.
Well, what are we going to do?
Here, take it. Throw it away.
Where?
Out of the window, anyplace.
No. There's people outside.
Don't stand there like an idiot. Throw it out.
I'll throw it in the bathtub.
Hurry before we get blown to bits.
Dear, I hope it doesn't explode in my hand.
Henry Norton stood frozen with fear as Miss Dean raced with the package to the bathroom. A moment later, he heard the water gushing in the tub. Aware of the danger he was in, he hastily retreated to the library, which was the farthest room in the house from the bathroom. There, he crouched in the corner, feverishly mopping his brow. 10 minutes later, a police car raced up to the house, and the doorbell rang.
We're from the bomb and alien squad. Where's the package?
It's in the bathtub. I turned the faucet on.
That will do, good lady. Where's the bathroom?
That door on your left.
All right, you stay here. Jim, you come along with me. Okay, here's the bathroom. You better stand back a little, Jim. I'll take a look at it myself. Well, it isn't ticking anymore. Might be safe to open it now. Well, here goes. Why, it's only an alarm clock. Someone must have wound it up before he sent it out. Now, who'd want to do a fool thing like that?
That night, Henry Norton found it hard to sleep. He tossed and turned for hours, and it seemed he had hardly closed his eyes before he awoke with a start, certain there was someone in the room.
Who's there? There's somebody in this room. I know it. I'll turn the light on.
Never mind the light.
It's you, Charlie. What do you mean by breaking into my room in the middle of the night?
Get dressed, Henry.
Get dressed? What for?
You and I are going somewhere.
You're crazy. I'm staying right here. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police.
If you call the police, they'll find only you here. Dead. Get dressed, Henry.
All right. I'm getting dressed, but you won't get away with it.
Make it fast. Don't make any unnecessary noises. Remember, it's with great control I keep myself from pressing the trigger.
Well, I'm coming. I've got to get my clothes on, don't I?
You're not going to a dance. Just put your shoes on and get into your coat.
Where are we going at this hour?
Don't be impatient. You'll find out soon enough.
You're not going to kill me.
You'd better stop stalling.
I'll get my coat. It's in the closet.
Go ahead and get it. You make one suspicious move and you're a dead crook. Are you ready?
Yes.
Walk in front of me. We're going out through the back door. Now, into the car. You're going to drive.
You want me to drive?
That's what I said, and don't plan anything. Only takes a fraction of a second to fire a gun. You'll follow my directions carefully. Drive slowly.
How much further are we going?
Not much further, Henry. Stop a little ahead of that tombstone sign.
Oh, we're near the cemetery. Look, Charlie. Charlie, I know I did you a great wrong. Maybe we can work out something. I've got lots of money.
Stop here. We're getting out.
Be reasonable, Charlie. Let's talk
The tombstone cutting establishment. Keep walking between the two rows of tombstones. Because this is our destination.
Please, Charlie, don't. I'll do anything. I'll turn over half my money to you.
Why not all?
All right, I'll give you everything I have.
I don't want any of your money. And I'm not going to kill you yet. You see the tombstone in front of you? You see it? I'll turn the flashlight on it so that you can read it. There. Well, go ahead, read it.
Henry Norton, born March 15, 1899. Died October 24th, 1947. October 21st. Why, that's Tuesday, the day after tomorrow.
That's right. The day after tomorrow. You have 2 whole beautiful days to live. But since you're the worrying type, you'll probably die 1,000 deaths in those 2 days. 8 o'clock Tuesday night. Your infamous career will come to a sudden and violent end.
You'll never get away with it. Nobody can get away with murder.
You're right. That's why you're going to die in 2 days. I suggest that about 5 minutes to 8 you crawl into the coffin I sent you. It'll save time. Funerals are so disagreeable. The sooner you get it over with, the better.
You're inhuman, Charlie.
Am I? Then you don't accept my generous offer? You prefer to be put out of your misery right now?
No, not now.
Why, you're shivering, Henry. Better button up your coat. You're liable to catch cold. Imagine dying in the midst of a sneeze. Well, shall we go? Or would you rather look around at some of the other tombstones? Being so rich, you might prefer marble instead of granite.
No, I want to go back
Perhaps
home.
you'd like to look over the nice cemetery I picked for you. It's just the other side of this yard. I'm sure you'd like to see where you're going to be buried.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't like to see anything.
Not even curious. Well, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't make any difference where you're buried after you're dead.
Please, let me go home. I can't stand any more. Please, let me go.
Come now, Henry. You mustn't go to pieces. Why, you're trembling all over. Well, you're due for a nervous breakdown. You must be very tired. You've had such a hard day.
Oh, you're driving me mad. Please, let me go.
No pride at all. You ought to meet your fate with defiance instead of oozing out like a blob of melted jelly. All right. Come on. We'll go back to the car. You can return home and go back to bed now, if you think you can sleep.
The morning of October 21st arrived, and Henry Norton's nerves were a little calmer. He had been promised a police guard, and detectives were searching the city for Charles Blair. He was reading the morning paper at home when the phone rang.
Hello?
Hello, Henry.
Charlie, it's you.
Very much me, Henry. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. I forgive you for your joke on me the other night.
Joke? I wasn't joking, Henry. In fact, fact, I called now to ask if you would like an elaborate funeral with flowers or just simple services with no one but your intimate friends present. Oh, but how foolish of me. I forgot you have no friends. So my call was useless. But I'll see you tonight at 8 o'clock sharp. Goodbye, Henry.
Operator. I must trace that call. Please tell me where it was coming from. Yes, I'll wait. Huh? What? The Judson Funeral Parlors? Well, that's in this block. O'clock. Oh, my head's splitting. Are there any aspirins in the house, Miss Dean?
Yes, they're in the medicine cabinet. Shall I get them for you?
No, never mind. I'll get them myself. Tonight I'm supposed to die at 8 o'clock. That's fantastic. Blair can't carry out his plan. Not if I had police protection. I have nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. Here are the aspirins. I'll take a couple of them. Oh, my head's splitting. No, maybe they're poison. That's right. They do look too large for aspirins. They are poison. Got to be on my guard. Death may come in 100 different ways. Got to be on my toes. Oh, my headache. That's nothing. I won't take any aspirins.
Dinner's ready, Mr. Norton.
I'm not hungry.
Oh, but you must eat. You haven't eaten all day. How about a little broth? It'll warm you up.
All right, yes, I do feel cold. Can't seem to get warmed
up.
Well,
I'll get it for you.
Why, she's so anxious for me to eat. She doesn't like me. She never showed any concern about me before.
Here it is, Mr. Norton. Would you like some croutons with it?
No, nothing else. Something's wrong. This broth, it has a peculiar bitter taste.
Just some spice I put in.
You're lying, Miss Dean.
Lying? Why should I be lying?
You're trying to poison me. Blair's put you up to this, but I'm too smart for the both of you. He'll never get me that way.
You're crazy, Mr. Norton. I've put up with plenty from you, but I've had enough. I'm leaving. You're a hard, mean man. I wanted to tell you that for a long time, and if anybody wants to poison you, he must have good reasons.
Get out, you Borgia.
I'm going. You can get yourself a new housekeeper.
Good riddance. You tried to poison me. Good thing I didn't swallow it. Huh? Who's there?
It's the police.
Oh, just a second. Police. It's about time you got here.
You're Henry Norton?
Yes, of course I am. Come in.
I'm Officer Gibson, Mr. Norton. I was sent to act as your bodyguard. I was told someone's trying to kill you.
Yes, 8 o'clock tonight.
You don't say. Even told you the exact time.
What precinct did you say you came from?
I didn't say, but I'm from the 16th precinct.
Who's your captain?
Captain Donovan, Tom Donovan. Say, what's all this about?
I just want to make sure you're a real policeman.
What do I look like, a fireman?
I've just got to make sure. You got any credentials?
Why, of course I have. Here's my identification card, and here's my badge.
I guess you're okay. I've got to be careful. Blair's promised to kill me at exactly 8 o'clock tonight. He's capable of any trick.
Well, you don't have to worry, Mr. Norton. The chances are that he's just trying to frighten you. But if he's serious, he won't get very far.
You don't know him. He's an inhuman fiend.
Well, I'll take care of him if he comes.
Say, you don't speak like a policeman. Your English is too good. You were sent here by Charlie Blair. You're a fake.
I happen to be a college man who became a policeman. Nothing strange about that, is there? Why don't you call the precinct and make sure?
I will. I'll call him right away. Hello, operator. Give me the 16th Police Precinct Station. Hello, 16th Precinct? This is Henry Norton. Did you send an officer named Gibson to my house? Oh, you did? I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Sorry, you can't be too careful.
Well, that's okay. I understand how you feel.
What time is it?
It's 2 minutes to 8.
Is that the exact time? My watch says 3 minutes to 8.
I checked my watch by radio just an hour ago.
He'll be here. I know it.
I don't think so. No man in his right mind would walk into a trap.
It's 8 o'clock.
Your hall clock is off about a minute. Well, say, you're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, I'm frightened.
He certainly put a scare into you.
But what was that noise?
I didn't hear anything.
I'm sure I heard something move.
Oh, it's just your imagination.
Oh, what time is it?
Just 8 o'clock. As a matter of fact, it's a few seconds after 8.
There he is. There he is. It's him. He's come.
Stay right here. I'll answer it.
Don't leave me.
No, you stay here. That's funny. No one's at the door. I'll take a look outside.
Hello, Henry.
Charlie, how'd you get here?
You see, Henry? I keep my appointments. I got a boy to ring the bell at exactly 8 o'clock. I've been hiding in your house for hours.
No, don't, Charlie, please. You can have everything. I promise I'll give you back everything I took from you.
In less than a minute, you're going to die.
Help! Gibson, save me!
The door is locked. No one can save you. In a moment, your heart will be ripped apart by a piece of lead. Just one terrific moment of agonizing pain. Then you'll be dead.
Open our door, Norton.
Help! Help, he's going to shoot!
Open the door!
You see? No one can help you now. This torture is only a minute for you, but it was 7 years for me. It's a pity you want so much to live.
Mr. Norton! Mr. Norton! I'm going around to the side door!
Please, Charlie, I'll do anything.
No use crawling, getting on your knees. I'm going to shoot you when I count 3.
No.
1.
No. Help!
2.
Gibson, save me!
What's going on here? Why did you lock me out? And just who are you?
I was playing a joke on my friend.
A joke? You just shot him. Hand over your gun.
Yeah. But I didn't really shoot him. You can see for yourself. I just fired a blank.
Huh? That's why Norton is lying on the floor?
He's just fainted.
We'll see. Keep your hands up.
He wasn't shot. There's no wound. Not a drop of blood anywhere.
That's right.
I only meant to scare him. He's in a deep faint. We had better call the doctor.
So, you only meant to scare him. Well, Norton's dead. You frightened him to death.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? Poor Henry Norton. Imagine dying from the noise of a blank cartridge. His nerves were really on edge, weren't they? Oh, well, at least he got a free coffin and tombstone, and he doesn't have to worry anymore about dying. What happened to Charles Blair? Well, he's still in prison, of course, because you don't get away with murder, even when you kill with a blank cartridge. And speaking of murder, I recall another case in which a lovely young girl was able... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Santos Ortega, Agnes Young, Ted Jewett, and Neil O'Malley. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Invitation to Death.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the mysterious traveler. This program came from New York. Another program of tense and dramatic action follows in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Dana Andrews and Ann Baxter in Where the Sidewalk Ends. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The immediate reaction of an innocent person involved in a crime is said to be one of panic, the desire to cover up or run away. Fortunately, most people resist this very human impulse and instead turn to their police departments, which have just as many ways and means of proving a man innocent as proving him guilty. But in tonight's play, Where the Sidewalk Ends, our innocent victim is a policeman noted for his hatred of criminals, only to find himself wanted for murder. Starring in his original role, we have Dana Andrews, whose characterizations are always noted for their sincere artistry. And co-starring with him in this exciting 20th Century Fox drama is Ann Baxter, another artist of undeniable talent and beauty. Well, the excitement of the Academy Awards is over. But I'm sure that if you'd been on hand to cheer the stars as they made their glamorous entrances into the theater, you wouldn't forget such a galaxy of Lux beauties for a long time. Hollywood stars are Lux Lovely because their award for complexion care goes to Lux Toilet Soap. Here's Where the Sidewalk Ends, starring Dana Andrews as Mark Dixon and Ann Baxter as Morgan Taylor.
The night started off with a nice little surprise for me. Inspector Foley had stopped by. I was just going on duty when he called me aside.
I want to talk to you, Dixon. We've had half a dozen more complaints against you for assault and battery.
From who? Hoods, dusters, mugs, a lot of nickel rats.
You're a big disappointment to me, Dixon. You've got to learn what's expected of a police detective and what isn't.
Yes, sir. I'll try to learn not to hate hoods and thieves and gangsters too much.
You don't hate him. You just like to beat him up. The tough cop who isn't afraid to wade in anywhere. And I'm reducing your rank. You're going back to detective second grade. Any more complaints and you'll be back in uniform.
Yes, sir.
It's no fun telling you this. You're a good man with a good brain. But you're no good to the department unless you learn to control yourself. That's all, Dixon.
I went out to the street. Detective Klein was waiting for me. Paul Klein, my partner. We'd be out now the rest of the night cruising around in a squad car, just routine.
Sorry for what happened, Mark.
So he busted me. Relax. I live.
Yeah, it's not like you were a married man with a wife and kids. Anyway, I'll bet you $5 you...
Wait a minute. Who's that at the corner?
What do you know? Our old pal, Willie Hey, Willie! How you feeling, Willie?
Me, I feel fine, thanks.
Don't you think you better be in bed?
Well, the parole board allows me till 12 o'clock. I got 20 minutes yet.
How's your boss, Willie? How's Mr. Scalisi?
What are you trying to do, trap me? I ain't consorting with no questionable characters.
That's a nice boy. Go to bed, Willie. It's good for you.
Yeah, sure.
He's living at the 43rd Street Hotel. If you want to check up on him, we
can... Oh, forget it. Let's believe him for once.
It's some joke.
Yeah. No, we didn't check Willie Bender. Too bad. Oh, he went back to his hotel, all right. But he went up to the 8th floor. A dice game was going on, and the host was a man named Tommy Scalisi.
I thought I'd better stop by, Tommy. I just bumped into Dixon and Klein.
They give you any trouble?
No trouble. Who's at the table?
Somebody Payne picked up, a Mr. Morrison from Texas. He's very rich and getting richer.
He's winning?
And I'm not very happy about it.
The girl with Morrison?
No, she's with Payne. He brings them both here. Go on in and sit down.
Oh, 6 is my lucky number, gentlemen. Yes, sir. I'll shoot the works. The whole 6,000.
All right. Are you taking any, gentlemen?
I'll take 2.
All right, you're covered, Mr. Morrison.
You know, I like your friends, Mr. Payne. I can't get any better action than this in Amarillo. All right, Dice. Now we're going for the big money. Well, what do you know? A 7.
Looks like your friend wins again, Mr. Payne.
I've heard about streaks like this, but I never...
I'm beginning to think it's the little lady here. Miss Taylor, I thank you.
Well, I hate to interfere with your good luck, Mr. Morrison. But if you don't mind, I'd like to go home.
Nobody's going home.
Ken, you know I have to be at work at 8:30.
Well, that's right. You can't keep a working girl up all hours. Let's all go together.
Mr. Morrison, you're 19 grand into us.
Well, you'll get it back. I'm not leaving town for a week.
Tell him you changed your mind. You want to stay.
No, Ken. I told you I had to leave by midnight.
You can't do this to me.
I'm not doing anything to you.
I brought him here.
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, that's it, and you're following me up again. That's all you ever do is follow me up. You're telling Morrison to stay.
No, I'm not.
I said you're telling him to stay.
You asked for this, Payne.
Stop it! Please! Stop it!
The call came in over the radio. Homicide. 43rd Street Hotel, 8th floor. Half a dozen patrolmen were already there.
His name's Morrison, Payne. Big Barracuda. He was dead when we got here. Knife wound. Nobody did it. Nobody saw it. Morrison's got a cut on his knuckle. Looked like he hit somebody hard.
Who runs this pawn, Sergeant?
Tommy Scalisi. We got him in there in the bedroom. 4 or 5 other guys.
Scalisi, that's nice. That's fine. I've been waiting for this for quite a while.
Well, boys, kind of looks like old times, huh? Kramer, Bianchi, Marco. Hey, look, Mark. Willie Bender.
You should have gone to bed, Willie. You'd be asleep now. No parole problems.
No, I live in this hotel. I just dropped in for a cigarette.
And Mr. Scalisi, where did you hide the knife, dream boy?
Go easy, Dixon. Just keep your hands off me.
Talk.
You find a body, and right away I'm a killer.
You've been a killer for a long time.
What are you always trying to push me into the gutter for? I got as much right in the sidewalk as you have.
Don't talk to me about rights. You're a pretty smart rat, Scalisi, but this is your off night.
Always jumping on me like I was something special.
Getting you is a special job of mine.
You know, I can't figure you out. Your father likes
Shut up.
me.
You got anything, Dixon?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, nothing yet, sir.
No, I've been waiting to tell it to you, Lieutenant.
Okay, let's have it.
Mr. Morrison was brought here by a fellow named Ken Payne, a sort of friend of mine. Payne was kind of drunk. There was a girl with him. I didn't quite get her name. Mr. Morrison wanted a little friendly play.
How much did he win?
He didn't win. He lost.
You're lying, Scalisi.
Now, let's hear his story first, Dixon.
Yeah, he lost a grand or so, but he didn't seem to care. He was making a play for this girl, see, and I guess Payne was jealous. Anyway, Payne hit the girl, and she ran out. Then Morrison tackled Payne here in the bedroom. Well, before I could call the cops, Payne came out. He didn't say anything, just left. Then Morrison came out and fell on the floor. He was dead when I got to him.
What did you do with the knife?
I never saw a knife. Payne must have taken it alone.
You're lying, Scalisi. Let me handle him, Lieutenant.
What's Payne's address?
I don't know.
He said, what's Payne's address?
I don't remember. I guess I got it here in the book.
Hand it over. All neat and ready with a fall guy, huh? Lieutenant, give me just 10 minutes with him.
Go after Payne, Dixon. You and Klein. Find Payne.
Come on, Paul. Let's go. I went to Payne's place alone, so Klein could do some snooping around on his own, which saved time. The address was a rundown apartment house. Next to the entrance were a few steps leading down to a basement apartment. I could see an old lady sitting there with a window knitting. Payne's apartment was on the ground floor. I was about to knock when I heard a voice inside.
Call his room, will you? Morrison. Ted Morrison. Tell him Kenneth Payne is calling. Well, have him paged or something. Okay, hold on.
Trying to get Morrison on the phone, huh?
Who are you?
Detective Dixon, 16th Squad.
Get out.
Maybe Morrison's trying to win his money back.
Oh, don't give me that. He was cleaning up.
How much?
And he's got to cut me in.
After what you did to him?
He started it, coming up like that and slugging me.
That piece of adhesive under your eye. Yeah, he must have hit you pretty hard.
Why don't you just wise up? Hello? Well, leave a message then. Yeah, he knows where. Thanks. Now get out. I don't like cops.
Morrison isn't going to call you back, Payne. He's dead.
Dead? You're lying.
Scalise's trying to frame you. Says you knifed him.
Oh, go home.
Now, look, I'm trying to help you out. Scalise and his boys are hanging a murder on you. They knocked him off to get their money back. Now, come on.
Now, get your hands off of me. Get out of here. Get out.
Look, you swing at me again, and I'll...
You what?
He didn't move. I thought at first he was faking, and I felt his pulse. But I knew before I touched his wrist, he was dead. Dead. And I'd killed him. And then suddenly the phone was ringing. Hello?
Mark, this is Paul. You find Payne? Can you hear me? I said, did you find Payne?
No, he isn't here.
I picked up some stuff on him you should know. If you find him, go easy. He's a war hero. Got a hat full of medals and a lot of newspaper friends. I thought I'd better tip you off just in case he starts getting tough. You still gonna wait for him there?
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
I'll call you back later.
Okay. This was it. End of the line. I couldn't control myself, the inspector said. And now I'd killed a man. That was an accident, a mistake, sure. But who would believe me? Who would believe me now? And then as I stood there, I saw the way out. The perfect way out. But I'd have to act fast. I dragged Payne's body into a closet. I found a suitcase, one of those heavy GI cloth bags. Payne's name was on it, stenciled in big letters. I went through his bureau, tossed his clothes in the bag. In the bathroom, I found a roll of adhesive tape, and I put a piece of it under my eye and phoned for a taxicab. Then I put on Payne's coat and his hat and walked out. The old lady was still sitting by the window. I was careful, though, that she didn't see my face. I took the cab to Pennsylvania Station and bought a ticket for Pittsburgh. Then I checked Payne's hat, coat, and the bag in a locker, took off the adhesive, and went back to his apartment. It had all taken less than 30 minutes. But when I walked in, someone else was there. Paul Klein.
Just got here, Mark. Where you been?
Covering a few of the bars in the neighborhood. No luck.
Well, take a look around. Look at that bureau. Clothes gone, everything scattered around. Payne's been back, huh?
Huh. Nice piece of luck for me, isn't it? Slipped in and out after I left here.
It can't be everywhere. Let's have a look, though. I'd better see what's in that closet.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe somebody saw him get away. There's an old lady downstairs.
I guess you're right. Let's see what she knows.
Now, there's nothing to get alarmed about, madam. We just want to find out if you know Kenneth Payne.
Yes, I know him.
Have you seen him tonight?
Yes, he left in the taxi maybe half an hour ago. I must have fallen asleep, and when the taxi comes, I woke up. I saw Mr. Payne go away. He had the suitcase.
That's all we wanted to know, madam. Thank you very much.
He's running for it, huh?
Yeah, we'll get him. You cover the yellow cab stands around the neighborhood for the driver. I'll cover the independent garages and meet you back at the precinct. Oh, I'd better keep the cruise car.
Yeah, sure. See you later, Mark.
I drove around for a few minutes, and then I came back to Payne's apartment. The old lady downstairs had pulled the shade and turned out her light. All I needed was a minute, 60 seconds to get Payne's body out to the car. I got as far as the hallway when I heard a car door slam. Someone was coming in from the street. I barely had time to hide behind the stairway.
All right, Payne. Open up. I know you're in there, so open up. Now, look, you dirty rat, open up or I'll...
He opened the door and went in. But in no time at all, he was on his way out again, muttering to himself. I carried Payne's body out to the car. I knew what to do with it. 40 minutes later, I was back in the squad room of the 16th Precinct.
We're starting to get a few breaks, Mark. We got his hat, coat, and a suitcase. Benson went down to Penn Station. One of the porters said he saw Payne stick it in the locker.
Anything else?
Yeah, I got the cab driver. Signed Stapin. They picked Payne up at the apartment about 1:10.
How could he be sure it was Payne?
The guy had a piece of adhesive under his left eye. Not only that, the driver said his name was on the suitcase.
Benson just got hold of something else.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Ticket agent at Penn Station remembers selling Payne a ticket to Pittsburgh.
It's pretty clear he's trying to throw us off, sir.
10 to 1, he's holed up right here in town somewhere. Any line on her yet, Benson?
Nothing yet, sir. I'm still calling.
We'll see that Payne's description is teletyped to Pittsburgh just in case. I'm going home for a couple of hours. Klein, you and Dixon knock off. Report back at 8. I'll call if anything breaks.
Yes, sir. You look beat, Mark. Don't you feel good?
I'll see you in the morning.
So the inspector busted you to second grade. Don't let it eat you, Mark. Go on, get some sleep.
the worst was over. Sure, they'd find Payne's body sooner or later. Well, let them find it. That body could put Scalise where he belonged. The death house in Sing Sing. It wasn't until the next afternoon that we ran down the girl. Her name was Morgan Taylor, a model for a dress manufacturer on 8th Avenue.
Sit down, Miss Taylor, won't you? Your boss said we could use his office here. Were you with Kenneth Payne last night?
Yes?
Have you been in touch with him today?
No, I haven't.
From what we heard, miss, you're pretty well acquainted with Payne.
Yes?
How well? Would you tell us, please?
I'm his wife.
But you're living with your father up in Washington Heights.
Ken and I separated some months ago.
Well, what happened at Scalise's hotel suite last night?
May I ask why you're asking me all these questions?
We'd rather tell you afterward, if you don't mind.
Well, Ken was drinking and we had a quarrel.
I understand he hit you.
Yes.
Did you see him hit Morrison?
They started to fight. I left right away.
And where did you go?
Home?
Take a taxi?
No, I met my father at his stand, a block from the hotel. He's a taxi driver. He drove me to the subway.
Did you hear from Payne after you got home?
Yes. He telephoned, but I hung up.
What time was that?
About 12:30, I imagine.
Did he phone from his house?
No.
Well, how would you know if you hung up?
Because my father went over to Ken's place after he dropped me. Ken wasn't there.
What did he go there for?
Really, is this necessary?
We think it is, Miss Taylor.
Well, I wasn't going to tell my father anything, but I was crying and he noticed the bruise.
What did he say?
He was very angry. He told me before that
Well?
That if Ken ever hit me again, he'd show him what a real beating was like.
Miss Taylor, Morrison was killed last night.
He what?
At Scalise's place, shortly after you left.
And you're looking for Ken because you think he did it?
When did your husband start getting jealous of Mr. Morrison?
Jealous? Oh, but that's silly. I hardly knew Mr. Morrison.
But you went out with him.
No, I didn't. Ken called me up and asked me out to dinner.
You just said you were separated.
Yes, but he kept insisting, and I felt sorry for him. And after I met him, Mr. Morrison was with him. After dinner, Ken took us to the gambling place. And then I realized that all he wanted me for was to use me as a sort of decoy to help get Mr. Morrison there. It was sinking pretty low, I thought. Poor Ken. He must be desperate for money.
Why did he hit you?
Because I wanted to go home. But he didn't want Mr. Morrison to leave.
Why not?
Because he'd won a great deal of money. I think they said about $19,000.
Thank you for the information, miss. We won't bother you any longer.
We turned our report in to Lieutenant Thomas. But I couldn't get the girl out of my mind. I'd have to see her again. There were things I had to find out. At 6 o'clock, I was back on 8th Avenue waiting for Morgan Taylor.
Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of Where the Sidewalk Ends, starring Dana Andrews as Mark and Ann Baxter as Morgan.
I waited for Morgan Taylor in the lobby of the building with no more idea of how all this was going to end than the people milling about me. Morrison was dead, murdered. And as sure as I was standing here, Scalise had killed him. But Kenneth Payne was also dead. Two of a kind, Scalise and I.
Well, we'll be on time. Don't worry about it.
Oh, hello, Mr. Dixon. Well, did you find Ken?
No, not yet, Miss Taylor.
But you think I know where he's hiding, is that it?
Where are you going now?
I'm going home.
Do you mind if I come along?
That's a nice way of putting it when you're out to give me the 3rd degree.
No, this is no 3rd degree. This is strictly off the record. Are you having dinner with anyone?
You inviting me?
Yes.
Well, if you don't mind my going home first. This way, Mr. Dixon. We'll take the subway.
So she took me to her home. Her father was there, the man who had come to Payne's apartment the night before. He was a nice guy, but full of questions.
Well, what do the police think, Mr. Dixon? I mean, any other suspects besides Ken? What about the gangster, that Scalise fellow?
Well, the department thinks he's clean on that job. He's been released on bail. On a gambling charge only.
But you got your own ideas, huh?
Well, he lied about Morrison being a loser. Your daughter says Morrison was about 19,000 ahead.
Scalise's got a record as long as your arm. Ain't the first time he's been mixed up in a murder.
All the same, I wouldn't tell people about going to Payne's place to beat him up.
I don't care who knows about it. Got it coming for a long time. But when he and Mort...
Dad, please. Mr. Dixon isn't interested in my life story.
Well, I'd like to know what Mr. Dixon would do if he had a son-in-law like that.
Well, I guess I'm ready, Mark. Good night, darling.
Nice meeting you, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, sure. All right, honey. Have fun.
I took her to a place called Martha's Cafe. She was deserving something a little higher class, but I knew if Paul Klein wanted to find me, he'd be likely to try the cafe.
Well, Mr. Detective, where you been hanging out?
Hello, Martha. This is Miss Taylor.
Good evening.
How'd you do?
You know, I like places like this that specialize in good food instead of head waiters.
It's the worst food in town. Isn't it, Martha?
Yeah, well, who asked you to come in? Not me.
Martha's the head of a ring of burglars. My presence makes her nervous. Well, bring us two of your dangerous dinners, Martha.
You want wine?
Bring us a small bottle.
Yeah, sure. The same old cheapskate. Well, I hope you come here often, young lady. For 5 years, this man sits in my restaurant frightening everybody away. Now with a beautiful lady, he looks almost human.
She's very fond of you, isn't she?
She ought to be. I sent her husband up.
Was he really a burglar?
Wife beater. Tell me something. Have you been trying to get in touch with Payne?
No. I don't know quite what to do.
When did you marry him?
After the war, but we knew each other before that.
You said this morning you were separated. May I ask why?
Oh, it's hard to say why you leave a man or why you stop loving him. I always blamed Ken, but I guess it was my fault, too. Not understanding what made him seem so mean and impossible. I guess the chief thing wrong with Ken was no job and lots of pride. Too much pride.
A man can usually find work if he wants to.
You're worried about me feeling badly because he's going to be arrested, aren't you?
Something like that.
I think I'll stick by him if he is. I owe it to him.
You still love him, huh?
No. No, it isn't love anymore.
Mr. Detective, telephone.
Excuse me. That must be my partner. He probably wants to know what I'm eating. I'll be right back. Hello?
Mark, this is Paul. Been trying to get you for an hour. Big doings. We found Payne.
Where?
A watchman down at the docks reported that somebody slugged him about 3 o'clock this morning. Benson and Schmidt went down to talk to him, but nothing made sense. Nothing stolen, nothing missing. Till the watchman remembered the man held something like a body. Well, we started dragging the river. It's Payne, all right.
Well, how could they
Hang
tell
on,
us?
Mark. Lieutenant Thomas wants to talk to you.
This is Thomas. We're meeting in Payne's apartment in 15 minutes. Be there.
Okay, Lieutenant.
What's the matter, Mr. Detective? You look sick.
Give me the check, Martha.
You gotta leave the beautiful girl just when she's beginning to like you. Serves you right for being a detective.
Something happened, Mark?
Yeah, I've got to leave right away. Oh, please, go ahead and finish your dinner. It's really very nice. That's the best chicken and rice in town. I'll call you just as soon as I can.
I'm so sorry, Mark. Good night.
You like him, huh?
I think he's very nice.
You know what that fella needs? A family. He's got nobody. All he thinks of day and night is his job. A fellow like him ought to be married to a beautiful girl, have a home and kids.
Oh, you're wasting your propaganda, Martha. I'm married.
Buzzing a married woman? Just wait till I see that go.
When I reached Payne's apartment, they were all in a hallway. Thomas, the medical examiner, Klein, half a dozen other detectives. They discovered something in back of the stairway. A blood stain.
Well, boys, that clinches it. Payne was killed there in his room. Somebody came in and slugged him. He fell to the floor. He had a silver plate in his head, the result of a shrapnel wound in the war. The fall must have killed him.
Yeah, it all adds up, Lieutenant.
The killer was trying to get the body out when someone opened the front door. That was probably you, Dixon.
Yes, sir.
So he ducked behind these stairs with the body. That accounts for the bloodstain on the wall. It also establishes the time of the killing is between 12:30, when Payne must have got here, and 3 a.m. when the killer knocked out that watchman at the dock. But there's just one thing I don't understand. Dixon, I just don't understand why you didn't see him. You were here at 12:50. Klein spoke with you on the phone.
Oh, that's right.
Well, Payne left here at 1:10. That's when the taxi picked him up. You must have practically passed each other.
Well, he wasn't here, so I had a look in a couple of bars.
The guy on the lam is going to be sitting around bars? What time did Dixon get back here, Klein?
About 1:50, sir.
And you left right after that?
That's right. We started chasing Payne.
But he lays a fake trail. He goes to Penn Station and then straight back to this apartment. The police have been here, he figures. They won't come looking again. Say, what time did Jiggs Taylor say he was here?
About 2:15, sir.
That pretty well puts the finger on him, Lieutenant. Yeah, he was crazy angry, according to his daughter, ready to knock Payne's block off.
Hey, you're wasting your time on Taylor. Scalise did this.
You're way off base, Dixon.
I'm telling you, Scalise knifed Morrison, then he was afraid Payne would talk. So he sent someone after him to finish him off.
That doesn't stand up at all. Whoever killed Payne killed him by accident. No Scalise Hood would have taken a chance on a fist fight. He'd have knifed Payne or shot him.
Hey, excuse me, Lieutenant. We got Jiggs Taylor and his daughter outside.
Bring them in. Well, boys, I think we can wrap the case up tonight with statements from both of them. I'm Lieutenant Thomas, Miss Taylor.
How do you do?
Evening, Lieutenant. Well, I was expecting this, as I told the boys on the way down.
Daughter phoned the house just as we got there, Lieutenant. We asked her to meet us here.
Well, the minute they told me Ken was murdered, I knew I was in for going over. Well, I was here, all right.
Well, go on. Let's have the rest of it.
Well, that's all there was. The door was unlocked. I walked in, looked around, nobody home, so I walked out.
With his body. You took the body to the river, knocked out the watchman, and dropped Payne in the water.
Oh, so I knocked out a watchman, too, huh? That's fine. Now, let me tell you something. I didn't see Payne. If I had seen him, I'd have taken a poke at him. I ain't denying that. But I left this place a minute after I got here. And I picked up a fare on the corner, Congressman Reynolds. Took him to the Astor Hotel.
And what time do you claim you got to the Astor Hotel?
About 2:40.
Excuse me, Lieutenant.
Well, Dixon.
The watchman was slugged at 3 a.m. That gives Mr. Taylor 20 minutes between 2:40 and 3 o'clock to come back here from the Astor Hotel, kill Payne, lug the body out to his cab, drive down to the pier, and slug the watchman. He couldn't have done it, sir, not in 20 minutes.
We could be wrong, Lieutenant, especially if the congressman backs up his story.
But we're not wrong. All right, so he picked up Congressman Reynolds. But all the while, Taylor had Payne's body in the back trunk of the cab.
Oh, that's crazy.
He leaves the Astor Hotel, drives to the pier, slugs the watchman, and drops Payne's body. 20 minutes was plenty of time.
Payne was out of here at 1:10, according to the old lady downstairs. We're just wasting time.
Well, I don't happen to think we are. As for the old lady, we're going down there right now and talk to her. Come along, Taylor.
So many foolish questions. I tell you again, I saw Mr. Payne last night.
Well, I'd like to try a little experiment, Miss Drybaum. This is Payne's coat and hat, Taylor. I want you to put them on.
Oh, now, wait a second. What for?
Sure, you were here last night at 2:10, but that was your second visit. The first time you walked out with his hat, his coat, and his bag, after you'd killed him and stuck his body away somewhere.
But I told you the truth.
Then put the coat on.
No, don't do it, Dad. They have no right to ask you to do that. What are you trying to prove?
That Mrs. Drybaum here did not see Payne last night. That all she actually saw was a hat, a coat, and a bag.
But his face. Mr. Payne, he had a piece of adhesive tape on his face.
So what? Dixon, get some adhesive tape, put a strip under your left eye, and then take this hat and coat and walk out to the street.
That's comic strip stuff, Lieutenant. If Mrs. Traubon says she saw Payne, how can we...
Wait.
Well?
Last night, Mr. Payne, he did not wave at me.
Did Mr. Payne always wave at you?
Always. It was not Mr. Payne, no. He would have waved.
Well, that's it, boys. Take Taylor and book him.
Why, you're kidding.
Am I? Take him along, boys.
Please. I'd like to talk to my father. Alone.
Sorry, miss. He's under arrest.
Dad, please. Did you see Ken last night?
So help me, honey, I swear by your ma. Never saw him or laid a hand on him.
I believe you, darling. Don't worry. Please don't worry.
In a moment, they'd all left. Just Klein and me standing there on the sidewalk.
Well, we got a hand at the Thomas, huh? He sure wrapped this one up quick.
Stop talking like an idiot. He bungled it.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's not fair.
Don't tell me what's fair. I know Scalise did it.
Scalise did both jobs, Morrison and Payne.
You can't go against the facts, Mark. I'll bet Taylor admits everything. Hey, where you going?
I'm going to find Scalise and get it out of him.
Now, wait a minute, Mark. You know the boss's orders.
Let go of me.
Look, I'm giving it to you straight, like a friend. I don't like to see you made a monkey out by a girl with a pretty face. You got a record to protect.
You're as dumb as Thomas.
Come on, get in. I'll drive you home.
You're driving me nowhere, you dumb lug. Now let go of me or I'll paste you.
Okay, Mark. Okay. I guess you know what you're doing.
I found Scalise sooner than I expected. A Turkish bath. He was in the rubbing room getting a massage. A few of his friends followed me in.
I tell him we're closed for the night, Mr. Scalise, so he gives me a shove and walks right in.
Well, it must be important, Mr. Dixon.
Get dressed, Scalise.
When I'm ready, Mr. Dixon.
I said get dressed.
Now, wait a minute.
I'll give you one warning. Just don't touch me again.
Why not? You don't have a knife now, do you, Scalise? We found the one you used on Morrison.
That's a laugh.
Is it?
It's always a pleasure to watch a cop four-flushing.
Maybe now you know I'm not kidding. Morrison had you for almost 20 grand. He wanted to leave, so you knifed him. Then you got worried about Payne, so you sent one of your mugs down to knock him off.
You trying to frame me for Payne?
You killed Morrison and you killed Payne. And I'm going to get a statement out of you. Right outside, you guys. He's going to talk and talk to me alone. I said outside.
It's crazy. What are we going to do with a crazy man? All right, boys, take care of Mr. Dixon.
I'd known what my chances were when I went looking for Scalise. I got just about what I'd asked for. I was still half-dazed when I found myself uptown, knocking on the door of Morgan Taylor's apartment.
Mark!
If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you.
You're hurt. What happened?
I could use a drink.
Sit down.
Where the devil am I? I keep coming and going. I don't know why I came here. I'm sorry. I'll go.
You can't leave like this. Here, drink it.
Thanks. Why did I come here? I must have had something on my mind.
What happened?
A run-in with Scalise and his pals.
Well, shouldn't I call the police?
No. Leave the police out of this. I made a big idiot out of myself tonight. Bigger than usual. Did I bungle this one?
Come with me. I'll try to fix your head.
I suggest you use an axe.
Why did you fight with Scalise, Mark? Did it have anything to do with my dad?
In a way, yes.
You don't think Dad did it?
What I think doesn't matter a row of nickels. The important thing is that you need a lawyer. I guess that's what I came here for. You need a big-time lawyer.
Here, hold this bottle.
One that can't lose.
But if Dad's innocent, I don't see why
Innocent people can get into terrible jams, too. There's one false move, and you're in over your head. How much money you got, you and your father, for a lawyer?
None.
No savings?
Very little.
Payne got that, too, huh?
Yes. I'll host you. Oh, Mark, you look just awful.
I feel just fine. Well, thanks for the facial.
Now what?
Well, I'll get out of here. I'll phone you in the morning. And you wait here until I do. Don't go out. Wait till I phone.
You're not fooling me, Mark. You do believe Dad didn't kill him.
Your father never touched him.
Then you know something.
I know plenty. Good night, Morgan.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Where the Sidewalk Ends, starring Dana Andrews as Mark and Ann Baxter as Morgan.
It would take $1,000 to retain the kind of lawyer Jiggs Taylor was going to need. I got the money out of the bank and phoned Morgan. We met at Martha's Cafe for a cup of coffee.
Why are you doing this for me, Mark? I never heard of anything so generous.
Forget it. Oh, I've left the money with Ackerman. He's a great lawyer. He'll see you later this afternoon around 5:30.
Did anyone ever tell you you're a very unusual person?
I doubt if your boss would agree. Or doesn't he care if you run out like this?
I didn't tell you, did I? He fired me. I'm the notorious Morgan Taylor. Bad for buyers. Might take their minds off the dresses.
Sorry to bust in, Mr. Detective. There's a phone call for you. Well, you want to answer it?
No, I'm busy, Mother.
Oh, it's wonderful the way he looks at you, Miss Taylor. He hasn't even touched his coffee. He just drinks you up like with his eyes because you're so beautiful.
Cut it out.
What's the matter? I'm trying to help you. You don't even know how to talk to a girl.
Look, if somebody's waiting on that phone,
It's
you'd better
Mr.
get out.
Klein, Mr. Klein. Somebody named Inspector Foley is looking for you. Well, I'll tell him you're not here.
Thanks. I guess I'd better check in, Morgan. I may be a little while. If I were you, I'd go right over to Ackerman's office now. It may even be better if you see him alone. Then wait for me at my hotel. That's 230A East 54th.
Whatever you say, Mark. And thanks. Thanks for everything.
You wanted to see me, Inspector?
Well, you're a fine-looking sight. Who beat you up?
Oh, it was just a personal affair, sir.
Scalisi and his friends, huh? We know all about it, Dixon. Klein picked up one of Scalisi's men, Steve Marco. We're going to hold him for a while.
Yes, sir.
The lieutenant here says you had orders to let Scalisi alone.
Well, I thought I could get a statement out of him.
Well, you didn't, did you? And now your bullheaded tactics have driven him to cover. It'll take us days to find him.
I'll find him.
You'll find nobody. I'm not throwing you out of the department like I should, but I'm inviting you to take 1 week of your annual vacation beginning as of right now. I don't want to see or hear of you for a week.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Dixon. Get out. He's got a point, Thomas. You shouldn't have let Scalisi go, even on bail, until the Morrison job was cleaned up.
Well, it looks so certain that Payne had done it.
And get to work on that hoodlum Klein brought in. Steve Marco, huh? I've got a hunch he'll talk if you keep at him. And try talking to him like Dixon would.
Yes, sir.
I went back to my hotel and waited for Morgan. It was easy to see that something had happened. She'd been crying.
This is yours, Mark.
What is it?
Your $1,000. Mr. Ackerman won't take the case.
Oh. Well, there are other lawyers. Just as good as Ackerman, too.
It won't help.
Well, look, it's no different than it was. You felt all right before.
Maybe I just didn't realize how serious it is. I thought because Dad's innocent, nothing can happen to him. But it will.
It won't.
It's already happened. He's in jail. They'll try him, and he didn't do anything. Somebody else did it, and he's got to pay for it.
He won't be tried.
Don't try to fool me, Mark. Ackerman didn't take the case because he was afraid of losing it.
I'm not fooling you. Nothing's going to happen to your father.
Why? How can you be so sure?
Because he didn't kill Payne.
And you can prove he didn't.
Yes,
You do know something you haven't told me.
that's right.
Oh, what is it? Oh, please. It's not fair to stand there and not tell me. Even if you have to break some police rule. If you know something, Mark, I can't stand thinking how he feels. He's never done anything wrong. You don't know him. He's sweet. He's kind. He's always felt that everybody was his friend. Now he's in prison like a criminal. You don't know what it is to have your father in trouble.
My father was a thief. He's dead now. He died when I was 17, trying to shoot his way out of jail. I've worked all my life to be different from him.
Oh, Mark. Darling, I didn't know.
You'd better go home, Morgan.
Why?
Because you're a sucker for wrong guys. Like Ken and me.
You're not wrong. I trust you, Mark. I'm glad you told me about your father. You're not like him, I know it.
Thanks. Anyway, I've figured out what to do. Just don't ask questions.
You're leaving? Now?
Yeah, I'll be back. Why don't you lie down? Try to get some sleep. You're worn out.
But I'm not afraid anymore. Everything's going to be all right, isn't it, Mark?
Sure. Everything's going to be fine.
I'll wait for you, Mark.
Yes, I've figured out what to do. I'd have to find Scalise. I'd have to find him right away. So I went looking for Willie Bender, the two-bit hood, still out on parole.
Well, I wasn't doing nothing, Mr. Dixon. Just standing here reading my paper. Lay off of me, will you?
I'm not interested in what you were doing, Willie. You're up for parole violation on Monday. 3 more years, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing you can do, Mr. Dixon.
Oh, I can say I sent you up to Scalise's hotel using you for a stoolie.
You're trying to get me to talk about the Morrison job?
No, something a lot easier than that, Willie. Just tell me where I can find Scalise. Now. Tonight. You're going to tell me, Willie. You'll save yourself 3 years and a lot of trouble. Bad trouble.
What do you call this? Good trouble?
You're asking for it. And now you're going to get it.
No, wait. Look, they'll kill me, Mr. Dixon.
Where's Scalise?
I don't know. Maybe I can find out a telephone. Let me get to a telephone.
Come on. There's a drugstore at the corner. Hey, here's a nickel, Willie.
I couldn't reach Scalise.
Who were you talking to?
Kramer. It was Kramer. He says he'll contact Scalise in an hour.
Yeah, that's more like it.
He says you should be in the East River Drive across the street from the hospital at 10 o'clock. If everything's okay, he'll pick you up there. But you got to come along.
Thanks.
Hey, what about my parole? I've done everything I could.
Let's see what happens first, Willie. Just in case you've been lying to me. Back at the hotel, I asked the clerk to call a messenger. I was going to write a letter, and I wanted it delivered quickly. I went to my room. Morgan was asleep on the sofa. I sat down at my desk and wrote the letter. I addressed the envelope to Inspector Foley to be opened in case of my death. And I walked over to the sofa. Morgan. There was so much I wanted to say to her. But nothing I could say. At 10 o'clock, Kramer was waiting for me on the East River Drive.
Come on, Dixon. Get in the car.
Wait a minute. Who's with you?
A couple of friends.
Scalise?
No, but he's willing to see you under certain conditions.
What conditions?
You gotta park your gun.
Okay, here. What else?
I gotta frisk you.
Well, do it in the car. We're wasting time.
It's all right with me, Mr. Dixon. Let's go.
We drove for about 20 minutes, and we stopped at a garage, a big garage, 4 stories high, with elevators for parking cars on different levels. Another of Mr. Scalise's enterprises. On the top floor, in an office, he was waiting.
The boys here didn't believe me, Mr. Dixon. They said you'd never come alone. Here, sit down. You see, I was right, boys. I understand, Mr. Dixon. I said sit down.
I heard you, Scalise.
I never saw a man so full of hate. I'm in the clear on the Morrison job. The police are satisfied to let me alone, but you're still on my neck, as always. It don't add up, Dixon.
You're through talking?
Maybe you thought you could stop me running by coming after me, eh? Now, we're not running. We're all fixed to leave tomorrow morning. Passports in order and everything. As soon as they spring Steve Marco. Well, you came here for something, so let's see what it is. Only, first I'm giving you a little advice. You start mussing me up and you're going to get it, and this time for keeps. You throw one punch and they'll let you have it. So just stand back, Mr. Dixon, before you... All right, all right. No more shooting.
Sure asked for it, Tommy.
Shut up. Take a look at him. Well, how bad is it?
His arm. How do you like that? 10 feet, Kramer, and the best you can do.
Wait a minute. Now I know. Now I know what it's all about. I told you this Dixon's crazy. Sure, he asked for it. That's what he came here for, so we should rub him out. Get your stuff, Kramer. Fix his arm. Now, that's a great way to frame somebody. Get yourself knocked off. Guy's got to be out of his head for that. I didn't know a guy could hate that much. No, Dixon, not even you.
You got it all figured out, huh, Scalise?
And all because your old man set me up in business. Yeah, I should have known it the minute you tried to hang the Payne job on. Yeah. You were the first cop to get to Payne's apartment. You found Payne, you slugged him, you killed him. And you've been walking around ever since. Half cop, half killer, the man who hates crooks. The law that works by itself, the cop who can't stand to see a killer loose. So what are you? A hood and a mobster, just like your old man. Answer that telephone, somebody.
Hello? Who? Go ahead.
Hold that arm still, will you, Dixon? You know, you and me ought to get more friendly now, Dixon. There are lots of things a smart cop could do for me. Now, you might...
They made Steve talk. What? Bianchi says he let go the whole works about Morrison.
Oh, come on, we can't stay here.
I haven't finished the bandage.
Let him bleed. Come on, where's the car?
Out there on the floor?
Now, get the elevator. Get the car into the elevator.
The door locked behind them as they ran out. There was a flight of stairs lit up to the roof. Far off, I could hear the sirens. Yes, their pal Steve must have told plenty. But then I heard something else, the whir of machinery. The motors that ran the elevators. The shed was right here on the roof. I kicked in the door and pulled every switch I could find. And then I waited for the squad cars.
Come in, Dixon. Come on in. Well, what's the doctor say?
Well, says that I'll have to learn to eat with my left hand for a while, sir. It's just flesh.
Morgan.
Mark, are you sure you're all right?
What are you doing here?
They're letting my father go, Mark. I don't know what to say, but thank you.
You can't change, can you, Dixon? Always breaking orders. Always doing things your own way. Well, you know we got Scalise?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Thomas told me.
He's confessed to the Morrison murder. I think he's ready to talk about the Payne killing, too. This time I gotta hand it to you.
Thanks, Inspector.
Well, I'm putting you back where you were, recommending you for promotion. Oh, and here's your letter back. Since there was no report of your death, I didn't open it.
You expected to die?
I don't think he knows what he expected, Miss Taylor. He was pretty sore at me when he wrote this. I think he's in a different mood now.
Dad's waiting, Mark. Will you come home with us?
Go on. Take a rest till that arm heals.
I'd like you to open the letter, Inspector. Now.
You sure?
Yes, sir. I'm sure.
Mark, what is it?
Read it, Inspector. Out loud.
I didn't have the courage to tell you this while I was alive because I didn't want to end up like Sandy Dixonskin. That's what every hood in New York calls me, Sandy Dixonskin. I wanted to end up as a cop, and that's what I'm going to do. I killed Kenneth Payne. It was an accident. I went in to arrest him. He slugged me, and I hit back. How was I to know he had a silver plate in his head? It's true that Morrison had hit him, too, just before Morrison was knifed. Maybe that blow had something to do with it, maybe not. But the fact remains that Payne is dead. And I covered it up like a mobster because I couldn't shake loose from what I was. Now I'm shaking loose. I'm going to get Scalise for you. He's a hood like my old man was. You don't have to worry about putting the Morrison killing on him. You can pull him in for mine. And maybe that'll square things all around. Signed, Mark Dixon. I guess that clears up both cases. You're under arrest.
Mark.
Report to Lieutenant Thomas. I'll name the charge myself.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Morgan.
No, Mark, no. They'll believe you. They must believe you. It was an accident, a mistake. Anybody can make a mistake.
You mean you'll give Sandy Dixon's kid another chance?
Every chance in the world.
That's enough to live for. So long, Morgan.
So long, darling. Inspector, please. It's wrong to arrest him. You don't have to. Please.
I have to. Just the same as he had to. But he's got a chance, Miss Taylor. You and I are going to make a pretty good pair of witnesses for him. He's got a fine chance.
Thank you, Inspector.
Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are, coming forward for a well-earned curtain call. Dana Andrews and Ann Baxter. Well, Dana, have you been cruising in your ketch lately? Fishing again at Ensenada, Mexico?
No, Bill, I've been in the water and under it, but not on it.
You mean you're learning to swim or something?
No, Ann, you see, I've been on location in the Virgin Islands where Richard Widmark and I were making the Frogmen.
The Frogmen? Don't believe I know any.
No, Ann, they've been kept pretty secret. It's a slang term for the underwater demolition teams which played such an heroic part preparing beaches for landings for our boys during the last war.
And believe me, they certainly have all my admiration and respect. In the 8 weeks we were on location, we were in or under the water about 90% of the time. We were just one step aside of sharks and pneumonia. And this was only acting, but it was pretty rough.
That's because you're always making pictures about some branch of our armed forces, Dana. You know what those fellows go through. Personally, I'll just follow the sun.
You mean you let the sun shine on a beautiful complexion like yours?
Oh, don't worry, Bill. I take the very best care of my complexion. That's why I'm a Lux girl. But I was talking about my new picture at 20th Century Fox, Follow the Sun.
Well, that's where Glenn Ford plays the part of Ben Hogan, the famous golfer, isn't
That's right. And I'm Mrs. Hogan. Whether you know anything about golf or not, Ben Hogan's wonderful comeback should serve as an inspiration to everyone.
Yes, I think it proves the individual is every bit as important as a team. At least he is in this country.
And what are you presenting here next week, Bill? An individual or a team of stars?
Next week, we'll have another exciting story of suspense and intrigue. It's the David O. Selznick production with a very famous theme music, The Third Man. As our stars from the original cast, we'll have Joseph Cotton. And as his co-star, a fine actress, Evelyn Keyes. You won't want to miss this thrilling manhunt through Europe for a murderer.
We'll be listening, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks.
The KNX Drama Hour on KNX 1070 News Radio. Dana Andrews appeared by arrangement with Samuel Goldwyn. Heard in our cast tonight were Bill Boucher as Khaleesi, Kay LaBelle as Martha, and Leo Cleary as Jig. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager.
Murder at midnight.
That gun won't do you any good. Besides, you're pointing it the wrong way.
I'm pointing it right between your eyes.
That's what I mean.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest. And our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight. When the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Wherever I Go. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by masters of the macabre. Our story, A Study in Crime and Retribution, is by William Morwood. Its title, Wherever I Go. The music room of an old country mansion. Seated at the piano, playing with the skill of an accomplished musician, is Gordon Ormsby. Engrossed in what he is doing, he is not aware his wife, Ellen, has come in until...
For goodness sakes, Gordon, when are you going to stop that pounding?
What? Well, I thought you enjoyed music, my dear.
I do when it's well played. Oh, don't be childish. You might have a little consideration for my headache.
You and your headaches. There's nothing whatever wrong with you. The doctors have as good as told you that. It's all in your mind. The affectation of a silly rich woman.
Lucky for you, I am rich. Or where would you be now?
Someplace where I'd amount to something. I had talents when I married you, Ellen. I could have been a great musician or a great painter or writer.
You were what you are now, what you always will be. A dilettante, a dabbler.
It's your money that ruined me, softened me up, robbed me of my ambition.
If you hate my money so much, there's nothing to prevent you walking out on it.
I will. Someday.
Not if I know you. You'll stick around as long as I have a penny left. Oh, my head.
Oh, you poor, poor darling.
Oh, I don't expect sympathy from you, but, when I feel like this, I could kill myself.
That would be too much to hope for.
Wouldn't it be nice for you, Gordon? Little me out of the way, and all my wicked money to spend exactly as you pleased. But don't worry. I'll live to a ripe old age, just to spite you.
I'd never thought of it before. Her dying. Never. But after that, I couldn't get it out of my head. There was so much I could do with her money. I could go abroad, study. But first, I had to get rid of her. It was dangerous even to think about, but I conceived a plan and developed it carefully, slowly, step by step. Ellen, we've got rats in the cellar. I saw signs of them today.
How awful. We must do something about it.
Ellen, have you done anything about those rats?
I ordered some stuff from the drugstore.
Well, there's only one thing that's any good, and you'll have to get a prescription for that. Arsenic. Let's eat home on Thursday, Ellen.
Oh, but it's a servants' night out, and we always go to a restaurant.
I know, but I want to try my hand at cooking up something.
Well, it's sure to be poison, but... All right.
We ate dinner at home on Thursday, the two of us alone together. Afterwards, Ellen complained of a headache and went up to her room. I followed a little later.
This is a surprise.
I brought you a cup of cocoa, my dear, to help put you to sleep.
That's suspiciously thoughtful of you, Gordon.
I'm afraid it's still too hot to drink. I'll put it down here.
What have you done to your hand?
What?
It's all bandaged up.
Oh, I scalded it in the kitchen. It's a nuisance, too. I wanted to write tonight.
What are you working on now, Shakespeare? Your memoirs?
No, dear. I don't expect to die for a while yet. No, it's a story about a girl suffering from an incurable disease who commits suicide.
Sounds morbid to me.
Oh, but it's not. I'm making it very tender and beautiful. As a matter of fact, I did mean to write the death scene tonight. With this hand, I'm... Say, Ellen, would you help me out?
How?
Well, I've got the girl's suicide note all set in my mind. I can't write with this. Would you write it down while I dictate it?
Oh, do it yourself tomorrow.
Oh, please. It'll only take a minute. Please.
Oh, all right. Where's some paper?
Here.
But that's my very best stationery. I hate to waste it.
It won't be wasted. Ready?
Yes.
Here goes. It's, I can't stand the pain any longer. Nobody knows how much I've suffered. Death will be peaceful compared to this.
Wait a minute.
What? What's wrong?
You're going too fast.
Oh.
Death will be... What?
Peaceful compared to this. Forgive me for what I'm doing, but this is the only way out. Signed,
Yes?
Ellen.
What?
I named her that, dear, because she reminded me of you, so noble in her suffering. I thought you'd be pleased.
Well, I'm not. You'll have to think of some other name.
All right. Jane.
Jane?
You remember Jane Turner, the girl I was going with when I met you? I don't think she'd mind.
But I would. There. It's signed Ellen.
Thank you, my dear. You don't know how much this means to me.
Oh, my head's splitting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Some cocoa? Drink it. That should end your headache. Drink it, Ellen.
Tastes queer.
Well, I couldn't find the sugar, so I sweetened it with maple syrup.
Well, I don't suppose it'll kill me.
Drink it all. Drink it all.
There. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, the pain. think... Why are you...
It won't be long now, Ellen.
You mean
that arsenic you bought for the rats.
You're mad. They'll hang you for this.
No, Ellen. Oh, no. You have left a note behind. It's a clear case of suicide. I was shaking all over, yet my nerves had to be steady for what lay ahead of me. My own life depended on it. Music, that would relax me. The piano. I raced downstairs for the music room, but before I reached it, I heard the playing. I pushed open the door. A man was sitting there. A man I'd never seen before, but who was somehow vaguely familiar.
Hello.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
Well, of course not. What are you doing here?
There was nobody at the piano. I didn't think you'd mind.
Well, I do mind. How'd you get in? The door's locked.
Is it? I didn't notice.
Breaking and entering, huh? I've got a good mind to call the police.
I'm sorry you're so suspicious. Still, I realize the strain you must be under.
What do you mean by that?
I'm afraid I'm interrupting you in business vital to both of us. I'll call again some other time.
Oh, wait. You can't leave like this. At least tell me your name.
I have many different names. When the time comes, you can call me by any one of them. Goodbye.
I put the stranger out of my mind. Too much depended on the telephone call I had to make. A single slip-up now, and a rope was waiting for me. I dialed with shaking fingers. Dr. Sampson, this is Gordon Ormsby. You must come at once. Ellen is dead. I think she's taken poison. It worked out, just as I'd planned, just as I'd hoped it would. The doctor's visit, the police, the inquest, no false moves, no suspicions. I became the sole inheritor of a large estate and a free man. I moved out of the old house and into a hotel suite in town. I don't know when it started to happen, but I first knew that something was wrong when my fingers would no longer obey me at the piano. Nothing would come. Or rather, nothing but discords. I decided that my nerves were overstrained, that I needed a rest. I figured a trip somewhere would do me good. I went to the telephone to order my car brought around first thing in the morning, but before I picked up the receiver... Yes?
I'm going with you, Gordon.
Who is this?
Your friend. I'll see you first thing in the morning.
But...
Number, please.
Operator, you cut me off. I was making a very important call.
There must be some mistake, sir. There was no call on your line.
I didn't wait. I couldn't. I packed that evening. I slipped a gun into my pocket. I left the hotel. By 11 o'clock, I was far out in the open country, driving west. The night was pitch black, and every mile I burrowed further into the darkness. Then suddenly, a terrible conviction came over me. I knew I wasn't alone.
I'm coming up front now, Gordon.
You!
I said I was coming with you.
When did you get in this car?
I've been here right along. You drive well, Gordon. A cool head and a steady hand. But then you had to have them, didn't you?
What does that mean?
I was just thinking out loud. The money's nice, but music means a lot too, doesn't it? A pity that went sour on you.
Look, I don't know who you are or what you're talking about.
And yet you proved a point to Ellen. You proved that you were an artist in a way, even though she couldn't live to appreciate it. Her death was your masterpiece.
The sweat stood out on my forehead. My mouth was dry. I didn't want it this way. One murder was enough to haunt me. But he left me with no alternative. He knew too much. Somewhere along that road, when the night was darkest, I knew I had to kill the stranger.
Yes, the mysterious stranger seems to know a great deal. Is it possible he knows even more than Gordon suspects about his plan for murder at midnight? And now here is Gordon Ormsby to continue our story.
I knew what I was looking for. A lonely stretch of road with no sign of life. At last the headlights found it. A valley with trees growing down to the edge of the road. The stranger seemed asleep, but he stirred as I jammed on the brakes.
Hey, what's wrong, Gordon?
Must have a flat. The wheel feels funny. Would you mind having a look?
That would be very unwise for me.
Why?
You have a gun in your pocket. I would make a perfect target out in the headlights.
Well, since you're so suspicious. Here, take it.
You amuse me, Gordon. However...
How do they look?
All right on this side.
I'm sure it's one of the front tires.
I'll see the other side.
I got him. He was standing squarely in front of the radiator when I got him. Just to make sure, I backed the car over his body. I dragged him across the ditch and into the woods. I dug a shallow grave with a tire iron, hacking in among the roots and the rocks. And then I covered him over. I got back into the car. I needed a drink. And when I came to a juke joint along the highway, I stopped.
All right. What's yours, mister?
Scotch, straight.
You been driving hard, mister?
Why?
You look all in.
Give me another shot. No, wait. Look, I'll buy the bottle.
I don't always want to sell. You know, scotch is hard to get around here.
I'll pay for it. I took the bottle over to a booth and began putting it away. I felt better, warm inside. It was going to be all right after all. The stranger was dead, and they'd never find his body. I was in the clear with nothing to worry about.
Help a poor blind man, help a blind man.
There was something about that blind man's stick that got on my nerves. He came up to my table.
Help the old blind man, please.
Get away from here.
Please, sir, if you'd be so kind.
Will you get away?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I don't want any favors from anyone.
I said beat it.
Hey. I'm going, but you shouldn't have done that.
What's going on here? What's the idea of shoving Nettie?
He was annoying me. Then I saw him. He had the blind man by the elbow and was leading him toward the door. The stranger.
What's the matter with you, mister? What are you staring at?
There. Don't you see him?
Oh, blind Ned? Well, sure.
No. The man with him, opening the door.
There's nobody with him. Blind Ned don't need nobody. He's been going in and out of here by himself for years.
But it was he. I knew it was. I'd killed him, buried him, and... Well, was he dead or wasn't he? I had to know. I drove back up the road. There were the trees and the broken weeds in the ditch through which I'd dragged the body. I walked carefully among the leaves, searching for the grave.
Hello there.
What?
What you doing?
Oh, who are you?
State trooper. Saw your car parked on the road, followed you in.
Well, I'm looking for my watch. I lost it here this afternoon at a picnic. I didn't realize it until I got home, so of course I turned around.
Sure. I'll help you.
Oh, no, please don't bother.
No bother. I got a flashlight here.
Well, it's awfully nice of you, but I don't think...
Hey, what's this?
What? Where?
Ground's all scraped up into a... Looks like a grave.
Oh, what would a grave be doing here?
That's what I'd like to know. Give me a hand, will you? Fresh dirt and rocks digs easy.
Well,
What's the matter? Scared?
Oh, no. It's just
down to the bottom anyhow. Oh. Well, I'll be.
What is it?
It's a grave, all right. But if there was ever a body in it, it's gone now.
I had only one idea after that. To get away. To get away as far away as possible. I drove like a wild man the rest of the night and all next day, stopping only for gas. Finally, I just couldn't drive any farther. I stopped at a small hotel, went up to the desk to register.
Sign here, please.
I'm driving across country, and I've got to start first thing in the morning.
Certainly, Mr.
Ormsby.
Ormsby. What time would you like to be called?
At daylight. And another thing, I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
Yes, sir.
That's important. No matter who wants to see me, on what excuse, I don't want to be
I
disturbed.
understand, Mr. Ormsby. Now, if you follow the porter.
The elevator doors were just closing when I saw him. He'd come in from the street and was walking across the lobby to the desk. I reached my room, dismissed the bellhop, and locked the door. With a shaking hand, I picked up the telephone.
Yes, clerk?
This is Mr. Ormsby. I thought I recognized a friend of mine in the lobby. A man about the same height and build as myself, dressed in a gray suit.
I am afraid...
Well, he came in right after me. I haven't seen him in some time, and well, I've forgotten his name. Would you mind looking in the register and telling me what it is?
Just a minute now, look. Here we are. Your signature, Mr. Ormsby, and then...
Yes?
I'm sorry, sir. There is something, but the name's blotted. I can't make it out.
I knew now there was no escape. I took the money from my billfold and piled it on the table. I examined my revolver to make sure it was loaded. And then I sat and waited. A few minutes before midnight, the knock came. Come in.
Hello. You act as if you were expecting me.
I was. The only thing I'm not sure about is what you want. Or rather, how much.
You should know.
All the cash I've got's on the table. Nearly $500.
Ellen left you a good deal more than that.
All right, I'll write you out a check. Name the amount.
Everything you possess.
What? You're crazy. Do you honestly think, after the risks I took, the risks I'm still taking, I'd give everything away to a cheap blackmailer?
Murder is an expensive hobby, Gordon.
Well, not that expensive. If you want to be reasonable, say $50,000.
I'm afraid there's no compromise. And I'm not just talking about money.
Listen, this is your last chance. 50,000 or...
Or what, Gordon?
Or you don't leave this room alive.
You tried to kill me once before. Remember?
I lost my head. The car only stunned you, and I didn't make sure that you were dead. It'll be different this time.
It's always going to be different, isn't it, Gordon? When you disposed of Ellen, you were going to lead such a rich, beautiful life. But what happened to it? Your music went. You couldn't play.
Shut up.
And then your heart went. You struck out at an old blind man.
Listen, you.
There isn't very much left now, except your mind. And that's starting to go, too. Sometimes you see me, sometimes you don't.
I see you now. Large as life. But do you see this?
That gun won't do you any good. Besides, you're pointing it the wrong way.
I'm pointing it right between your eyes.
That's what I mean.
Well, you... He was gone. Yes, gone. Nowhere in the room. Then I heard the rapping at the door. In a daze, mechanically, I opened it.
Anything wrong, mister?
What? Who are you?
The house detective. I thought I heard...
Oh, you must have seen him. He must have run past you in the corridor.
Who?
The stranger, the man who was in my room.
Oh, I did? Hey, be careful of that gun.
Well, I had to shoot him. He was threatening me. He was standing over there when I let him have it.
Oh, yeah? What did he look like?
He's about my height and build, wearing a gray suit.
Like the one you're wearing?
Huh? Oh. Oh, yes.
I thought so. Look.
At what?
The mirror. You shot at your own reflection.
You mean...
Now do you know who I am, Gordon?
There, didn't you hear him?
Hear what? What are you talking about?
No. No, you wouldn't hear. Only I would. And And now I do know who and what he is. I know why I couldn't escape him. Here, take this gun. I want to give myself up.
Give yourself up?
My name is Gordon Ormsby. I killed my wife. I poisoned her. I made it look like suicide, and there never was any trial.
Oh, I get it. Sure,
It was a perfect
sure.
crime. At least I thought it was a perfect crime until he came into the picture.
Now, don't you worry about it one bit, Mr. Ormsby. You just
Wait a
come
minute.
along with
Wait
me.
a minute. You think I'm making it up. That I'm crazy, don't you?
No,
You do
no.
think so. But it's true. Every word of it.
Sure, I got a good friend who's a doctor. You tell him all
Doctor?
about...
No. No, he won't believe me either. Nobody will believe me. They'll all think that I'm mad. And, don't you see? That's why I have to give myself up. Because that's the only way I can get away from him. If you hang me. But if you don't...
They won't, Gordon. They'll put you away. And wherever you go, I'll be there, too. Remember that? Wherever you go.
Taking him firmly by the arm, the detective leads the struggling Gordon out into the corridor. A corridor that grows darker and darker until it is completely black. Somewhere in that blackness, a voice is whispering. And it continues to whisper until it is drowned by a clock striking 12 for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death whispers softly in the night and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. The part of Gordon Ormsby was played by Barry Kroger. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of betrayal and retribution on Devil's Island. We call it The Stool Pigeon. So now, starring Mr. John Daner, here is tonight's suspense play, The Stool Pigeon.
It was hot that afternoon, which in itself you understand should not have been surprising. On that Devil's Island it was always hot, unless there were the rains, and then it was a different, more steaming heat. There were 4 of us racing cockroaches in Cano's hut: Maquille, Thibault, Cano, and myself. We were what the authorities generously called libres, That is to say, we were free to roam within the confines of the island, but never to leave it. As I say, we were racing cockroaches, and Thibault had already won 3 races. His animal was a huge red beast, fully 3.5 inches in length, and possessing a remarkable stamina. She was named Marie. Made me think of a filly I used to bet on in Paris.
It's hot. My friends, it is hot.
You never get tired of saying that, do you, Thibault?
Yeah.
Does he? Yesterday you said the same thing, last month, last year.
You owe me 5 francs from the last race, pay.
Oh, I always lose. Here.
Shall we have another?
No, it's too hot.
Oh, there. Now, who says it's hot? Who said it?
Oh, shut up.
You little maggot. I could break your shell with my nail if I felt like it. But I like you, Makil, so I allow you to speak to me thus.
I heard there's a ship coming next week.
Oh?
Where'd you hear that?
Akano hears everything and knows nothing.
I heard from a guard.
It's a lie, because I hear everything first.
Did you call me a liar?
I call you a liar.
Stop it. Put away the knife, Cano. We'll all be put in solitary if you're seen.
Hey, a knife. Knife! Where did you get a knife, Cano?
Never mind.
Oh, but I do mind. That's interesting that you have a knife. Are you thinking of escape, perhaps?
Never mind.
I'd like to buy your knife, Cano.
Not for sale.
100 francs?
I'm not selling.
150?
No.
Ah, well, some other time.
I've got half a bottle of wine. Let's go and drink it. I don't feel like quarreling.
Oh, Maki, you have a divine soul. Come, my little maggot. You too, Cano. Exil.
Makio, he of the divine soul, had been on Devil's Island for 8 years. In Marseille, he had been, among other things, an habitual thief and arsonist. He stood 5'6" and had long been befriended by Thibault. Thibault was, by his very stature and past, the king of the libres on the island, a huge and gross man, towering over 6 feet. In Paris, he left behind him a series of syndicate murders for which he'd escaped the guillotine only by underground and political pressures. In spite of his terrible reputation and physical appearance, he was not an unfair man, and on the whole, well liked by the rest of us. Cano was slim and dark, volatile as benzene. In a fit of jealous anger, he'd slit his wife's throat. A handy man with a knife, a moody, uncertain fellow, Cano. I was there because I was caught embezzling from the bank. A stupid thing to do, more stupid to be caught. I looked forward to 6 more years before release.
Gone. Every last mortal drop. Half a bottle doesn't go far.
Not for one with the mouth of a hippopotamus.
I remember a wine in Paris, Monche.
Think of him. How long has it been now?
9 days. No, 10. He escaped on the 14th.
I give odds he never reaches Maribor. 5 to 1.
Why not? Why shouldn't he?
Well, the sharks, Cano. The sharks. Very bad this year, I've heard. And his boat wasn't much good either.
Any other reason?
Well, let's wish him luck by not talking about it.
I'd like to talk about it. Martil, why else shouldn't he reach Maribor?
You know how many have tried in the past 5 years and been caught.
We all know, don't we, Thibault?
Yeah.
Someone informs. Someone tells that swine of a governor.
Yes?
We only think that. It's only a guess. Nobody's sure. Only a suspicion. Now, isn't that so, Exil?
Someone who knows everything that's happening before anyone else.
He's right. My friends, he's absolutely right. It's true. I've long suspected it myself, and it's wise that it should be brought out into the open. Someone on the island is an informer, making himself fat on the sufferings of others. I shouldn't want Emil to be caught. He was a friend, a good friend.
Terrible thing if he were caught.
The question is, who?
Who not? It could be any one of 100, if it's true.
That pig Louis Dodin, possibly Grosjean. Well, one could imagine anything from him. What about Grosjean?
Or Barret, or Proust, Gallinal, Munch.
Makil, Uxil, Thibault.
Any one of us, even yourself, Cano.
Oh, no, that is a dreadful thing to contemplate, Thibault. No, not one of us. Over here.
Oh, have you seen Thibault? Oh, here you are.
Dodin, huh? We were speaking of you a minute ago. What's the matter?
It's Emil.
What about Emil?
He's been caught. They were waiting for him in a patrol boat off Maribor. They took him.
Oh, sacrament. Now the question is, how did they know he was going to Maribor? I wonder. How did they know?
2 days later, Emile was back on the island, in solitary. We heard that he was in bad shape. Thibault managed to smuggle in some cigarettes through a friendly guard, and that was the best he could do. Things were very bad, worse than usual. The governor, M. Planche, was angry, and restrictions even for Libres became more intolerable. He seemed determined to make us all pay for Emile's attempted escape. There was a lot of grumbling. Even Thibault felt the pinch. Then Emile died. We heard from the beating he received when he was captured. Thibault was very quiet. For a week after, too quiet. Then one day he said,
I'm fed up.
Why don't you take a petition to the governor?
There's no joke. I repeat, I'm fed up. Something must be done.
Escape, Thibault?
That or what?
Yes, what?
Stand. Stand for better conditions. No more oppressions. We're prisoners, but there's still rights, human rights, to stand against tyranny and inhumanity.
Bravo. You've just been elected to the Chamber of Deputies.
I'm losing patience with you, Colonel.
Don't be a fool. We have no rights. Even animals. The governor's dog has more rights than we.
And you know why? Shall I tell you why? Because the governor's dog is clever. We are not clever. The governor's dog sits up prettily and begs for a morsel. He has no other dogs to contend with, no competition, while we fight and snarl among ourselves for the garbage in the streets.
It's true what he says.
What does he say? What do you mean, Thibault?
We no longer fought among ourselves, but banded together. A unit of strength, a solid front. We could force the governor and the authorities in France to better our conditions.
Then what do we do? Present a petition at Canopotit?
No, perhaps not. Something more forceful, eh?
No good would come of it. If there is to be action, I'd rather try and escape.
How far would you get, Uxie? Are you forgetting the informer?
We don't know. We don't know there's an informer. We suspect, but we suspect everything. There's nothing else to do. Suppose it's the natives who inform. They have before. Suppose the governor is just too smart for us. How many choices do we have anyway? Brazil, they turn us back. Dutch Guiana, Emile tried it. They're always watching. West Indies, Venezuela, in an open boat? Not much chance there. Or do you want the jungle? An informer doesn't lessen our chances too much, it seems to me.
But it does lessen them.
I have been thinking hard, my friends. We're agreed on one thing. Conditions could not be worse, huh? If we could escape, we would do so and take our chances.
Yes.
Therefore, there are two choices, it seems. Better conditions on the island or escape.
And both impossible, I would say.
You're a pessimist, Exil. That's why you'll never be a success.
He's right, Exil. You'll never be a success. Go on, Thibault.
I think that we may accept both choices, one dependent on the other.
What do you mean?
If we had better conditions, we might be able to escape.
Can't you ever talk in a straight line?
Now, which of us has the greatest opportunity to see the governor?
Well, you have. You have, Thibault. You do his garden work.
Exactly.
Come on.
Patience, my friend. Monsieur Planche strolls in his garden. Thibault, he says. Thibault, the roses are not looking very well today. He stands next to me and he says this. And for the indignity this petty official heaps on my head and for what he allowed done to Emile, I could stretch out my hands and strangle him in 5 seconds. You understand? In 5 seconds. But if I chose, I would not strangle. I would hold him as a hostage.
A hostage?
You follow me. Now, let us suppose that a revolt were begun, the guards overthrown.
Oh, la. It's a thought. Nobody's ever tried it.
But the guards would shoot us down.
The governor, if they tried.
And if we succeed in what you say, then what? Huh? What happens? What do we do? What?
That remains in my head. You must trust me there.
I trust no one.
Exil?
If there were a chance, I'd be with you. I don't look forward to 6 more years of this.
Maki.
I'm at your side, my friend, as always. As always.
That leaves you, Cano.
All right.
Excellent. Then we must start to make our plans carefully, very carefully. Cano, Stand by the door.
You are listening to The Stool Pigeon. Tonight's present job interest.